Section 9 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. Modern Magic by Maximilian Schele De Vere. Chapter 5 Ghosts Part 3 The apparition of the great Cardinal of Lorraine at the moment of death is better authenticated. Daubigny tells us, History Univers, 1574, page 719, that the Queen Catherine of Medici was retiring one day at an earlier hour than usual, in the presence of the King of Navarre, the Archbishop of Lyons, and a number of eminent persons, when she suddenly hid her eyes under her hands and cried piteously for help. She made great efforts to point out to the bystanders the form of the cardinal, whom she saw standing at the foot of her bed and offering her his hand. She exclaimed repeatedly, "Monsieur le Cardinal, I have nothing to do with you," and was in a state of most fearful excitement. At last, one of the courtiers had the wit to go to the cardinal's house, and soon returned with the appalling news that the great man had died in that very hour. To this class of cases belongs also the well-known vision of Lord Lyttelton, who had been warned that he would die on a certain day at midnight, and who did die at the appointed hour, although his friends had purposely advanced every clock and watch in the house by half an hour, and he himself had gone to bed with his mind relieved of all anxiety. Jarvis, in his Accredited Ghost Stories, page 13, relates the following remarkable case. Quote, When General Stuart was governor of San Domingo, in the early part of our War of Independence, he was one day anxiously awaiting a certain Major von Blomberg, who had been expected for some time. At last he determined to dictate to his secretary a dispatch to the home government on this subject, when steps were heard outside, and the major himself entered, desiring to confer with the governor in private. He said, "When you return to England, pray go into Dorsetshire to such and such a farm, where you will find my son, the fruit of a secret union with Lady Lang. Take care of the poor orphan. The woman who has reared him has the papers that establish his legitimacy. They are in a red morocco pocket-book. Open it and make the best use you can of the papers you will find. You will never see me again." Thereupon the major walked away, but nobody else had seen him come or go, and nobody had opened the house for him. A few days later, news reached the island that the vessel on which Blomberg had taken passage had foundered, and all hands had perished, at the very hour when the former had appeared to his friend the governor. It became also known that the two friends had pledged each other, not only that the survivor should take care of the children of him who died first, but also that he should make an effort to appear to him if permitted to do so. The governor found everything as it had been told him. He took charge of his friend's son, who became a protégé of Queen Charlotte, when she heard the remarkable story, and was educated as a companion of the future George IV." Lord Byron tells the following story of Captain Kidd. He was lying one night in his cabin asleep, when he suddenly felt oppressed by a heavy weight apparently resting on him. He opened his eyes, and by the feeble light of a small lamp he fancied he saw his brother, dressed in full uniform and leaning across the bed. Under the impression that the whole is a mere idle delusion of his senses, he turns over and falls asleep once more. But the sense of oppression returns, and upon opening his eyes he sees the same image as before. Now he tries to seize it, and to his amazement touches something wet. This terrifies him, and he calls a brother officer, but when the latter enters, nothing is to be seen. After the lapse of several months, Captain Kidd received information that in that same night his brother had been drowned in the Indian Sea. He himself told the story to Lord Byron, and the latter endorsed its accuracy. Monthly Review, 1830, page 229. One of the most remarkable interviews of this kind, which continued for some time and led to a prolonged and interesting conversation, during which the three senses of sight, hearing, and touch were alike engaged, is that which a Mrs. Bargrave had on the 8th of September, 1805. According to an account given by Jarvis, Accredited Ghost Stories, London, 1823, she was sitting in her house in Canterbury, in a state of great despondency, when a friend of hers, Miss Veal, who lived at Dover, and whom she had not seen for 2 years and a half, entered the room. The two ladies had formerly been very intimate, and found equal comfort during a period of great sorrow in reading together works treating of future life and similar subjects. Her friend wore a travelling suit, and the clocks were striking noon as she entered. Mrs. Bargrave wished to embrace her, but Miss Veal held a hand before her eyes, stating that she was unwell, and drew back. She then added that she was on the point of making a long journey, and feeling an irresistible desire to see her friend once more, she had come to Canterbury. She sat down in an armchair and began a lengthened conversation, during which she begged her friend's pardon for having so long neglected her, and gradually turned to the subject which had been uppermost in Mrs. Bargrave's mind, the views entertained by various authors of the life after death. She attempted to console the latter, assuring her that, "a moment of future bliss was ample compensation for all earthly sufferings, and that, if the eyes of our mind were as open as those of the body, we should see a number of higher beings ready for our protection." She declined, however, reading certain verses aloud at her friend's request, "because holding her head low gave her the headache." She frequently passed her hand over her face, but at last begged Mrs. Bargrave to write a letter to her brother, which surprised her friend very much, for in the letter she wished her brother to distribute certain rings and sums of money belonging to her among friends and kinsmen. At this time she appeared to be growing ill again, and Mrs. Bargrave moved close up to her in order to support her. In doing so she touched her dress and praised the materials, whereupon Miss Veal told her that it was recently made, but of a silk which had been cleaned. Then she inquired after Mrs. Bargrave's daughter, and the latter went to a neighbouring house to fetch her. On her way back she saw Miss Veal at a distance in the street, which was full of people, as it happened to be market day. But before she could overtake her, her friend had turned round a corner and disappeared. Upon inquiry, it appeared that Miss Veal, whom she had thus seen, whose dress she had touched, and with whom she had conversed for nearly 2 hours, had died the day before. When the question was discussed with the relatives of the deceased, it was found that she had communicated several secrets to her Canterbury friend. The fact that her dress was made of an old silk stuff was known to but one person, who had done the cleaning and made the dress, which she recognized instantly from the description. She had also acknowledged to Mrs. Bargrave her indebtedness to a Mr. Breton for an annual pension of £10, a fact which had been utterly unknown during her lifetime. In Germany, a number of such cases are reported, and often by men whose names alone would give authority to their statements. Thus, the philosopher Schopenhauer, Parerga, etc., 1, page 277, mentions a sick servant girl in Frankfurt on the Main, who died one night at the Jewish hospital of the former Free City. Early the next morning, her sister and her niece, who lived several miles from town, appeared at the gate of the institution to make inquiries about their kinswoman. Both, though living far apart, had seen her distinctly during the preceding night, and hence their anxiety. The famous writer E.M. Arndt also quotes a number of striking revelations which were in this manner made to a lady of his acquaintance. Thus he was once, in 1811, visiting the island of Rügen in the Baltic, and having been actively engaged all day, was sitting in an easy chair, quietly nodding. Suddenly he sees his dear old Aunt Sophie standing before him. On her face her well-known sweet smile, and in her arms her 2 little boys, whom he loved like his own. She was holding them out to him as if she wished to say by this gesture, "Take care of the little ones." The next day his brother joined him and brought him the news that their aunt had died on the preceding evening at the hour when she had appeared to Arndt. Wieland even, by no means given to credit easily accounts of supernatural occurrences, mentions in his Euthanasia a Protestant lady of his acquaintance, whose mind was frequently filled with extraordinary visions. She was a somnambulist and subject to cataleptic attacks. A Benedictine monk, an old friend of the family, had been ordered to Bellinzona in Switzerland, but his correspondence with his friends had never been interrupted for years. Years after his removal, the above-mentioned lady was taken ill, and at once predicted the day and hour of her death. On the appointed day she was cheerful and perfectly composed. At a certain hour, however, she raised herself slightly on her couch, and said with a sweet smile, "Now it is time for me to go and say good-bye to Father C." She immediately fell asleep, then awoke again, spoke a few words, and died. At the same hour the monk was sitting in Bellinzona at his writing table, a so-called Pandora, a musical instrument, by his side. Suddenly he hears a noise like an explosion, and looking up startled, sees a white figure, in whom he at once recognizes his distant friend by her sweet smile. When he examined his instrument, he found the sounding board cracked, which no doubt had given rise to his hearing what he considered a warning voice. The Reverend Mr. Oberlin, well known and much revered in Germany, and by no means forgotten in our own country, where a prosperous college still bears his name, declares in his memoirs that he had for 9 years constant intercourse with his deceased wife. He saw her for the first time after her death in broad daylight, and when he was wide awake. Afterwards the conversations were carried on partly in the day and partly at night. Other people in the village in which he lived saw her as well as himself. Nor was it by the eye only that the pious, excellent man judged of her presence. Frequently, when he extended his hand, he would feel his fingers gently pressed, as his wife had been in the habit of doing when she passed by him and would not stop. But there was much bitterness and sorrow also mixed up with the sweetness of these mysterious relations. The passionate attachment of husband and wife could ill brook the terrible barrier that separated them from each other, and often the latter would look so wretched and express her grief in such heart-rending words that the poor minister was deeply afflicted. The impression produced on his mind was that her soul, forced for unknown reasons to remain for some time in an intermediate state, remained warmly attached to earthly friends, and lamented the inability to confer with them after the manner of men. After 9 years the husband's visions suddenly ended, and he was informed in a dream that his wife had been admitted into a higher heaven, where she enjoyed the promised peace with her Saviour, but could no longer commune with mortal beings. It is well known that even the great reformer Martin Luther knew of several similar cases, and in his Table Talk mentions more than one remarkable instance. Another well-known and much discussed occurrence of this kind happened in the days of Mazarin, and created a great sensation in the highest circles at Paris. A Marquis of Rambouillet and a Marquis of Précy, intimate friends, had agreed to inform each other of their fate after death. The former was ordered to the army in Flanders, while the other remained in the capital. Here he was taken ill with a fever, several weeks after parting with his friend, and as he was one morning towards 6 o'clock lying in bed awake, the curtains were suddenly drawn aside, and his friend, dressed as usual, booted and spurred, was standing before him. Overjoyed, he was about to embrace him, but his friend drew back and said that he had come only to keep his promise after having been killed in a skirmish the day before, and that Presi also would share his fate in the first combat in which he should be engaged. The latter thinks his friend is joking, jumps up and tries to seize him, but he feels nothing. The vision, however, is still there. Rambouillet even shows him the fatal wound in his thigh, from which the blood seems still to be flowing. Then only he disappears, and Presi remains utterly overcome. At last he summons his valet, rouses the whole house, and causes every room and every passage to be searched. No trace, however, is found, and the whole vision is attributed to his fever. But a few days later the mail arrives from Flanders, bringing the news that Rambouillet had really fallen in such a skirmish and died from a wound in the thigh. The prediction also was fulfilled, for Presi fell afterwards in his first fight near Saint Antoine. Petaval, Causes Célebres, 12-69. The parents of the well-known writer Schubert were exceptionally endowed with magic powers of this kind. The father once heard, as he thought in a dream, the voice of his aged mother, who called upon him to come and visit her in the distant town in which she lived, if he desired to see her once more before she died. He rejected the idea that this was more than a common dream, but soon he heard the voice repeating the warning. Now he jumped up and saw his mother standing before him, extending her hand, and saying, "Christian Gottlob, farewell, and may God bless you. You will not see me again upon earth." And with these words she disappeared. Although no one had apprehended such a calamity, she had actually died at that hour, after expressing in her last moments a most anxious desire to see her son once more. Tangible perceptions of persons dying at a distance are, of course, very rare. Still, more than one such case is authoritatively stated, among these the following. A lawyer in Paris had returned home and walked, in order to reach his own bedroom, through that of his brother. To his great astonishment, he saw the latter lying in his bed, received, however, no answer to his questions. Thereupon he walked up to the bed, touched his brother, and found the body icy cold. Of a sudden the form vanished, and the bed was empty. At that instant it flashed through his mind that he and his brother had promised each other that the one dying first should, if possible, give a sign to the survivor. When he recovered from the deep emotion caused by these thoughts, he left the room, and as he opened the door he came across a number of men who bore the body of his brother, who had been killed by a fall from his horse. La Patrie, September 22, 1857. The Count of Neoli also was warned in a somewhat similar manner. He was at college and on the point of paying a visit to his paternal home, when a letter came telling him that his father was not quite well, and that he had better postpone his visit a few days. Later letters from his mother mentioned nothing to cause him any uneasiness, but several days afterward, at 1 o'clock in the morning, he thought, apparently in a dream, that he saw a pale, ghastly figure rise slowly at the lower end of his bed, extend both arms, embrace him, and then sink slowly down again out of sight. He uttered heart-rending cries and fell out of his bed, upsetting a chair and a table. When his tutor and a manservant rushed into the room, they found him lying unconscious on the floor, covered with cold, clammy perspiration, and strangely disfigured. As soon as he was restored to consciousness, he burst out into tears and assured them that his father had died, and come to take leave of him. In vain did his friends try to calm his mind. He remained in a state of utter dejection. 3 days later, a letter came from his mother bringing him the sad news that his father had died on that night and at the hour in which he had appeared by his bedside. The unfortunate Count could never entirely get rid of the overwhelming impression which this occurrence had made on his mind, and was, to the day of his death, firmly convinced of the reality of this meeting. 10 années d'émigration, Paris, 1865. We learn from such accounts that there prevails among all men, at all ages, a carefully repressed but almost irresistible belief in supernatural occurrences, and in the close proximity of the spirit world. This belief is neither to be treated with ridicule, nor to be objected to as unchristian, since it is an abiding witness that men entertain an ineradicable conviction of the immortality of the soul. No arguments can ever destroy in the minds of the vast majority of men this innate and intuitive faith. We may decline to believe with them the existence of supernatural agencies, as long as no experimental basis is offered, but we ought at the same time to be willing to modify our incredulity as soon as an accumulation of facts appears to justify us in so doing. Our age is so completely given up to materialism with its ceaseless hurry and worry that we ought to hail with a sense of relief new powers which require examination, and which offer to our intellectual faculties an untrodden field of investigation, full of incidents refreshing to our weary mind, and promising rich additions to our store of knowledge. It can hardly be denied that there is at least a possibility of the existence of a higher spiritual power within us, which, often slumbering and altogether unknown, or certainly unobserved during life, becomes suddenly free to act in the hour of death. This may be brought about by the fact that at that time the strength of the body is exhausted, and earthly wants no longer press upon us, while the spiritual part of our being, largely relieved of its bondage, becomes active in its own peculiar way, and thus acquires a power which we are disposed to call a magic power. This power is, of course, not used consciously, for consciousness presupposes the control over our senses, but it acts by intuitive impulse. Hence, the wide difference existing between the so-called magic of charmers, enchanters, and conjurers, justly abhorred and strictly prohibited by divine laws, and the effects of such supreme efforts made by the soul, which depend upon involuntary action, and are never made subservient to wicked purposes. The results of such exertions are generally impressions made apparently upon the eye or the ear, but it need not be said that what is seen or heard in such cases is merely the effect of a deeply felt sensation in our soul, which seeks an outward expression. If our innermost being is thus suddenly appealed to, as it were, by the spirit of a dying friend or companion, his image arises instantaneously before our mind's eye, and we fancy we see him in bodily form, or our memory recalls the familiar sounds by which his appearance was wont to be accompanied. Dying musicians remind distant friends of their former relations by sweet sounds, and a sailor wounded to death appears in his uniform to relatives at home. The series of sights and sounds by which such intercourse is established varies from the simplest and faintest vision to an apparently clear and distinct perception of well-known forms, and constitute feeble, hardly perceptible sighs or sobs to words uttered aloud, or whole melodies clearly recited. If a living person, by such an unconscious but all-powerful effort of will, makes himself seen by others, we call the vision a double, in German a Doppelgänger. If he produces a state of dualism, such as has been mentioned before, and sees his own self in space before him, we speak of second sight. Such efforts are, however, by no means strictly limited to the moment of dissolution, when soul and body are already in the act of parting. They occur also in living persons, but almost invariably only in diseased persons. The exceptions belong to the small number of men in whom great excitement from without, or a mysterious power of will, cause a state of ecstasy. They are, in common parlance, beside themselves. In this condition, their soul is for the moment freed from the bondage in which it is held by its earthly companion, and such men become clairvoyants and prophets, or they are enabled actually to affect other men at a distance in various ways. Thus it may very well be that strange visions, the hearing of mysterious voices, and especially the most familiar phenomenon, second sight, are in reality nothing more than symptoms of a thoroughly diseased system, and this explains very simply the frequency with which death follows such mysterious occurrences. Men have claimed and proved to the satisfaction of more or less considerable numbers of friends that they could at will cause a partial and momentary parting between their souls and their bodies. Here also antiquity is our first teacher, if we believe Pliny, Hist. Nat. 7, c. 52. Hermodamus could at his pleasure fall into a trance, and then let his soul proceed from his body to distant places. Upon being aroused, he reported what he had seen and heard abroad, and his statements were, in every case, fully confirmed. Cardanus also could voluntarily throw himself into a state of apparent syncope, as he tells us in most graphic words. De Res. Var. 5, 3, 1, 8, c. 43. The first sensation of which he was always fully conscious was a peculiar pain in the head, which gradually extended downward along the spine, and at last spread over the extremities, evidently a purely nervous process. Then he felt as if a "door was opened, and he himself was leaving his body," whereupon he not only saw persons at a distance, but noticed all that befell them, and recalled it after he had recovered from the trance. An old German, Abbe Freithheim, of whose remarkable work on steganography, 1621, unfortunately only a few sheets have been preserved, claims the power to commune with absent friends by the mere energy of his will. "I can," says he, "make known my thoughts to the initiated at a distance of many 100 miles, without word, writing, or cipher, by any messenger. The latter cannot betray me, for he knows nothing. If needs be, I can even dispense with the messenger. If my correspondent should be buried in the deepest dungeon, I could still convey to him my thoughts as clearly, as fully, and as frequently as might be desirable, and all this quite simply, without superstition, without the aid of spirits." The famous Agrippa, De Occulta Philos, Lugdunum 3, page 13, quotes the former writer and asserts that he also could, by mere effort of will, in a perfectly simple and natural manner, convey his thoughts not to the initiated only, but to any one, even when his correspondent's present place of residence should be unknown. The most remarkable, and at the same time the best authenticated case of this kind, is that of a high German official mentioned in a scientific paper, Nas Zeitschrift für Psychische Arts, 1820, and frequently copied into others. A Councillor Wessermann claimed to be able to cause distant friends to dream of any subject he might choose, whenever he awoke at night and made a determined effort to produce such an effect, he never failed, provided the nature of the desired dream was calculated to startle or deeply excite his friends. His power was tested in this manner. He engaged to cause a young officer, who was stationed at Aix-la-Chapelle, nearly 50 miles from his own home, to dream of a young lady who had died not long ago. It was 11 o'clock at night, but by some accident the lieutenant was not at home in bed, but at a friend's country seat, discussing the French campaign. Suddenly, the colonel, his host, and he himself see at the same time the door open, a lady enter, salute them sadly, and beckon them to follow her. The two officers rise and leave the room after her, but once out of doors the figure disappears, and when they inquire of the sentinels standing guard outside, they are told that no one has entered. What made the matter more striking yet was the fact that although both men had seen the door open, this could not really have been so, for the wood had sprung and the door creaked badly whenever it was opened. The same Vesserman could, in like manner, cause his friends to see his own person, and to hear secrets which he seemed to whisper into their ears whenever he chose, but he admitted upon it that his will was not at all times equally strong, and that hence his efforts were not always equally successful. Cases of similar powers are very numerous. A very curious example was published in 1852 in a work on psychologic studies, Schlemmer, page 59. The author, who was a police agent in the Prussian service, asserted that persons who apprehended being conducted to jail with special anxiety often made themselves known there in advance, announcing their arrival by knocks at the gates, opening of doors, or footsteps heard in the room set aside for examining newcomers. One day, not the writer only, but all the prisoners in the same building, and even the sentinel at the gate, heard distinctly a great disturbance, and the rattling of chains in a cell exclusively appropriated to murderers. The next day a criminal was brought who had expressed such horror of this jail, and made such resistance to the officials who were to carry him there, that it had become necessary, after a great uproar, to chain him hands and feet. It is well known that the mother of the great statesman Canning, at one time of her life, suffered under most mysterious, though harmless, nightly visitations. Her circumstances were such that she readily accepted the offer of a dwelling which stood unoccupied, with the exception of the basement, in which a carpenter had his workshop. At nightfall he and his workmen left the house, carefully locking the door, but night after night, at 12 o'clock precisely, work began once more in the abandoned part of the house, as far as the ear could judge, and the noise made by planing and sawing, cutting and carving increased, till the fearless old lady slipped down in her stocking feet and opened the door. Instantly the noise was hushed, and she looked into the dark, deserted room. But as soon as she returned to her chamber, the work began anew, and continued for some time. Nor was she the only one who heard it, but others, the owner of the house included, heard everything distinctly. The following well-authenticated account of a posthumous appearance is not without its ludicrous element. A court preacher in one of the little Saxon duchies appeared once in bands and gowns before his sovereign, bowing most humbly and reverently. The Duke asked what he desired, but received no answer except another deep reverence. A second question meets with the same reply, whereupon the divine leaves the room, descends the stairs, and crosses the courtyard, while the prince, much surprised at his strange conduct, stands at a window and watches him till he reaches the gates. Then he sends a page after him to try and ascertain what was the matter with the old gentleman. But the page comes running back almost beside himself, and reports that the minister had died a short while before. The prince refuses to believe his report, and sends a high official, but the latter returns with the same report and this additional information. The dying man had asked for writing materials in order to recommend his widow to his sovereign, but had hardly commenced writing the letter when death surprised him. The fragment was brought to the Duke and convinced him that his faithful servant, unable to reach him by letter and yet nervously anxious to approach him, had spiritually appeared to him in his most familiar costume. Daumer, Mystagogue, 1, page 224. Before we regret such statements or treat them with ridicule, it will be well to remember that men endowed with an extraordinary power of controlling certain faculties of body and soul are by no means rare, and that the difference between them and those last mentioned consists only in the degree. We speak of the power of sight and limit it ordinarily to a certain distance, and yet a Hottentot, we are told, can perceive the head of a gazelle in the dry, uniform grass of an African plain at the distance of 1,000 yards. Many men cannot hear sounds in nature which are perfectly audible to others, while some persons hear even certain notes uttered by tiny insects, which escape altogether the average hearing of man. Patients under treatment by Baron Reichenbach saw luminous objects and the appearance of lights hovering above ground, where neither he nor any of his friends could perceive anything but utter darkness, and the special gift with which some persons are endowed to feel, as it were, the presence of water and of metals below the surface is well authenticated. Poor Kaspar Hauser, bred in darkness and solitude, felt various and deep impressions upon his whole being during the first months of his free life, whenever he came in contact with plants, stones, or metals. The latter sent a current through all his limbs. Tobacco fields made him deadly sick, and the vicinity of a graveyard gave him violent pains in his chest. Persons who were introduced to him for the first time sent a cold current through him, and when they possessed a specially powerful physique, they caused him abundant perspiration, and often even convulsions. The waves of sound he felt so much more acutely than others, that he always continued to hear them with delight long after the last sound had passed away from the ears of others. It may be fairly presumed that this extreme sensitiveness to outward impressions is originally possessed by all men, but becomes gradually dulled and dimmed by constant repetition. At the same time, it may certainly be preserved in rare, privileged cases, or it may come back again to the body in a diseased or disordered condition, and at the moment of dissolution. Nor is the power occasionally granted to men to control their senses limited to these. Even the spontaneous functions of the body are at times subject to the will of man. An Englishman, for instance, could at will modify the beating of his heart. Chain, New Dis, page 307, and a German produced, like a veritable ruminant, the anti-peristaltic motions of the stomach whenever he chose. Blumenbach, Phys., section 294. Other men have been known who could at any moment cause the familiar goose skin or perspiration to appear in any part of the body, and many persons can move not only the ears, a lost faculty according to Darwin, but even enlarge or contract the pupil of the eye after the manner of cats and parrots. Even the circulation of the blood has been known, in a few rare cases, to have been subject to the will of men, and the great philosopher Kant did not hesitate to affirm, supported as he was by his own experience, that men could, if they were but resolute enough, master, by a mere effort of the will, not a few of their diseases. A striking evidence of the comparative facility with which men thus exceptionally gifted may be able to imitate certain magic phenomena was once given by an excellent mimic, whom Richard describes in his Théorie des Songes. He could change his features so completely that they assumed a death-like appearance. His senses lost gradually their power of perception, and the vital spirit was seen to withdraw from the outer world. A slow, quivering motion passed through his whole system from the feet upward, as if he wished to rise from the ground. After a while, all efforts of the body to remain upright proved fruitless. It looked as if life had actually begun to leave it already. At this moment he abandoned his deception, and was so utterly exhausted that he heard and saw, but with extreme difficulty. In the face of these facts, the possibility at least cannot be denied that certain specially endowed individuals may possess, in health or in disease, the power to perceive phenomena which appear all the more marvelous because they are beyond the reach of ordinary powers of perception. In our own day, superstition and wanton or cunningly devised imposture have been so largely mixed up with the subject that a strong and very natural prejudice has gradually grown up against the belief in ghosts. Every strange appearance, every mysterious coincidence that escaped the most superficial investigation was forthwith called a ghost. History records, besides, numerous cases in which the credulity of great men has been played upon for purposes of policy and statecraft. When the German Emperor Joseph showed his great fondness of Augustus of Saxony, afterwards King of Poland, his Austrian councillors became alarmed at the possible influence of such intimacy of their sovereign with a Protestant prince, and determined to break it off. Night after night, therefore, a fearful vision arose before the German emperor, rattling its chains and accusing the young prince of grievous heresy. Augustus, however, known already at that time for his gigantic strength, asked Joseph's permission to sleep in his room. When the ghost appeared as usual, the young prince sprang upon him, and feeling his flesh and blood, threw him bodily out of a window of the second story into a deep fosse. The unfortunate King of Prussia, Frederick William II, fell soon after his ascension of the throne into the hands of designing men, who determined to profit by his great kindness of heart and his tendency to mysticism, and began to work upon him by supernatural apparitions. One of the most cunningly devised impostures of the kind was practiced upon King Gustavus III of Sweden by ambitious noblemen of his court. The scene was the ancient Lofo church in Drottningholm, a favorite residence of former Swedish monarchs. The king's physician, Ivan Hayden, learnt accidentally from the sexton that his master had been spending several nights in the building, in company with a few of his courtiers. Alarmed by this information, he persuaded the sexton to let him watch the proceedings from a secret place in the old steeple of the church. An opportunity came in the month of August 1782, and he had scarcely taken possession of his post when two of the royal secretaries came in, closed the door, and arranged a curious contrivance in the body of the building. To his great surprise and amusement, the doctor saw them fasten some horsehairs to the heavy chandeliers suspended from the lofty ceiling, and then pin to them masks sewed on to white floating garments. Finally, large quantities of incense were scattered on the floor and set on fire, while all lights, save a few thin candles, were extinguished. Then the king was ushered in with 5 of his courtiers, made to assume a peculiar, very irksome position, and all were asked to hold naked swords upon each other's breasts. Thereupon the first comer murmured certain formulas of conjuration and performed some ceremonies, when his companion slowly drew up one of the masks. It was fashioned to resemble the great Gustavus Adolphus, and in the dimly lighted church, filled with dense smoke, it looked to all intents and purposes like a ghost arising from the vaults underneath. It disappeared as slowly into the darkness above, and was immediately followed by another mask representing Adolphus Frederick, and even the physician, who knew the secret, could not repress a shudder, so admirably was the whole contrived. Then followed a few flashes of lightning, during which the horsehairs were removed, lights were brought in, and the king, deeply moved and shedding silent tears, escorted from the building. The faithful physician watched his opportunity, and when a favorable hour appeared, revealed the secret to his master, and thus, fortunately for Sweden, defeated a very dangerous and most skillfully conducted conspiracy. Even ventriloquism has lent its aid to many an historical imposture, as in the case of Francis I. of France, whose valet, Louis of Brabant, possessed great skill in that art, and used it unsparingly for his own benefit, and to the advantage of courtiers who employed him for political purposes. He even persuaded the mother of a beautiful and wealthy young lady to give him her daughter's hand by imitating the voice of her former husband, and commanding her to do so in order to release him from purgatory. We fear that to this class of ghostly appearances must also be counted the almost historical White Lady of the Margraves of Brandenburg. End of section 9. Section 10 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. Modern Magic by Maximilian Schele De Vere. Chapter 5. Ghosts. Part 4. Report says that she represents a Countess Kunigunde of Arlamunde, who lived in the 14th century and killed her 2 children, for which crime she was executed by order of a Burgrave of Nuremberg. History, however, knows nothing of such an event, and the White Lady does not appear till 1486, when she is first seen in the old palace at Bayreuth. This was nothing but a trick of the courtiers. Whenever they desired to leave the dismal town and the uncomfortable building, one of the court ladies personated the ghost, and occasionally even 2 white ladies were seen at the same time. In 1540, the ghost met with a tragic fate. it had appeared several times in the castle of Margrave Albert the Warrior, and irritated the prince to such a degree that he at last seized it one night and hurled it headlong down the long staircase. The morning dawn revealed his chancellor, Christopher Strass, who had betrayed his master and now paid with a broken neck for his bold imposture. After this catastrophe, the White Lady was not seen for nearly 100 years, when she suddenly reappeared in Bayreuth. In the year 1677, the then reigning Margrave of Brandenburg found her one day sitting in his own chair, and was terrified. The next day he rode out, fell from his horse, and was instantly killed. From this time the White Lady became a part of the history of the House of Brandenburg, accompanying the princes to Berlin and making it her duty to forewarn the illustrious family of any impending calamity. King Frederick I saw her distinctly, but other sovereigns discerned only a vague outline, and now and then the nose and eyes, while all the rest was closely veiled. In the old palace at Bayreuth there exist to this day 2 portraits of the White Lady, one in white, as she appeared of old, and very beautiful; the other in black satin, with her hair powdered and dressed after more modern fashion. There is no likeness between the 2 faces. The ghost was evidently a good patriot, for she disturbed French officers who were quartered there, in the new palace as well as in the old, and as late as 1806 thoroughly frightened a number of generals who had laughed at the credulity of the Germans. In 1809 General D'Espain roused his aides in the depth of night by fearful cries, and when they rushed in he was found lying in the center of the room, under the bedstead. He told them that the White Lady, in a costume of black and white, resembling one of the portraits, had appeared and threatened to strangle him. In the struggle she had dragged the bedstead to the middle of the room and there upset it. The room was thoroughly searched at his command, the hangings removed from the walls, and the whole floor taken up, but no trace was found of any opening through which a person might have entered. The doors had been guarded by sentinels. The general left the place immediately, looking upon the vision as a warning of impending evil, and sure enough, a few days later he found his death upon the battlefield of Aspern. Even the great Napoleon, whose superstition was generally thought to be confined to his faith in his star, would not lodge in the rooms haunted by the White Lady, and when he reached Bayreuth in 1812, a suite of rooms was prepared for him in another wing of the palace. It was, however, noticed that even there his night's rest must have been interrupted, for on the next morning he was remarkably nervous and out of humor, murmuring repeatedly, "Ce maudit château," and declaring that he would never again stay at the place. When he returned to that neighborhood in 1813, he refused to occupy the rooms that had been prepared for him, and continued his journey far into the night rather than remain at Bayreuth. The town was, however, forever relieved of its ill fame after 1822. It is not without interest that in the same year the steward of the royal palace died, and report says in his rooms were found a number of curiosities apparently connected with the White Lady's costume. If this be so, his ardent patriotism and fierce hatred of the French might well furnish a cue to some of the more recent apparitions. The White Lady continued to appear in Berlin, and the terror she created was not even allayed by repeated discoveries of most absurd efforts at imposture. Once she turned out to be a white towel agitated by a strong draught between two windows. At another time it was a kitchen maid on an errand of love, and a third time an old cook taking an airing in the deserted rooms. She appeared once more in the month of February 1820, announcing, as many believed, the death of the reigning monarch, which took place in June, and quite recently, 1872, similar warning was given shortly before the emperor's brother, Prince Albrecht, died in his palace. White ladies are, however, by no means an exclusive privilege of the House of Brandenburg. Scotland has its ancient legends, skillfully used in novel, poem, and opera, and Italy boasts of a Donna Bianca at Colalta in the Marsa Trevigiana, of whom Byron spoke as if he had never doubted her existence. Ireland has in like manner the Banshee, who warns with her plaintive voice the descendants of certain old families, whenever a great calamity threatens one of the members. Curiously enough, she clings to these once powerful, but now often wretchedly poor families, as if pride of descent and attachment to old splendor prevailed even in the realms of magic. Historical ghosts play, nevertheless, a prominent part in all countries. Lilly, Baxter, and Clarendon all relate the remarkable warnings which preceded the murder of Villiers, Duke of Buckingham. In this case, the warning was given not to the threatened man, but to an old and faithful friend, who had already been intimate with the Duke's father. He saw the latter appear to him several nights in succession, urging him to go to the Duke, and after revealing to him certain peculiar circumstances, to warn him against the plots of his enemies, who threatened his life. Parker was afraid to appear ridiculous, and delayed giving the warning. But the ghost left him no peace, and at last, in order to decide him, revealed to him a secret only known to himself and his ill-fated son. The latter, when his old friend at last summoned courage to deliver the mysterious message, was at first inclined to laugh at the warning. But when Parker mentioned the father's secret, he turned pale, and declared only the evil one could have entrusted it to mortal man. Nevertheless, he took no steps to rid himself of his traitorous friend, and continued his sad life as before. The father's ghost thereupon appeared once more to Parker, with deep sadness in his features, and holding a knife in his hand, with which, he said, his unfortunate son would be murdered. Parker, whose own impending death had been predicted at the same time, once more waited upon the great Duke, but again in vain. He was rudely sent back and requested not to trouble the favorite's peace any more by his foolish dreams. A few days afterwards, Lieutenant Felton assassinated the Duke with precisely such a knife as Parker had seen in his visions. A similar occurrence is related of the famous Duchess of Mazarin, the favorite of Charles II, and Madame de Beauclerc, who stood in the same relation to James II. The two ladies, who were bosom friends, had pledged their word to each other that she who died first should appear to the survivor and inform her of the nature of the future state. The Duchess died, but as no message came from her, her friend denied stoutly and persistently the immortality of the soul. But many years later, when the promise was long forgotten, the Duchess suddenly was seen one night gliding softly through the room, and looking sweetly at her friend, whispering to her, "Beauclerc, between 12 and 1 o'clock tonight, you will be near me." The poor lady died at the appointed hour. Nork, Existence of Spirits, page 260. Less well authenticated is the account of a warning given to King George I shortly before his death, although it was generally believed throughout England at the time it occurred. The report was that the Queen, Sophia, repeatedly showed herself to her husband, beseeching him to break off his intercourse with his beautiful friend Lady Horatia. As these requests availed nothing, and the monarch refused even to believe in the reality of her appearance, she at last tied a knot in a lace collar, declaring that, "if mortal fingers could untie the knot, the king and Lady Horatia might laugh at her words." The fair lady tried her best to undo it, but giving it up in despair, she threw the collar into the fire. The king, highly excited, snatched the lace from the burning coals, but in so doing touched with it the light gauze dress of his companion. In her terror she ran with great swiftness through room after room, thus fanning the flames into a blaze, and perished amid excruciating pains. The king, it is well known, died only 2 months later. A case which created a very great sensation at the time when it happened, and became generally known through the admirable manner in which it was narrated by the eloquent Bernardin de Saint-Pierre, Journal de Trévoux, Volume 8, was that of the priest Bezuel. When a young man of 15 and at college, he contracted an intimate friendship with the son of a royal official called Desfontaines. The two friends often spoke of future life, and when parted in 1696, they signed with their blood a solemn compact, in which they agreed that the first who died should appear after death to the survivor. They wrote to each other constantly, and frequently alluded in their letters to the agreement. A year after their parting, Bezuel happened to be one day in the fields delivering a message to some workmen when he suddenly fell down fainting. As he was in perfect health, he knew not what to think of this accident, but when it occurred a second and a third time at the same hour on the 2 following days, he became seriously uneasy. On the last occasion, however, he fell into a trance in which he saw nothing around him, but beheld his friend Desfontaines, who seized him by the arm and led him some 30 yards aside. The workmen saw him go there, as if obeying a guardian hand, and converse with an unseen person for 3/4 of an hour. The young man heard here from his friend's lips that he had been drowned while bathing in the river Eney on the day and at the hour when Bethuel had had his first fainting fit, that a companion had endeavored to save him, but when seized by the foot by the drowning man, had kicked him on the chest, and thus caused him to sink to the bottom. Bethuel inquired after all the details and received full answers, but none to questions about the future life. Nevertheless, the apparition continued to speak fluently but calmly, and requested Bethuel to make certain communications to his kinsman, and to repeat the 7 penitential psalms, which he ought to have said himself as a penance. It also mentioned the work in which Desfontaines had been engaged up to the day of his death, and some names which he had cut in the bark of a tree near the town in which he lived. Then it disappeared. Bethuel was not able to carry out his friend's wishes, although the arm by which he had been seized reminded him daily of his duty by a severe pain. After a month, the drowned man appeared twice more, urging his requests, and saying each time at the end of the interview, "Bis, bis," just as he had been accustomed to do when in life. At last, the young priest found the means to do his friend's bidding. The pain in the arm ceased instantly, and his health remained perfect to the end of his life. When he reached Caen, where Desfontaines had perished, he found everything precisely as he had been told in his visions, and 2 years afterwards he discovered by chance even the tree with the names cut in the bark. The amiable Abbé de Saint-Pierre does his best to explain the whole occurrence as a natural series of very simple accidents. There can be, however, no doubt of the exceptionable character of the leading features of the event, and the priest, from whose own account the facts are derived, must evidently in his trance have been endowed with powers of clairvoyance. In the first part of this century, a book appeared in Germany, which led to a very general and rather violent discussion of the whole subject. It was written by a Dr. Wötzel, whose mind had, no doubt, been long engaged in trying to solve mysteries like that of the future life, since he had early come in contact with strange phenomena. The father of a dear friend of his, having fainted in consequence of receiving a serious wound, was very indignant at being roused from the state of perfect bliss which he had enjoyed during the time. he affirmed that in the short interval he had visited his brother in Berlin, whom he found sitting in a bower under a large linden tree, surrounded by his family and a few friends, and engaged in drinking coffee. Upon entering the garden, his brother had risen, advanced towards him, and asked him what had brought him so unexpectedly to Berlin. A few days after the fainting fit, a letter arrived from that city, inquiring what could have happened on that day and at that hour, and reciting all that the old gentleman had reported as having been done during his unconsciousness. Nor had the latter been seen by his brother only, but quite as distinctly by the whole company present. His image had, however, vanished again as soon as his brother had attempted to touch him. Wurzel, page 215. From his work we learn that he had begged his wife on her deathbed to appear to him after death, and she had promised to do so, but soon after her mind became so uneasy about the probable effects of her pledge that her husband released her and abandoned all thoughts on the subject. Several weeks later he was sitting in a locked room when suddenly a heavy draught of air rushed through it. The light was nearly blown out. A small window in an alcove sounded as if it were opened, and in an instant the faint, luminous form of his wife was standing before the amazed widower. She said in a soft, scarcely audible voice, "Charles, I am immortal. We shall see each other again." Wurzel jumped up and tried to seize the form, but it vanished like thin mist, and he felt a strong electric shock. He saw the same vision and heard the same words repeatedly. His wife appeared as he had last seen her lying in her coffin. The second time, a dog, who had been often petted by her, wagged his tail and walked caressingly around the apparition. The book, which appeared in 1804 and gave a full account of all the phenomena, met with much opposition and contempt. A number of works were written against it. Wieland ridiculed it in his Euthanasia, and others denounced it as a mere repetition of former statements. The author was, however, not abashed by the storm he had raised. He offered to swear to the truth of all he had stated before the great council of the University of Leipzig, and published a second work in which he developed his theory of ghosts with great ability. According to his view, the spirits of the departed are for some time after death surrounded by a luminous essence, which may, under peculiarly favorable circumstances, become visible to human eyes, but which, according to the weakness of our mind, is generally transformed by the imagination only into the more familiar form of deceased friends. He insists, besides, upon it that all he saw and heard was an impression made upon the outer senses only, and that nothing in the whole occurrence originated in his inner consciousness. As there was nothing to be gained for him by his persistent assertions, it seems but fair to give them all the weight they may deserve, till the whole subject is more fully understood. Another remarkable case is that of a Mr. and Mrs. James, at whose house the Reverend Mr. Mills, a Methodist preacher, was usually entertained when his duties brought him to their place of residence. One year he found they had both died since his last visit, but he stayed with the orphaned children and retired to the same room which he had always occupied. The adjoining room was the former chamber of the aged couple, and here he began soon to hear a whispering and moving about, just as he used to hear it when they were still alive. This recalled to him the reports he had heard in the town, that the departed had been frequently seen by their numerous friends and kinsmen. The next day he called upon a plain but very pious woman who urged him to share her simple meal with her. He consented, but what was his amazement when she said to him at the close of the meal, quote, "Now, Mr. Mills, I have a favor to ask of you. I want you to preach my funeral sermon next Sunday. I am going to die next Friday at 3 o'clock." End quote. When the astonished minister asked her to explain the strange request, she replied that Mr. and Mrs. James had come to her to tell her that they were ineffably happy, but still bound by certain ties to the world below. They had added that they had not died, as people believed, without disposing of their property, but that, in order to avoid dissensions among their children, they had been allowed to return and to make the place known where the will was concealed. They had tried to confer with Mr. Mills, but his timidity had prevented it. Now they had come to her, as the minister was going to dine that day at her house. Finally, they had informed her of her approaching death on the day she had mentioned. The Methodist minister looked, aided by the heirs and a legal man, for the will, and found it at the place indicated. Nanny, the poor woman, died on Friday, and her funeral sermon was preached by him on the following Sunday. Reckenberg, page 182. A certain Dr. T. van Velse published in 1870, in Dutch, a work called Christus Redivivus, in which he relates a number of very remarkable appearances of deceased persons, and among these the following. Quote, "A friend of the author's, a man of sound, practical mind, and a declared enemy of all superstition, lost his mother, whom he had most assiduously nursed for 6 weeks, and who died in full faith in her Redeemer. A few days later, his nephew was to be married in a distant province, but although no near kinsman of his, except his mother, could be present, he, the uncle, could not make up his mind so soon after his grievous loss to attend a wedding. This decision irritated and wounded his sister deeply, and led to warm discussions, in which other relatives also took her side, and which threatened to cause a serious breach in the family. The mourner was deeply afflicted by the scene, and at night, having laid the matter before God, he fell asleep with the thought on his mind, what would your mother think of it? Suddenly, while yet wide awake, he heard a voice saying, "Go." Although he recognized the voice instantly, he thought it might be his sister's, and drew the bed curtain aside to see who was there. To his amazement, he saw his mother's form standing by his bedside. Terrified and bewildered, he dropped the curtain, turned his face to the wall, and tried to collect his thoughts. But at the same time he heard the same voice say once more, "Go." He drew the curtain again and saw his mother as before, looking at him with deep love and gentle urgency. This excites him so that he can control himself no longer. He jumps up and tries to seize the form. It draws back and gradually dissolves before his eye. Now only he recalls how often he has conversed with his mother about the future life and the possibility of communication after death. He becomes calm, decides to attend the wedding, and sleeps soundly till the morning. The next day he finds his heart relieved of a sore burden. He joins his friends at the wedding, and finds, to his infinite delight, that by his presence only a serious difficulty is avoided, and peace is preserved in a numerous and influential family. In this case, the effect of the mind on the imagination is strikingly illustrated, and although the vision of the mother may have existed purely in the son's mind, the practical result was precisely the same as if a spirit had really appeared in tangible shape so as to be seen by the outward eye." End quote. In some instances, phenomena like those described are apparently the result of a disturbed conscience, and occur, therefore, in frequent repetition. Already, Plutarch, in his Life of Cimon, tells us that the Spartan general Pausanias had murdered a fair maiden, Cleonice, because she overthrew a torch in his tent, and he imagined himself to be attacked by assassins. The ghost of the poor girl, whom he had dishonored in life and so foully killed, appeared to him and threatened him with such fearful disgrace that he was terrified and hastened to Heraclea, where necromancers summoned the spirits of the departed by their vile arts. They called up Cleonice at the great commander's request, and she replied reluctantly that the curse would not leave him till he went to Sparta. Pausanias did so and found his death there. The only way, says the historian of the same name, in which he could ever be relieved of such fearful guilt. Baxter also tells us, page 30, of a Reverend Mr. Franklin, whose young son repeatedly saw a lady and received at her hands quite painful correction. Thus, when he was bound apprentice to a surgeon in 1661, and refused to return home upon being ordered to do so, she appeared to him, and when he resisted her admonitions, energetically boxed his ears. The poor boy was in bad health, and seemed to suffer so much that at last the surgeon determined to consult his father, who lived on the island of Ely. On the morning of the day which he spent travelling, the boy cried out, "O mistress, here's the lady again!" And at the same time a noise as of a violent blow was heard. The child hung his head and fell back dead. In the same hour, the surgeon and the boy's father, sitting together in consultation, saw a lady enter the room, glance at them angrily, walk up and down a few times, and disappear again. The fancy that murdered persons reappear in some shape after death for the purpose of wreaking their vengeance upon their enemies is very common among all nations, and has often been vividly embodied in legends and ballads. The stories of Hamlet and of Don Giovanni are based upon this belief, and the older chronicles abound with similar cases belonging to an age when violence was more frequent and justice less prompt than in our day. Thus, we are told in the annals of the famous castle of Weinsberg in Suabia, justly renowned all over the world for the rare instance of marital attachment exhibited by its women, that a steward had wantonly murdered a peasant there. Thereupon, disturbances of various kinds began to make the castle uninhabitable. A black shape was seen walking about and breathing hot and hateful odors upon all it met, while the steward became an object of special persecution. The townspeople at first were skeptic and laughed at his reports, but soon the black visitor was seen on the ramparts of the town also, and created within the walls the same sensation as up at the castle. The good citizens at last observed a solemn fast day, and performed a pilgrimage to a holy shrine at Heilbronn. But all was in vain, and the disturbances and annoyances increased in frequency and violence, till at last the unfortunate steward died from vexation and sorrow, when the whole ceased, and peace was restored to town and castle alike. Crucius, Suabian Chronicles, 2, page 417. Another case of this kind is connected with a curious token of gratitude exhibited by the gratified victim. A president of the Parliament of Toulouse, returning from Paris towards the end of the 17th century, was compelled by an accident to stop at a poor country tavern. During the night there appeared to him an old man, pale and bleeding, who declared that he was the father of the present owner of the house, that he had been murdered by his own son, cut to pieces, and buried in the garden. He appealed to the president to investigate the matter and to avenge his murder. The judge was so forcibly impressed by his vision that he ordered search to be made, and lo, the body of the murdered man was found, and the son, thunderstruck by the mysterious revelation, acknowledged his guilt, was tried, and in course of time died on the scaffold. But the murdered man was not satisfied yet. He showed himself once more to the president, and asked how he could prove his gratitude. The latter asked to be informed of the hour of his death, that he might fitly prepare himself, and was promised that he should know it a week in advance. Many years afterwards, a fierce knocking was heard at the gate of the president's house in Toulouse. The porter opened but saw no one. The knocking was repeated, but this time also the servants who had rushed to the spot found nobody there. When it was heard a third time, they were thoroughly frightened and hastened to inform their master. The latter went to the door and there saw the well-remembered form of his nightly visitor, who told him that he would die in 8 days. He told his friends and his family what had happened, but only met with laughter, as he was in perfect health, and nothing seemed more improbable than his sudden death. But as he sat, on the 8th day, at table with his family, a book was mentioned which he wished to see, and he got up to look for it in his library. Instantly a shot is heard. The guests rush out and find him lying on the floor and weltering in his blood. Upon inquiry, it appeared that a man, desperately in love with the chambermaid and jealous of a rival, had mistaken the president for the latter and murdered him with a pistol. De Ségur, Galerie Morale et Politique, page 221. Among the numerous accounts of visions which seem to have been caused by an instinctive and perfectly unconscious perception of human remains, the story of the Reverend Mr. Lindner and Königsberg is perhaps the best authenticated, and from the character of the man to whom the revelation was made, the most trustworthy. It is fully reported by Professor Erman of Strasbourg in Case Archive 10.3, page 143. The minister, a modest, pious man, awoke in the middle of the night, and saw by the bright moonlight which was shining into the room another minister in gown and bands, standing before his open Bible, apparently searching for some quotation. He had a small child in his arms, and a larger child stood by his side. After some time spent in speechless astonishment, Mr. Lindner exclaimed, "All good spirits praise God," whereupon the stranger turned round, went up to him, and offered 3 times to shake hands with him. Mr. Lindner, however, refused to do so, gazing at the same time intently at his features, and after a while he found himself looking at the air, for all had disappeared. It was a long time afterwards, when, sauntering through the cloisters of his church, he was suddenly arrested by a portrait which bore all the features of the minister he had seen on that night. It was one of his predecessors in office, who had died nearly 50 years ago in rather bad odor, reports having been current at the time, as very old men still living testified, that he had had several illegitimate children, of whose fate nothing was known. But there was a still further sequel to the minister's strange adventure. In the course of the next year his study was enlarged, and for that purpose the huge German stove had to be removed, to the horror of the workmen and of Mr. Lindner, who was promptly called to the spot, the remains of several children were found carefully concealed beneath the solid structure. As there is no reason to suspect self-delusion in the reverend man, and the vision cannot well be ascribed to any outward cause, it must be presumed that his sensitive nature was painfully affected by the skeletons in his immediate neighborhood, and that this unconscious feeling, acting through his imagination, gave form and shape to the impressions made upon his nerves. In another case, the principal person was a candidate of divinity, Billing, well known as being of a highly sensitive disposition and given to hallucinations. The extreme suffering which the presence of human remains caused to his whole system had been previously already observed. The great German fabulist, Pfeffel, a blind man, once took Billing's arm and went with him into the garden to take an airing. The poet noticed that when they came to a certain place, the young man hesitated, and his arm trembled, as if it had received an electric shock. When he was asked what was the matter, he replied, "Oh, nothing." But upon passing over the spot a second time, the same tremor made itself felt. Pressed by Pfeffel, the young man at last acknowledged that he experienced at that spot the sensation which the presence of a corpse always produced in him, and offered to go there with the poet at night in order to prove to him the correctness of his feelings. When the two friends went to the garden after dark, Billing perceived at once a faint glimmer of light above the spot. He stopped at a distance of about 10 yards, and after a while declared that he saw a female figure hovering above the place, about 5 feet high, with the right arm across her bosom, and the left hand hanging down by her side. When the poet advanced and stood on the fatal spot, the young man affirmed that the image was on his right or his left, before or behind him, and when Pfeffel struck around him with his cane, it produced the effect as if he were cutting through a flame which instantly reunited. The same phenomena were witnessed a second time by a number of Pfeffel's relations. Several days afterwards, while the young man was absent, the poet caused the place in the garden to be dug up, and at a depth of several feet, beneath a layer of lime, a human skeleton was discovered. It was removed, the hole filled up, and all smoothed over again. After Billing's return, the poet took him once more into the garden, and this time the young man walked over the fatal spot without experiencing the slightest sensation. Keyser, Archive, etc., page 326. It was this remarkable experience which led Baron Reichenbach to verify it by leading one of his sensitive patients, a Miss Reichel, at night to the great cemetery of Vienna. As soon as she reached the place, she perceived everywhere a sea of flames, brightest over the new graves, weaker over others, and quite faint here and there. In a few cases, these lights reached a height of nearly 4 feet, but generally they had more the appearance of luminous mists, so that her hand held over the place where she saw one seemed to be enveloped in a cloud of fire. She was in no way troubled by the phenomena which she had often previously observed, and Baron Reichenbach thought he saw in them a confirmation of his theory about the odd light. There can be, however, little doubt that the luminous appearance, perceptible though it be only to unusually sensitive persons, is the result of chemical decomposition, which has a peculiar influence over these persons. Hence, no doubt, the numerous accounts of will-o'-the-wisps and ghostly lights seen in graveyards. The frightened beholder is nearly always laughed at or heartily abused, and more than one poor child has fallen a victim to the absurd theory of, quote, curing it of foolish fears, end quote. There can be no doubt that light does appear flickering above churchyards, and that there is something more than mere idle superstition in the corpse candles of the Welsh and in the elf candles of the Scotch, which are seen with foreboding weight in the house of sickness, betokening near dissolution. At the same time, it is well known that living persons also have, under certain circumstances, given out light, and especially from their head. The cases of Moses, whose face shone with unbearable brightness, and of the martyr Stephen are familiar to all, and the halo with which artists surround the heads of saints bears eloquent evidence of the universal and deeply rooted belief. But science also has fully established the fact that light appears as a real and unmistakable luminous efflux from the human body, alike in health and in mortal sickness. By far the most common case of such emission of light is the emission of sparks from the hair when combed. Before and during the electrical dust storms in India, this phenomenon is of frequent occurrence in the hair of both sexes. In dry weather, and when the hair also is dry, and especially immediately before thunderstorms, the same sparks are seen in all countries. Dr. Phipson mentions the case of a relative of his, quote, whose hair, exactly 1 yard and a quarter long, when combed somewhat rapidly with a black gutta percha comb, emits sheets of light upward of a foot in length, the light being composed of hundreds of small electric sparks, the snapping noise of which is distinctly heard. End quote. But electric light is sometimes given off by the human body itself, not merely from the hair. A memorable instance of this phenomenon is recorded by Dr. Kane in the journal of his last voyage to the polar regions. He and a companion, Peterson, had gone to sleep in a hut during intense cold, and on awaking in the night found, to their horror, that their lamp, their only hope, had gone out. Peterson tried in vain to get light from a pocket pistol, and then Kane resolved to take the pistol himself. "It was so intensely dark," he says, "that I had to grope for it, and in so doing I touched his hand. At that instant the pistol in Peterson's hand became distinctly visible. A pale bluish light, slightly tremulous but not broken, covered the metallic parts of it. The stock, too, was distinctly visible, as if by reflected light, and to the amazement of both of us, also the thumb and 2 fingers with which Peterson was holding it. The creases, wrinkles, and circuit of nails being clearly defined upon the skin. As I took the pistol, my hand became illuminated also." This luminous and doubtless electric phenomenon took place in highly exceptional circumstances, and is the only case recorded in recent times. But a far more remarkable phenomenon of a similar kind is mentioned by Bartholin, who gives an account of a lady in Italy, whom he rightly styles Mulier Splendens, whose body became phosphorescent, or rather shone with electric radiations, when slightly rubbed with a piece of dry linen. In this case the luminosity appears to have been normal, certainly very frequent under ordinary circumstances, and the fact is well attested. Mr. B. H. Patterson mentions in the journal Belgravia, October 1872, that he saw the flannel with which he had rubbed his body emit blue sparks, while at the same time he heard a crackling sound. These facts prove that the human body, even in ordinary life, is capable of giving out luminous undulations, while science teaches us that they appear quite frequently in disease. Here again, Dr. Phipson mentions several cases as the result of his reading. One of these is that of a woman in Milan, during whose illness a so-called phosphoric light glimmered about her bed. Another remarkable case is recorded by Dr. Marsh in a volume on the Evolution of Light from the Human Subject, and reads thus, "About an hour and a half before my sister's death, we were struck by luminous appearances proceeding from her head in a diagonal direction. She was at the time in a half recumbent position and perfectly tranquil. The light was pale as the moon, but quite evident to mamma, myself, and sisters who were watching over her at the time. One of us at first thought it was lightning, till shortly afterwards we perceived a sort of tremulous glimmer playing around the head of the bed, and then, recollecting that we had read something of a similar nature having been observed previous to dissolution, we had candles brought into the room, fearing that our dear sister would perceive the luminosity, and that it might disturb the tranquillity of her last moments." End quote. The other case relates to an Irish peasant and is recorded from personal observation by Dr. Donovan in the Dublin Medical Press in 1870 as follows. Quote, "I was sent to see Harrington in December. He had been under the care of my predecessor and had been entered as a phthisical patient. He was under my care for about 5 years, and I had discontinued my visits when the report became general that mysterious lights were seen every night in his cabin. The subject attracted a great deal of attention. I determined to submit the matter to the ordeal of my own senses, and for this purpose I visited the cabin for 14 nights. On 3 nights only I witnessed anything unusual. Once I perceived a luminous fog resembling the aurora borealis, and twice I saw scintillations like the sparkling phosphorescence exhibited by sea infusoria. From the close scrutiny I made, I can with certainty say that no imposition was either employed or attempted." End quote. The only explanation ever offered by competent authority of the luminous radiations from persons in disease ascribes them to an efflux or escape of the nerve force, which is known to be kindred in its nature to electricity, transmuting itself into luminosity as it leaves the body. The seeress of Prevorst reported that she saw the nerves as shining threads, and even from the eyes of some persons rays of light seemed to her to flash continually. Other somnambulists also, as well as mesmerized persons, have seen the hair of persons shine with a multitude of sparks, while the breath of their mouth appeared as a faint luminous mist. The same luminosity is, finally, perceived at times in graveyards, and would, no doubt, have led to careful investigation more frequently, if observers had not so often been suspected of superstitious apprehensions. In the case of Baron Reichenbach's patients, however, no such difficulty was to be feared. They saw invariably light, bluish flames hovering over many graves, and what made the phenomena more striking still was the fact that these moving lights were only seen on recent graves, as if naturally dependent upon the process of decomposition. If we connect this with our experience of luminosity seen in decaying vegetables, in spoiled meat, and in diseased persons, we shall be prepared to believe that even so-called ghost stories, in which mysterious lights play a prominent part, are by no means necessarily without foundation. Cases in which deceased persons have made themselves known to survivors, or have produced, by some as yet unexplained agency, an impression upon them through other senses than the sight, are very rare. Occasionally, however, the hearing is thus affected, and sweet music is heard in token, as it were, of the continued intercourse between the dead and the living. One instance may serve as an illustration. The Countess A had all her life been remarkable for the strange delight she took in clocks. Not a room in her castle but had its large or small clock, and all these she insisted upon winding up herself at the proper time. Her favorite, however, was a very curious and most costly clock in her sitting room, which had the form of a Gothic church, and displayed in the steeple a small dial, behind which the works were concealed. At the full hour a hymn was played by a kind of music box attached to the mechanism. She allowed no one to touch this clock, and used to sit before it as the hand approached the hour, waiting for the hymn to be heard. At last she was taken ill and confined for 7 weeks, during which the clock could not be wound up, and then she died. For special reasons, the interment had to take place on the evening of the next day, and as the castle was far from any town, the preparations took so much time that it was nearly midnight before the body could be moved from the bedroom to the drawing room, where the usual ceremonies were to be performed. The transfer was accomplished under the superintendence of her husband, who followed the coffin, and in the presence of a large number of friends and dependents, while the minister led the sad cortege. At the moment when the coffin approached the favorite clock, it suddenly began to strike, but instead of 12, it gave out 13 strokes, and then followed the melody of a well-known hymn. "Let us with boldness now proceed on the dark path to a new life." The minister, who happened to have been sitting a little while before by the Count's side, just beneath the clock, and had mournfully noticed its silence after so many years, was thunderstruck, and could not recover his self-control for some time. The Count, on the contrary, saw in the accident a solemn warning from on high, and henceforth laid aside the frivolity which he had so far shown in his life as well as in his principles. Evening Post, Germany, 1840, number 187. There are, finally, certain phenomena belonging to this part of magic which have been very generally attributed to an agency in which natural forces and supernatural beings held a nearly equal share. They suggest the interesting but difficult question whether visions and ecstasy can extend to large numbers of men at once. And yet, without some such supposition, the armies in the clouds, the wild huntsmen of the Ardennes, and like appearances, cannot well be explained. Here also no little weight must be attached to ancient superstitions which have become, as it were, a part of a nation's faith. Thus, all northern Germany has, from the earliest days, been familiar with the idea of the great Woden ranging through its dark forests, at the head of the Valkyries and the heroes fallen in battle, while his wolves and his raven followed him on his nightly course. When Christianity changed the old gods of the German race into devils and demons, Woden became very naturally the wild huntsman who is now escorted by men of violence, bloody tyrants, and criminals, often grievously mutilated or altogether headless. There can be little doubt but that these visions also rested upon some natural substructure. Exceptional atmospheric disturbances, hurricanes coming from afar and crashing through mighty forests, or even the modest tramp of a band of poachers heard afar off, under favorable circumstances, by timid ears. The very fact that the favorite time for such phenomena is the winter solstice favors this supposition. They are, however, by no means limited to seasons and days, for as late as 1842, a number of wheat cutters left in a panic the field in which they were engaged, because they believed they heard Frau Halle with her hellish company, and saw faithful Eckhard as he walked steadily before the procession, warning all he met to stand aside and escape from the fatal sight. An occurrence of the kind, which took place in 1857, was fortunately fully explained by careful observers. The cause was an immense flock of wild geese, whose strange cries resembled, in a surprising manner, the barking of a pack of hounds during a hunt. Another occurrence, during the night of January 30, 1849, threw the whole neighborhood of Basel in Switzerland into painful consternation. The air was suddenly filled with a multitude of whining voices, whose agony pierced the hearts of all who heard them. Men and beasts seemed to be suffering unutterable anguish, and to be driven with furious speed from the mountainside into a valley near Magden. Here all ended in an instant amid rolling thunder and fearful flashes of lightning. A fierce storm arising in distant clefts and crevices, and carrying possibly fragments of rock, ice, and moraine along with it, seems here to have been the determining cause. Another class of phenomena of this kind relates to the great battles that have at times decided the fate of the world. Thus Pausanias already tells us, Attica 32, and so do other historians of Greece, how the plain of Marathon resounded for nearly 4 centuries every year with the clash of arms and the cries of soldiers. It was evidently the deep and lasting impression made upon a highly sensitive nation, which here was bequeathed from generation to generation, and on the day of the battle, when all was excitement, resulted in the perception of sounds which had no real existence. Events of such colossal proportions, which determine in a few hours the fate of great nations, leave naturally a powerful impress upon contemporaries not only, but also upon the children of that race. Such was, among others, the fearful battle on the Catalonian fields, in which the Visigoths and Aetius conquered Attila, and 162,000 warriors were slain. It was at the time reported that the intense bitterness and exasperation of the armies continued even after the battle, and that for 3 days the spirits of the fallen were contending with each other with unabated fury. The report grew into a legend, till a firm belief was established that the battle was fought year after year on the memorable day, and that any visitor might behold the passionate spirits as they rose from their graves, armed with their ancient weapons and filled with undiminished fury. One by one, the soldiers of the two armies, it was said, leave their lowly graves, rise high into the air, and engage in deadly but silent strife, till they vanish in the clouds. It is well known how successfully the great German painter Kaulbach has reproduced the vision in his magnificent fresco of the Hunenschlacht. In other countries, these ghostly visions assume different forms. Thus, the neighborhood of Carup in Livonia is in like manner renowned for a long series of fearful butcheries during the wars between the German knights and the Muscovites. There also, night after night, the shadowy battle is fought over again, but the clashing of arms and the hoarse war cries are distinctly heard, and the pious traveler hastens away from the blood-soaked plains, uttering his prayers for the souls of the slain. In the Highlands of Scotland also, and on the adjoining islands, most weird and gruesome sights have been watched by young and old in every generation. The dark, dismal atmosphere of those regions, the dense fogs and impenetrable mists, now rising from the sea, and now descending from the mountains, and the fierce, inclement climate, have all combined for ages to predispose the mind for the perception of such strange and mysterious phenomena. Nearly every clan and every family has its own particular ghost, and besides these, the whole nation claims a number of common visions and prophetic spirits, whose harps and wild songs are heard faintly and fearfully sounding on high. A friend of Mr. Martin, the author of a work on Second Sight, used to recite several stanzas belonging to such a prophetic song, which he had heard himself on a sad November day as it came to him through the drooping clouds and sweeping mists from the summit of a lonely mountain. At funerals also, wonderful voices were heard high in the air as they accompanied the chanting of the people below, with a music not born upon earth, and filling the heart with strange but sweet sadness. Nearly the same visions are seen and the same songs are heard in Sweden and Norway, proving conclusively that like climatic influences produce also a similar magic life in individuals not only, but in whole nations. For even if we are disposed to look upon these phenomena as merely strange appearances of clouds and mists, accompanied by the howling and whistling of the wind and the tumbling down of rocks and gravel, there remains the uniformity with which thousands of every generation interpret these sights and sounds into weird visions and solemn chantings. It is, however, not quite so evident why the peculiar class of visions, which is often erroneously called second sight, the beholding of a double, should be almost entirely confined to these same northern regions. It is, of course, not unknown to other lands also, and even Holy Writ seems to justify the presumption that the idea of a double was familiar to the people of Palestine. For the poor damsel Rhoda, who for gladness did not open the door at which Peter knocked after he had been miraculously liberated, but ran to announce his presence to the friends who were assembled at the house of Mark's brother, was first called mad, and then told, "It is his angel." Acts 12:13. They evidently meant, not that it was the spirit of their deceased friend, since they would have been made aware of his death, but a phantom representing his living body. But the number of authentic cases of persons who have seen their own form is vastly greater at the north than anywhere else. The Celtic superstition of the fetch, as the appearance of a person's double is there called, is too well known to require explanation. But the vision itself is one of the most interesting in the study of magic, since it exhibits most strikingly the great power which the human soul may, under peculiar circumstances, gain and exercise over its own self, leading to complete self-delusion. A case in which this strange abdication of all self-control led to most desirable consequences is mentioned by Dr. Mayo. A young man recently from Oxford once saw a friend of his enter the room in which he was dining with some companions. The newcomer, just returning from hunting, seemed to them to look unusually pale, and was evidently in a state of great excitement. After much urging, he at last confessed that he had been seriously disturbed in mind by a man who had kept him close company all the way home. This stranger, on horseback like himself, had been his exact image, down to a new bridle, his own invention, which he had tried that day for the first time. He fancied that this double was his own ghost, and an omen of his impending death. His friends advised him to confer with the head of his college. This was done, and the latter gave him much good advice, adding the hope that the warning would not be allowed to pass unimproved. It is certain that the apparition made so strong an impression upon the young man as to lead to his entire reformation, at least for a time. It is claimed by many writers that there are persons who continually have visions because they live in constant communication with spirits, although in all cases they have to pay a fearful penalty for this sad privilege. They are invariably diseased people, mostly women, who fall into trances, have cataleptic attacks, or suffer of even more painful maladies, and during the time of their affliction behold and converse with the inmates of another world. The most renowned of these seers was a Mrs. Hoff, who has become well known to the reading world through Dr. J. Kerner's famous work, The Seeress of Prevorst. A peculiar feature in her case was the fact that the visions she had were invariably announced to bystanders by peculiar sounds, heard by all who were present. The forms assumed by her mysterious visitors varied almost infinitely. Now it was a man in a brown gown, and now a woman in white. Often, when the spirits appeared in the open air and she tried to escape from them by running, she was bodily lifted up and hurried along so fast that her companions could not keep pace with her. It was only later in life that she fell as a patient into the hands of Dr. Kerner, who was quite distinguished as a poet and had a great renown as a physician for insane people of a special class. His house at Weinsberg in Württemberg was filled to overflowing with persons of all classes of society, from the highest to the lowest, and all had visions. Nor was the doctor himself excluded. He also was a seer, and has given in the above-mentioned book a full and most interesting account of the diseases in connection with which magic phenomena are most frequently observed. By the aid of careful observation of actual facts, and using such revelations vouchsafed to him and others as he believed fully trustworthy, he formed a regular theory of visions. First of all, he admits that the privilege of communing with spirits is a grievous affliction, and that all of his more thoughtful patients continually prayed to be delivered of the burden. It is evident from all he states that not only the body but the mind also suffers, and in many cases suffers unto destruction, under the effects of such exceptional powers, that in fact the lines of separation between this life and another life can never be crossed with impunity. His most interesting patient, Mrs. Hoff, presents the usual mixture of mere fanciful imagery with occasional flashes of truth. Her genuine revelations were marvelous and can only be explained upon the ground of real magic. But with them are mixed up the most absurd theories and the most startling contradictions. She insisted, however, upon the fact that only those spirits could commune with mortal man who were detained in the middle realm, between heaven and hell. The spirits of men who were in this life unable, though not unwilling, to believe that, quote, God could forgive their sins for the sake of Christ's death, end quote. She was often tried by Dr. Kerner and others. She was told that certain still living persons had died, and asked to summon their spirits. But she was never misled. There can be no doubt that the poor woman was sincere in her statements, but she was apparently unable to distinguish between real visions in a trance and the mere offspring of her imagination. That her peculiarities were closely connected with her bodily condition is, moreover, proved by the fact that her whole family suffered in similar manner and enjoyed similar powers. A brother and a sister, as well as her young son, all had visions and heard mysterious noises. The latter were, in fact, perceptible to all the inmates of the strange house. Even the great skeptic, Dr. Strauss, who once visited it, heard long, fearful groanings close to his amiable hostess, who had fallen asleep on her sofa. Nor were the ghosts content with disturbing the patients and their excellent physician. They made themselves known to their friends and neighbors also, and even the good minister in the little town had much to suffer from nightly knockings and strange utterances. Dr. Kerner himself heard many spirits, but saw only one, and that only as a grayish pillar. On the other hand, he witnessed countless mysterious phenomena which occurred in his patients' bedrooms. Now he beheld Mrs. Hoff's boots pulled off by invisible hands, while she herself was lying almost inanimate in a trance on her bed. And now he heard her reveal secrets which, upon writing to utterly unknown persons at a great distance, proved to be correctly stated. What makes a thorough investigation of all these phenomena peculiarly difficult is the fact that Dr. Kerner's house became an asylum for somnambulists as well as for real patients, and that by this mixture the scientific value of his observations, as regards their psychological interest, is seriously impaired. He himself was a sincere believer in magic phenomena. Almost all of his friends and neighbors, from the humblest peasant to the most cultivated men of science, believed in him and his statements, and there can be no doubt that astonishing revelations were made and extraordinary powers became manifest in his house. But here also the difficulty of separating the few grains of truth from the great mass of willful as well as of unconscious delusion, is almost overwhelming, and our final judgment must be held in suspense till more light has been thrown on the subject. Dr. Kerner's son, who succeeded his father at his death in 1862, still keeps up the remarkable establishment at Weinsberg, but exclusively for the cure of certain diseases by magnetism. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Modern Magic by Maximilian Schele De Vere. Divination. There shall not be found among you any one that useth divination. Deuteronomy 18, verse 9. The usual activity of our mind is limited to the perception of the world around us, and its life as far as the power of our senses reaches. It must, therefore, necessarily be confined within the limits of space and time. There are, however, specially favored men among us who profess an additional power, or even ordinary men may be thus endowed under peculiar circumstances, as when they are under the influence of nervous affections, trances, or even merely an unusual state of excitement. Then they are no longer subject to the usual laws of distance in space or remoteness in time. They perceive as immediately present what lies beyond the reach of others, and the magic power by which this is accomplished is called divination. This vision is never quite clear, nor always complete or correct, for even such exceptional powers are in all cases more or less subject to the imperfections of our nature. Habitual notions, an ill-executed imagination, and often a disordered state of the system, all interfere with its perfect success. These imperfections, moreover, not only affect the value of such magic perceptions, but obscure the genuine features by a number of false statements and of erroneous impressions, which quite legitimately excite a strong prejudice against the whole subject. Hence, especially, the rigor of the Church against divination in every form. It has ever ascribed the errors mixed up with the true parts of such revelations to the direct influence of the evil one. The difficulty, however, arises that such magic powers have nothing at all to do with the question of morality. The saint and the criminal may possess them alike, since they are elements of our common nature, hidden in the vast majority of cases, and coming into view and into life only in rare exceptional instances. Divination, as freed from the ordinary limits of our perception, appears either as clairvoyance, when things are seen which are beyond the range of natural vision, or as prophecy, when the boundary lines of time are overstepped. The latter appears again in its weakest form as a mere anticipation of things to come, or rises to perfection in the actual foretelling of future events. It is sad enough to learn from the experience of all nations that occurrences thus foreseen are almost invariably great misfortunes. Yet our surprise will cease if we remember that the tragic in life exercises by far the greatest influence on our mind and excites it far beyond all other events. Nor must we overlook the marvelous unanimity with which such magic powers are admitted to exist in man by all nations on earth. The explanation also is invariably the same, namely, that man possessed originally the command over space and time, as well as God himself, but that when sin came into the world and affected his earth-born body, this power was lost, and preserved only to appear in exceptional and invariably most painful cases. So thought the ancients, even long before Revelation had spoken. They believed that man had had a previous God-like existence before appearing on earth, where he was condemned to expiate the sins of his former life, while his immortal and divine soul was chained to a perishing earthly body. Plato, Plutarch, and Pythagoras, Cicero, in his book De Divinatione, and even Porphyrius, all admit without hesitation the power of divination, and speak of its special vigor in the moments preceding death. Melanchthon ascribed warning dreams to the prophetic power of the human soul. Brière de Boismont also is forced to admit that not all cases of clairvoyance and prophesying are the results of hallucination by diseased persons. He speaks, on the contrary, and in spite of his bitter skepticism, of instances in which the increased powers of perception are the effect of, quote, supernatural intuition, end quote. One of the most prolific sources of error in divination has ever been the variety of means employed for the purpose of causing the preparatory state of trance. It is well known in our day that the mind may be most strangely affected by innumerable agencies which are apparently purely mechanical and often utterly absurd. Such are an intent gazing at highly polished surfaces of metal, or into the bright inside of a gold cup, at the shining sides of a crystal, or the varying hues of a glass globe. Now vessels filled with pure water, and now ink poured into the hand of a child, answer the same purpose. Fortune-telling from the lines of the hand, or the chance combinations of playing cards, are, in this aspect, on a par with the prophecies of astrologers drawn from the constellations in the heavens. It need hardly be added that this almost infinite variety of more or less absurd measures has nothing at all to do with the awakening of magic power, and continues in use only from the prestige which some of the means, like the cup of Joseph and the mirror of Varro, derive from their antiquity. Their sole purpose is uniformly to withdraw the seer's attention from all outward objects, and to make him, by steadily gazing at one and the same object, concentrate his thoughts and feelings exclusively upon his own self. Experience has taught that such efforts, long continued, result finally in utter loss of feeling, in unconsciousness, and frequently even in catalepsy. It is generally only under such peculiarly painful circumstances that the unusual powers of our being can become visible and begin to operate. While these results may be obtained, as recent experiments have proved, even by mere continued squinting, barbarous nations employ the most violent means for the same purpose. The whirling of dervishes, the drumming and dancing of northern shamans, the deafening music of the Moors, are all means of the same kind to excite the rude and fierce nature of savages to a state of excessive excitement. In all cases, however, we must notice the comparative sterility of such divination, and the penalty which has to be paid for most meager results by injuries inflicted upon the body and by troubles caused in the mind, which, if they do not become fatal to life, are invariably so to happiness and peace. That the sad privilege may have to be paid for with life itself, we learn already from Plutarch's account of a priestess who became so furious while prophesying that not only the strangers, but the priests themselves fled in dismay, while she herself expired a few hours later. The state in which all forms of divination are most apt to show themselves is by theologians called ecstasis. When it is caused by means specially employed for the purpose and appears as literally being beside oneself, by its side they speak of raptus, when the abnormal state suddenly begins during an act of ordinary life, such as walking, working, or even praying. The distinction is of no value as to the nature of the magic powers themselves, which are in all cases the same. It refers exclusively to the outer form. One of the simplest methods is the diesel walking of the Scotch Highlanders. The seer walks rapidly 3 times with the sun around the person whose future is to be foretold, and thus produces a trance in which his magic powers become available. Walter Scott's Chronicles of the Canongate gives a full account of this ceremony. Robin Oig's aunt performs the ceremony and then warns him in great terror that she has seen a bloody dagger in his hand, stained with English blood, and beseeches him to stay at home. He disregards the omen, kills the same night an Englishman, a cattle dealer, and pays for the crime with his life. In the East, on the contrary, the usual form is to employ a young boy, taken at haphazard from the street, and to force him to gaze intently at India ink poured into the hollow of the hand, at molten lead, wax poured into cold water, the paten of a priest, or a shining sword with which several men have been killed. General readers will recall the famous boy of Cairo who saw thus, in the dark, glittering surface of ink, the great Nelson, curiously enough, as in a mirror, for he reported the image to be without the left arm and to wear the left sleeve across the breast, while the great admiral had lost his right arm and wore the right sleeve suspended. Burke, in his amusing Anecdotes of the Aristocracy, relates how the magician, Magrubin, in Alexandria, appeared with a 10-year-old Coptic boy before the officers of Her Majesty's ship Vanguard. After burning much incense and uttering many unintelligible formulas, he rolled a paper in the shape of a cornucopia, filled it with ink, and bade the boy tell him what he saw. As usual, he first saw a broom sweeping, and was thoroughly frightened. When a young midshipman asked him to inquire what would be his fate, he described instantly a sailor with gold on the shoulders, fighting against Indians till he fell dead. Then came friends and buried him under a tree on a hill. The midshipman, Croker, returned home, abandoned the sea, and became a landowner in one of the Midland counties of England, where he often laughed at the absurd prediction. Long years afterwards, however, when there was a sudden want of seamen, he was recalled into service and sent on a long cruise. He rose to become a captain, and while in command of a frigate, fell upon the island of Tongatabu in a skirmish with the natives, whereupon he was interred there under a lofty palm tree, which stood on a commanding eminence. The same author repeats the well-known story of Lady Eleanor Campbell, which is in substance as follows. Poor Lady Primrose, a daughter of the second Earl of Loudon, had for years endured the saddest lot that can befall a noble woman. She had been bound by marriage to a husband whose dissolute habits and untamable passions inspired her with fear, while his short love for her had long since turned into bitter hatred. At last he formed the resolution to rid himself forever of his wife, whose very piety and gentleness were a standing reproof to his villainy. By a rare piece of good luck, she was awake when he came from his deep potations, a bare sword in his hand, and, ready to kill her, she saw him in the mirror before which she happened to be sitting, and escaped by jumping from a window and hastening to her husband's own mother. After this attempt at her life, he disappeared, no one knew whither, but the poor lady, forsaken, and yet not a widow, could not prevent her thoughts from dwelling, by day and by night, year after year, upon the image of her unfortunate husband, and his probable fate in foreign lands. It was, therefore, not without a pardonable interest that she heard, one winter, people talk of a foreigner who had suddenly appeared in Canongate and created a great sensation throughout Edinburgh by his success in showing to inquiring visitors what their absent friends were doing. Her intense anxiety about her husband, and her natural desire to ascertain whether she was still a wife or already a widow, combined to tempt her to call on the magician. She went, therefore, with a friend, both disguised in the tartans and plaids of their maids. Before they reached the obscure alley to which they had been directed, they lost their way, and were standing helpless, exposed to the cold, stormy weather, when suddenly a deep voice said to them, "You are mistaken, ladies. This is not your way." "How so?" asked Lady Primrose, addressing a tall, gentlemanly-looking man, with a stern face of deep olive color, in which a pair of black eyes shone like stars, and dressed in an elegant but foreign-looking costume. The answer came promptly. "You are mistaken in your way, because it lies yonder, and in your disguise, because it does not conceal you from him who can lift the veil of the future." Then followed a short conversation, in which the stranger made himself known as the magician whom they were about to visit, and, by some words whispered into the lady's ear, as a man who not only recognized her as Lady Primrose, but who also was perfectly well acquainted with all the intimate details of her history. Amazed, and not a little frightened, the two ladies accepted his courteous invitation to follow him, entered the house, and were shown into a simply furnished room where the stranger begged them to wait for him till all was ready for the ceremony by which alone he could satisfy their curiosity. After a short pause he reappeared in the traditional costume of a magician, a long tunic of black velvet which left his breast, arms, and hands free, and requested Lady Primrose to follow him into the adjoining room. After some little hesitation, she left her companion and entered the room, which was perfectly plain, offering nothing to attract the eye, save the dark curtains before the windows, an old-fashioned armchair, and a kind of altar of black marble, over which a large and beautiful mirror was suspended. Before the latter stood a small oven in which some unknown substance burnt with a blue light, which alone feebly lighted up the room. The visitor was requested to sit down, to invoke help from above, and to abstain from uttering a sound if she valued her life and that of the magician. After some simple but apparently most important ceremonies, the magician threw a pinch of red powder upon the flame, which instantly changed into bright crimson, while a few plaintive sounds were heard, and red clouds seemed to rise before the mirror, broken at short intervals by vivid flashes of lightning. As the mist dispersed, the glass exhibited, to the lady's astonished eye, the interior of a church, first in vague outlines, undulating as passing clouds seemed to set them in motion, but soon distinctly and clear in the minutest details. Then a priest appeared with his acolytes at the altar, and a wedding party was seen standing before him, among whom Lady Primrose soon recognized her faithless husband. Before she could recover from her painful surprise, she saw a stranger hastily entering the church, wrapped in his cloak, at the moment when the priest, who had been performing the usual ceremony, was about to join the hands of the couple before him. The unknown dropped his cloak and rushed forward. Lady Primrose saw it was her own brother, who drew his sword and attacked her husband. Suddenly a thrust was made by the latter, which threatened to be fatal, and the poor lady cried out, "Great God, they will kill my brother!" She had no sooner uttered these words than the whole scene in the mirror became dim and blurred. The clouds rose again and formed dense masses, and soon the glass resumed its ordinary brightness, and the flame its faint blue color. The magician, apparently much excited, informed the lady that all was over, and that they had escaped a most fearful danger, incurred by her imprudence in speaking. He would accept no reward, stating that he had merely wished to oblige her, but would not have dared to do so much if he had foreseen the peril to which they had both been exposed. Lady Primrose, accompanied by her friend, reached home in a state of extreme excitement, but immediately wrote down the hour and the day of her strange adventure, with a full account of all she had seen in the magic mirror. The paper thus drawn up, she sealed in the presence of her companion, and hid it in a secret drawer. Not long afterwards, her brother returned from the continent, but for some time refused to speak at all of her husband. It was only after being long and urgently pressed by the poor lady that he consented to tell her how he had heard of Lord Primrose's intention to marry a very wealthy lady in Amsterdam, how by mere chance he had entered the church where the marriage ceremony was to be performed, and how he had come out just in time to prevent his brother-in-law from committing bigamy. They had fought for a few minutes without doing each other any injury, and after being separated, he had remained, while Lord Primrose had disappeared, no one knew whither. Upon comparing dates and circumstances, it appeared that the mirror had presented the scene faithfully in all its details, but the ceremony had taken place in the morning, the visit to the magician at night, so that the latter had, after all, only revealed an event already completed. There remains, however, the difficulty of accounting for the means by which in those days, about 1700, an event in Amsterdam could possibly have been known in Edinburgh the night of the same day on which it occurred. In France, under Louis XIV, a glass of water was most frequently used as a mirror in which to read the future. The Duke of Saint-Simon reports that the Duke of Orleans was thus informed that he would one day become regent of France. The Abbé Chaussée mentions a remarkable occurrence which took place at the house of the Countess of Soissons, a niece of the great Cardinal Mazarin. Her husband was lying sick in the province of Champagne, and she was anxious to know whether she ought to undertake the long and perilous journey to him or not. In this dilemma, a friend offered to send for a diviner who should tell her the issue of her husband's illness. He brought her a little girl, 5 years old, who, in the presence of a number of distinguished persons of both sexes, began, under the nobleman's direction, to tell what she saw in a glass of water. When she began by saying that the water looked as if it were troubled, the poor lady was so frightened that her friend suggested he would ask the spirit to show the child not her husband himself, but a white horse if the count was dead, and a tiger if he was alive. When he asked the girl what she saw now, "Ah!" she cried out at once, "what a pretty white horse!" The company, however, refused to be content with one trial. 5 times in succession the test was altered, and in such a manner that the little child could not possibly be aware of the choice, but in each case the answer was unfavorable to the absent count. It appeared afterwards that he had really died a day or two before the consultation. One of the most striking cases of such exceptional endowment was a Frenchman, Cahagnet, who, in his work Lumière des Morts, claimed to see remote objects and persons. He used to make a mental effort, upon which his eyes became fixed, and he saw objects at a great distance, reading the title and discerning the precise shape of books in public libraries, or watching absent friends engaged in unusual occupations. This state of clairvoyance, however, never lasted more than 60 seconds, nor could he ever see the same object twice, limitations of his endowment which secured for him greater credit than he would have otherwise possessed. Occasionally, he would assist the effort he had to make by fixedly gazing at some shining object, such as a small flaw in a mirror or a glass. Another restraint under which he labored, and which yet increased the faith of others, consisted in this, that such sights as presented themselves spontaneously to him proved invariably to be true, while the visions which he purposely evoked were not unfrequently unfounded in fact. Among recent magicians of this class, a Parisian, Edmond, is perhaps the most generally known. He is a man without education, who leads a life of asceticism, and is said to equal the famous Lenormand in his ability to guess the future by gazing intently at certain cards. The latter, though not free from the charge of charlatanism, possessed undoubtedly the most extraordinary talent of divining the thoughts of those who came to consult her, and an almost marvelous tact in connecting the knowledge thus obtained with the events of the day. She began her career already as a young girl at a convent school, where her playmates asked her laughingly who would be the next abbess, and she mentioned an entirely unknown lady from Picardy as the one that would be appointed by the king. Contrary to all expectations, the favorite candidates were put aside, and the unknown lady appointed, although 18 months elapsed before her prophecy was fulfilled. As early as 1789, she predicted the overthrow of the French government, and during the Revolution, her reputation was such that the first men of the land came to consult her. The unfortunate Princess Lamballe and Mirabeau, Madame de Staël, and the king himself all appeared in her stately apartments. Her efforts to save the queen, to whose prison she managed to obtain access, were unsuccessful, but when her aristocratic connections caused her to be imprisoned herself, even the noble and virtuous Madame Tallien sought her society. The new dynasty, whose members were almost without exception more or less superstitious, as it is the nature of all Corsicans, consulted her frequently. The great Napoleon came to her in 1793, when he was disgusted with France, and on the point of leaving the country. He sent for her a second time, in 1801, to confer with her at Malmaison, and the fair Josephine actually conceived for her a deep and lasting attachment. Afterwards, however, she became as obnoxious to the emperor as his inveterate enemy, Madame de Staël. She was repeatedly sent to prison because she predicted failures, as in the case of the projected invasion of England, or because she revealed the secret plans of Napoleon. The Emperor Alexander of Russia also consulted her in 1818, and of the Prussian king, Frederick William III, it is at least reported that he visited her incognito. After the year 1830, she appeared but rarely in her character as a diviner. She had become old and rich, and did not, perhaps, wish to risk her worldwide reputation by too numerous revelations. She maintained, however, for the rest of her life, the most intimate relations with many eminent men in France, and when she died, in 1843, 71 years old, leaving to her nephew a very large fortune, her gorgeous funeral was attended by a host of distinguished personages, including even men of such character as Guizot. And yet, she also had not disdained to use the most absurd and apparently childish means in order to produce the state of ecstasy in which she alone could divine, playing cards fancifully arranged, the white of an egg, the sediment of coffee, or the lines in the hand of her visitors. At the same time, however, she used the information which she casually picked up or purposely obtained from her great friends with infinite cunning and matchless tact, so that the better informed often asked her laughingly if her familiar spirit Ariel was not also known as Talleyrand, David, or Geoffroy. The charlatanism which often and most justly rendered her proceedings suspicious to sober men was in fact part of her system. She knew perfectly well the old doctrine, mundus vult disipi, and did not hesitate to flatter the fondness of all Frenchmen for a theatrical mise en scène. Dryden's famous horoscope of his younger son Charles was probably nothing more than one of those rare but striking coincidences of which the laws of probability give us the exact value. He loved the study of astrology, and never omitted to calculate the nativity of his children as soon as they were born. In the case of Charles, he discovered that great dangers would threaten him in his 8th, 23rd, and 33rd or 43rd year, and sure enough, those years produced some serious troubles. On his 8th birthday, he was buried under a falling wall. On the 23rd, he fell in Rome from an old tower, and on his 33rd, he was drowned in the Thames. Divination by means of bones, generally the shoulder bones of rams, is quite common among the Mongols and Tungus, and the custom seems to have remained unchanged through centuries. For Purchas already quotes from the journal of the Minorite monk Guillaume de Rubrigas, written in 1255, a description of the manner in which the great Khan of Mongolia tried to ascertain the result of any great enterprise which he might contemplate. 3 shoulder bones of rams were brought to him, which he held for some time in his hands, while deeply meditating on the subject. Then he threw them into the fire. After they were burnt black, they were again laid before him and examined. If they had cracked lengthways, the omen was favorable. If crossways, the enterprise was abandoned. Almost identically, the same process is described by the great traveler Pallas, who witnessed it repeatedly and obtained very startling communications from the Mongol priests. But here also, violent dancing, narcotic perfumes, and wild cries had to aid in producing a trance. The Laplanders have, perhaps, the most striking magic powers, which seem to be above suspicion. At least we are assured by every traveler who has spent some time among them, from Caspar Pusser down to the tourists of our days, that they not only see persons at the greatest distance, but furnish minute details as to their occupation or surroundings. After having invoked the aid of his gods, the magician falls down like a dead man and remains in a state of trance for 24 hours, during which foreigners are always warned to have him carefully guarded, quote, lest the demons should carry him off, end quote. During this time, the seer maintains that his, quote, soul opens the gates of the body, end quote, and moves freely wherever it chooses to go. When he returns to consciousness, he describes accurately and minutely the persons about whom he has promised to give information. In the East Indies, it is well known clairvoyance has existed from time immemorial, and the kind of trance which consists in utter oblivion of actual life and perfect abstraction of thought from this world is there carried out to perfection. The faithful believer sits or lies down in any position he may happen to prefer, for the moment, fixes his eyes intently upon the point of his nose, mutters the word one, and finally beholds God with an inner sense in the form of a white, brilliant light of ineffable splendor. Some of these ascetics pass from a simple trance to a state of catalepsy, in which their bodies become insensible to pain, but this kind of ecstasis is not accompanied by divination. Another branch of divination conquers the difficulty which distance in space opposes to our ordinary perceptions. In all such cases, it is of course not our hearing or smelling which suddenly becomes miraculously powerful, but another magic power which causes impressions on the mind like those produced by the eye and the ear. The oldest well-authenticated instance of magic hearing is probably that of Hyrcanus, the high priest of the Jews, who, while burning incense in the temple, heard a voice saying, "Now Antiochus has been slain by thy sons." The news was immediately proclaimed to the people, and sometime afterward messengers came announcing that Antiochus had thus perished as he approached Samaria, which he had desired to relieve from the besieging army under the sons of Hyrcanus. A still more striking instance is also reported by a trustworthy author. A man in Alexandria, Egypt, saw, as he returned home about midnight, the statues before the great temple moved aside from their seats and heard them call out to him that the emperor had been slain by Phocas. Though thoroughly frightened, he hastened to the authorities, reporting his adventure. He was carried before Peter, the viceroy of Egypt, and ordered to keep silence. 9 days later, however, the official news came that the emperor had been murdered. It is evident that the knowledge of the event came to him in some mysterious way, and for an unknown purpose, but that what he saw and heard was purely the work of his imagination, which became the vehicle of the revelation. There exists a long, almost unbroken series of similar phenomena through the entire course of modern history, of which but a few can here find space. Richelieu tells us in his memoirs that the Prévost des Maréchaux of the city of Pithiviers was one night engaged in playing cards in his house, when he suddenly hesitated, fell into a deep musing, and then, turning to his companions, said solemnly, "The king has just been murdered." These words made a deep impression upon all the members of the assembly, which afterward changed into genuine terror when it became known that on the same evening, at the same hour of 4:00 p.m., Henry IV had really been murdered. Nor was this a solitary case, for on the same day a girl of 14, living near the city of Orleans, had asked her father, Simon, what a king was. Upon his replying that it was the man who commanded all Frenchmen, she had exclaimed, "Great God, I have this moment heard somebody tell me that he was murdered." It seems that the minds of men were just then everywhere deeply interested in the fate of the king, and hence their readiness to anticipate an event which was no doubt very generally apprehended. Even from abroad, numerous letters had been received announcing his death beforehand. In the two cases mentioned, this excitement had risen to divination. The author of the famous Zauber Bibliothek, Horst, mentions that his father, a well-known missionary, was once traveling in the company with the well-known Hebrew scholar Wiedemann, while a third companion, ordinarily engaged with them in converting Jews, was out at sea. It was a fine, bright day, no rain or wind visible, even at a distance. Wiedemann had walked for some time in deep silence, apparently engaged in praying, when suddenly he stopped and said, "Monsieur Horst, take your diary and write down that our companion is at this moment exposed to great peril by water. The storm will last until night, and the danger will be fearful, but the Lord will mercifully preserve him and the vessel, and no lives will be lost. Write it down carefully, so that when our friend returns, we may jointly thank God for his great mercy." The missionary did so, and when the three friends were united once more, their diaries were compared, and it appeared that the statement had been exact in all its details. Clairvoyance, as far as it implies the seeing of persons or the witnessing of events at a great distance, is counted among the most frequent gifts of early saints, and St. Augustine mentions a number of remarkable cases. Not only absent friends and their fate were thus beheld by privileged Christians, but even the souls of departing saints were seen as they were borne to heaven by angelic hosts. The same exceptional gifts were apparently granted to the early Jesuit fathers. Thus Xavier once saw distinctly a whole naval expedition sailing against the pirates of Malacca and defeating them in a great naval battle. He had himself caused the fleet to be sent from Sumatra, and remained during the whole time in a trance. He had fallen down unconscious at the foot of the altar, where he had been fervently praying for a long time, and during his unconsciousness he saw not only a general image of what was occurring at a distance of 200 Portuguese leagues, but every detail, so that upon recovering from the trance he could announce to his brethren the good news of a great victory, of the loss of only 3 lives, and of the very day and hour on which the official report would be received. Queen Margaret, not always reliable, still seems to state well-known facts only when she tells us in her famous memoirs the visions of her mother, the great Queen Catherine de' Medici. The latter was lying dangerously ill at Metz when King Charles, a sister, and another brother of Margaret of Valois, the Duke of Lorraine, and a number of eminent persons of both sexes were assembled around what was believed to be her deathbed. She was delirious and suddenly cried out, "Just see how they run! My son is victorious! Great God, raise him up! He has fallen! Do you see the Prince of Condé there? He is dead!" Everybody thought she was delirious, but on the next evening a messenger came bringing the news of the Battle of Jarnac, and as he mentioned the main events, she calmly turned to her children, saying, "Ah, I saw it all yesterday." It seems as if, in times of great and general expectation, when bloody battles are fought, and the destiny of empires hangs in the scales, the minds of the masses become so painfully excited that the most sensitive among them fall into a kind of trance, and then perceive, by magic powers of divination, what is taking place at great distances. This overexcitement is, moreover, not unknown to men of the highest character, and the greatest erudition. Calvin, whose stern, clear-sighted judgment abhorred all superstition, nevertheless once saw a battle between Catholics and Protestants with all its details. Swedenborg, whose religious enthusiasm never interfered with his scrupulous candor, saw more than once with his mind's eye events occurring at a distance of hundreds of miles. His vision of the Great Fire at Stockholm is too well authenticated to admit of doubt. Not less reliable are the accounts of another vision he had at Amsterdam in the presence of a large company. While engaged in animated conversation, he suddenly changed countenance and became silent. The persons near him saw that he was under the influence of some strong impression. After a few moments he seemed to recover, and, overwhelmed with questions, he at last reluctantly said, "In this hour the Emperor Peter IV of Russia has suffered death in his prison." It was ascertained afterwards that the unfortunate sovereign had died on that day and in the manner indicated. Among modern seers, the most remarkable was probably the well-known poet Émile Deschamps, who published in 1838 interesting accounts of his own experiences. When he was only 8 years old, it was decided that he should leave Paris and be sent to Orleans. This troubled him sorely, and in his great grief, he found some little comfort in setting his lively fancy to work and to imagine what the new city would be like. When he reached Orleans, he was extremely surprised to recognize the streets, the shops, and even the names on the signboards. Everything was exactly as he had seen it in his daydreams. While he was yet there, he saw his mother, whom he had left in Paris, in a dream, rising gently heavenwards with a palm branch in her hand, and heard her voice, very faint but silvery, call to him, "Émile, Émile, my son." She had died in the same night, uttering these words with her departing breath. Later in life, he often heard strange but enchanting music while in a state of partial ecstasis. He saw distant events, and, among others, distinctly described a barricade, the defenders of the adjoining house, and certain events connected with the fight at that spot, as they happened in Paris on the same day. A still higher power of divination enables men to read in the faces and form of others, even of totally unknown persons, not only the leading traits of their character, but even the nature of their former lives. There can be no doubt that every important event in our life leaves a more or less perceptible trace behind, which the acute and experienced observer may learn to read with tolerable distinctness and accuracy. It is well known how the study of the human face enables us thus to discern one secret after another, and how really great men have possessed the power to judge of the capacity of generals or statesmen to serve them by natural instinct and without any effort. We say of specially endowed men of this class that they can read the souls of men, and what is most interesting is the well-established fact that the purer the mind and the freer from selfishness and conceit, the greater this power to feel, as it were, the character of others. Hence the superiority of women in this respect, hence especially the unfailing instinct of children, which enables them instantly to distinguish affected love from real love, and makes them shrink, often painfully, from contact with evil men. When this power reaches in older men a high degree of perfection, it enters within the limits of magic, and in this form was well known to the ancients. The Neoplatonic Plotinus is reported, by Porphyrius, to have been almost marvelously endowed with such divining powers. He revealed to his pupils the past and the future events of their lives alike, and once charged the author himself with cherishing thoughts of suicide when no one else suspected such a purpose. In like manner, we are told, Ancus Nevius, the famous augur of the first Tarquins, could read all he desired to know in the faces of others. The saints of the Church were naturally as richly endowed, and from Filippo Neri to Xavier, nearly all possessed this peculiar gift of divination. But other men also, and by no means always those most abundantly endowed with mental superiority, have frequently a peculiar talent of this kind. Thus the well-known writer Ciocca, the author of the admirable work Hours of Devotion, gives in his autobiographical work Steptachou a full account of his peculiar gifts as a seer, which contains the following principal facts. At the moment when an utter stranger was first introduced to him, he saw a picture of his whole previous life rising gradually before his mind's eye, resembling somewhat a long dream, but clear and closely connected. During this time he would, contrary to his general custom, lose sight of the visitor's face and no longer hear his voice. He used to treat these involuntary revelations at first as mere idle fancies, till one day he was led by a kind of supportive impulse to tell his family the secret history of a seamstress who had just left the room, and whom he had never seen before. It was soon ascertained that all he had stated was perfectly true, though known only to a very few persons. From that time he treated these visions more seriously, taking pains to repeat them in a number of cases to the persons whom they concerned, and to his own great amazement, they turned out in every case to be perfectly accurate. The author adds one case of peculiarly striking nature. One day, he says, I reached the town of Waldshut, accompanied by 2 young foresters, who are still alive. It was dusk, and, tired by our walk, we entered an inn called the Grapevine. We took our supper at the public table in company with numerous guests who happened to be laughing at the oddities and the simplicity of the Swiss, their faith in Mesmer, in Lavater's system of the physiognomy, and so forth. One of my companions, hurt in his national pride, asked me to make a reply, especially with regard to a young man sitting opposite to us, whose pretentious airs and merciless laughter had been peculiarly offensive. It so happened that, a few moments before, the main events in the life of this person had passed before my mind's eye. I turned to him and asked him if he would answer me candidly upon being told the most secret parts of his life by a man who was so complete a stranger to him as I was. That, I added, would certainly go even beyond Lavater's power to read faces. He promised to confess it openly, if I stated facts. Thereupon I related all I had seen in my mind, and informed thus the whole company at table of the young man's history, the events of his life at school, his petty sins, and at last a robbery which he had committed by pilfering his employer's strong-box. I described the empty room with its whitewashed walls and brown door, near which on the right hand a small black money-box had been standing on a table, and other details. As long as I spoke there reigned a death-like silence in the room, which was only interrupted by my asking the young man, from time to time, if all I said was not true. He admitted everything, although evidently in a state of utter consternation, and at last, deeply touched by his candor, I offered him my hand across the table and closed my recital. This popular writer, a man of unblemished character, who died in 1850, regretted by a whole nation, makes this account of his own prophetic power still more interesting by adding that he met at least once in his life another man similarly endowed. I once encountered, he says, while traveling with 2 of my sons, an old Tyrolese, a peddler of oranges and lemons, in a small inn half concealed in one of the narrow passes of the Jura Mountains. He fixed his eyes for some time upon my face, and then entered into conversation with me, stating that he knew me, although I did not know him, and then began, to the intense delight of the peasants who sat around us, and of my children, to chat about myself and my past life. How the old man had acquired his strange knowledge he could not explain to himself or to others, but he evidently valued it highly, while my sons were not a little astonished to discover that other men possessed the same gift which they had known only to exist in their father. It must not be forgotten that the human eye has, beyond question, often a power which far transcends the ordinary purposes of sight and approaches the boundaries of magic. There is probably no one who cannot recall scenes in which the soothing and cheering expression of gentle eyes has acted like a healing balm on wounded hearts, or others in which glances of fury and hatred have caused genuine terror and frightened the conscience. History records a number of instances, from the glance of the Savior, which made Peter go out and weep bitterly, to the piercing eye of a well-known English judge, which made criminals of every rank in society feel as if their very hearts lay open to the divining eye of a master. This peculiar and almost irresistible power of the eye has not inaptly been traced back to the Gorgon head of antiquity, a frightful image from Hades with a dreadful glance of the eye, as is said by Homer. This same fearful expression, chilling the blood and almost arresting the beating of the heart, is frequently mentioned in modern accounts of visions. Thus, the demon of Tedworth, recorded by Glanville, consisted of the vague outlines of a human face, in which only 2 bright, piercing eyes could be distinguished. In other cases, a faint vapor, barely recalling a human shape, arises before the beholder, and above it are seen the same terrible eyes, sent from the palace of Ace by fearful Persephonia. Magic divination in point of time includes the class of generally very vague and indefinite perceptions, which we call presentiments. These are, unfortunately, so universally mixed up with impressions produced after the occurrences, Vaticanium post eventum, that their value as interesting phenomena of magic is seriously impaired. There remains, however, in a number of cases, enough that is free from all spurious admixture to admit of being examined seriously. The ancients not only believed in this kind of foresight, but ascribed it, with Pythagoras, to revelations made by friendly spirits. In Holy Writ, it arises almost invariably, under direct inspiration from on high, to genuine prophecy. It reveals not only the fate of the seer, but also that of others, and even of whole nations. The details vary, of course, according to the prevailing spirit of the times. When Narses was ruling over Italy, a young shepherd in the service of Valerianus, a lawyer, was seized by the plague and fell into syncope. He recovered for a time, and then declared that he had been carried to heaven, where he had heard the names of all who in his master's house should die of the plague, adding that Valerianus himself would escape. After his death, everything occurred as he had predicted. An English minister, Mr. Dodd, one night felt an irresistible impulse to visit a friend of his who lived at some distance. He walked to his house, found the family asleep, but the father still awake and ready to open the door to his late visitor. The latter, very much embarrassed, thought it best to state the matter candidly, and confessed that he came for no ostensible purpose, and really did not know himself what made him do so. "But God knew it," was the answer, "for here is the rope with which I was just about to hang myself." It may be well presumed that the Reverend Mr. Dodd had some apprehensions of the state of mind of his friend, but that he should have felt prompted to call upon him just at that hour was certainly not a mere accident. The family of the great Goethe was singularly endowed with this power of presentiment. The poet's grandfather predicted both the great conflagration and the unexpected arrival of the German emperor, and a dream informed him beforehand of his election as alderman, and then as mayor of his native city. His mother's sister saw hidden things in her dreams. His grandmother once entered her daughter's chamber long after midnight in a state of great and painful excitement. She had heard in her own room a noise like the rustling of papers, and then deep sighs, and after a while a cold breath had struck her. Some time after this event, a stranger was announced, and when he appeared before her, holding a crumbled paper in his hand, she had barely strength enough to keep from fainting. When she recovered, her visitor stated that in the night of her vision, a dear friend of hers, lying on his deathbed, had asked for paper in order to impart to her an important secret. Before he could write, however, he had been seized by the death struggle, and after crumpling up the paper and uttering 2 deep sighs, he had expired. An indistinct scrawl was all that could be seen. Still, the stranger had thought it best to bring the paper. The secret concerned his now orphaned child, a girl whom Goethe's grandparents thereupon took home and cared for affectionately. Bourrienne tells us in his memoirs several instances of remarkable forebodings on the part of Napoleon's first wife, Josephine. Her mind was probably, by her education and the peculiar surroundings in which she passed her childhood, predisposed to receive vivid impressions of this kind, and to observe them with great care and deep interest. Thus, she almost invariably predicted the failure of such of her husband's enterprises as proved unsuccessful. After Bonaparte had moved into the Tuileries on the 18th Brumaire, she saw, while sitting in the room of poor Marie Antoinette, the shadow of the unfortunate queen rise from the floor, pass gently through the apartment, and vanish through the window. She fainted, and from that day predicted her own sad fate. On another occasion, the spirit of her first husband, Beauharnais, appeared before her with a gesture of solemn warning. She immediately turned to Napoleon, exclaiming, "Awake, awake, you are threatened by a great danger." There seemed to be, for some days, no ground for apprehension, but so strong were her fears that she secretly sent for the minister of police and entreated him to take special measures for the safety of the first consul. At 8 o'clock of the evening of the same day, the latter left the Tuileries on his way to the opera. A terrible explosion was heard in the Rue Saint-Nicaise, where conspirators attempted to blow up the dictator, and he narrowly escaped with his life. Josephine at once hastened to his side, and, after having most tenderly cared for the wounded, embraced Napoleon in public, with tears streaming down her face, and implored him hereafter to listen more attentively to her warnings. Napoleon, however, though superstitious enough firmly to believe in what he called his star, and even to see it shining in the heavens when no one else beheld it, never would admit the value of his wife's forebodings. Presentiments of this kind are most frequently felt before death, and it is now almost universally believed that the impending dissolution of the body relieves the spirit in many cases fully enough from its bondage to endow it with a clear and distinct anticipation of the coming event. A large number of historical personages have thus been enabled to predict the day, and many even the hour, of their own death. The Connétable de Bourbon, who was besieging Rome, addressed, according to Brantôme, on the day of the final assault, his troops, and told them he would certainly fall before the Eternal City, but without regret, if they proved victorious. Henry IV of France felt his death coming, according to the unanimous evidence of Sully, Latois, and Bassompierre, and said, before he entered his coach on the fatal day, "My friend, I would rather not go out today. I know I shall meet with misfortune." On the 16th of May, 1813, 4 days before the Battle of Bautzen, 2 of Napoleon's great officers, the Duke of Vicenza and Marshal Duroc, were in attendance at Dresden while the Emperor was holding a protracted conference with the Austrian ambassador. The clock was striking midnight when suddenly Duroc seized his companion by the arm and, with frightfully altered features, looking intently at him, said in trembling tones, "My friend, this lasts too long. We shall all of us perish, and he last of all. A secret voice tells me that I shall never see France again." It is well known that on the day of the battle, a cannonball, which had already killed General Kirchner, wounded Duroc also mortally, and when he lay on his deathbed, he once more turned to the Duke of Vicenza and reminded him of the words he had spoken in Dresden. The trustworthy author of 8 Months in Japan, N. Ludorf, tells us a remarkable instance of unconscious foreboding on the part of a common sailor. The American bark Greta was, in 1855, chartered to carry a great number of Russians who had been shipwrecked on board the frigate Diana during an earthquake at Samoda to the Russian port of Ayan. A sailor on board was very ill, and shortly before his death told his comrades that he would soon die, but that he was rather glad of it, as they would all be captured by the English, with whom Russia was then at war. The report of his prediction reached the ship's captain, but all the officers agreed that such an event was next to impossible. A dense fog was making the ship perfectly invisible, and no English fleet had as yet appeared in the Sea of Okhotsk, where the Russians had neither vessels nor forts to tempt the British. The whole force of the English in those waters was at that moment engaged in blockading the Russian fleet in the Bay of Castris in the Gulf of Tartary. Nevertheless, it so chanced that a British steamer, the corvette Barracuda, hove in sight on the 1st of August and captured the vessel, making the Russians prisoners of war. End of section 11. Section 12 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Modern Magic by Maximilian Schele De Vere. Divination, Second Sight. A special kind of divination, which has at times been evidenced in certain parts of Europe, and is not unknown to our northwestern Indians, consists in the perception of contemporaneous or future events during a brief trance. Generally, the seer looks with painfully raised eyelids fixedly into space, evidently utterly unconscious of all around him, and engaged in watching a distant occurrence. A peculiar feature of this phenomenon, familiar to all readers as second sight, is the exclusion of religious or supernatural matters. The visions are always strictly limited to events of daily life: deaths and births, battles and skirmishes, baptisms and weddings. The actors in these scenes are often personally unknown to the seer, and the transactions are as frequently beheld in symbols as in reality. A man who is to die a violent death may be seen with a rope around his neck, or headless, with a dagger plunged into his breast, or sinking into the water up to his neck. The sick man who is to expire in his bed will appear wrapped up in his winding sheet, in which case his person is more or less completely concealed, as his death is nearer or farther off. A friend or a messenger coming from a great distance is seen as a faint shadow, and a murderer or a thief as a wolf or a fox. Another peculiar feature of second sight is the fact that the same visions are very frequently beheld by several persons, although the latter may live far apart and have nothing in common with each other. The phenomena are sporadic in Germany and Switzerland. In the Dauphiné and the Caventes, they occur in larger numbers and are often hereditary in certain families. In Denmark, the Scottish Highlands, and the Faroe Islands. In Gaelic, the persons thus gifted are called tashatrim, seers of shadows, or physician, possessing knowledge beforehand. Hence, they have been most thoroughly studied in those countries, and Mr. Martin has gathered all that could be learnt of second sight in the Shetlands in a work of great interest. Here the phenomena are not infrequently accompanied by magic hearing also, as when funerals are seen in visions, and at the same time the chants of the bystanders and even the words of the preacher are distinctly heard. The most marked form of this feature is the taisk or wraith, a cry uttered by a person who is soon to die, and heard by the seer. The dwellers on those remote islands are also in the habit of smelling an odor of fish, often weeks and months before the latter appear in their waters. A special kind of divination exists in Wales and on the Isle of Man, where the approaching death of friends is revealed by so-called body lights, Calabiran Court. The entirely unselfish character of second sight must not be overlooked, as far as it increases in a high degree the value of such phenomena and adds to their authenticity. In the great majority of cases, the persons and events seen under such circumstances are of no interest to the seer. They are frequently utterly strange and unknown to him, and hence find no sympathy in his heart. It appears as if, by some unknown and hence magic process, a window was opened for the soul to look out and behold whatever may happen to be presented to the inner vision. This image is then transferred to the outer eye, and the seer's imagination makes him believe that he sees in reality what is revealed to him by this mysterious process. Hence also the facts that persons gifted with second sight, so far from laboring under diseases of any kind, are almost without exception simple, frugal men, free from chronic affections, and perfect strangers to hysterics, spasms, or nervous sufferings. Insanity and suicide are as unknown to them as drunkenness, and no case of selfish interest or willful imposture has ever been recorded in connection with second sight. This does not imply, however, that efforts have not been made by others to profit by the strange gifts of such persons, but even the career of the famous Duncan Campbell, a deaf and dumb Scot, who, in the beginning of the last century, created an immense sensation in London, only proved anew the well-known disinterestedness of these seers. In many instances, the gift of second sight is treated with indifference and hardly noticed. Such was the case with Lord Nelson, who is reported to have exhibited the gift of a kind of second sight, at least in 2 well-authenticated cases, related by Sir Thomas Hardy to Admiral Dundas, and quoted by Dr. Mayo, as he had the account from the latter. Captain Hardy heard Nelson order the commander of a frigate to shake out all the sails to sail towards a certain place where he would, in all probability, meet the French fleet, and as soon as he had made it out, to run into a certain port and there to wait for Nelson's arrival. When the officer had left the cabin, Nelson turned to Hardy, saying, "He will go to the West Indies, he will see the French, he will make the port I told him to make, but he will not wait for me. He will sail for England." The commander actually did so. In this case, however, Nelson may possibly have only given a striking evidence of his power to read the character of men and to draw his conclusions as to their probable action. In the following instance, his knowledge appeared, on the contrary, as a magic phenomenon. It was shortly before the Battle of Trafalgar, when an English frigate was made out at such a distance that her position could not be accurately ascertained. Suddenly, Nelson turned to Hardy, who was standing by his side, and said, "The frigate has been sighted by the French." Hardy had nothing to say in reply. "She sights the French. She will fire presently." In an instant, the low sound of a signal shot was heard afar off. In other cases, the curious gift is born with great impatience and becomes a source of intense suffering. This is certainly very pardonable in men who read impending death in the features of others, and hence are continually subject to heart-rending impressions. Sometimes the moribund appears as if he had been lying in his grave already for several days. At other times, he is seen wrapped up in his shroud or in the act of expiring. In some parts of Germany, the approaching death of a neighbor is announced by the appearance of death itself, not in the familiar mythological form, but as a white, luminous appearance, which either stops before the house of the person who is to die soon, or actually enters it and places itself by the side of the latter. Occasionally, the image is seen to fill the seat or to walk in a procession in the place of a man as yet in perfect health, who nevertheless soon falls a victim to some disease or sudden attack. Second sight is, like all similar magic phenomena, frequently mentioned in the writings of the ancients. Homer mentions a case in his Odyssey. Apollonius of Tyana was delivering an oration at Ephesus when he suddenly stopped in the middle of a sentence and beheld in a vision the Emperor Domitian at Rome, in the act of succumbing to his murderers. He fell into a kind of trance, his eyes became fixed, and he exclaimed in an unnatural voice, "Down with the tyrant!" Henry IV, when still Prince of Navarre, saw on the eve of St. Bartholomew several drops of blood falling upon the green cloth of a card table at which he was seated in company with several courtiers. The latter beheld the fearful and ominous sight as well as he himself. German writings abound with the instances of men having seen their own funeral several days before their death, and in many instances the warning is reported to have had a most salutary effect in causing them to repent of their sins and to prepare for the impending summons. One of the most remarkable instances is that of a distinguished professor of divinity, Dr. Lysius, in Königsberg. He had inherited special magic power through many generations from an early ancestor who saw a funeral of a very peculiar nature, with all the attending circumstances, long before it actually took place. He himself had his first revelation when, lying in bed awake, he saw suddenly his chamber quite light and something like a man's shadow pass him, while on his mind, not on his ear, fell the words, "Umbra matris tua." Although his mother had just written to him that she was in unusually good health and spirits, she had died that very night. On another occasion, he astonished his friends by telling them what a superb new building he had seen erected in Königsberg, giving all the details of church and schoolroom to a little gate in a narrow alley. Many years afterwards, such a building was really erected there, and he himself called to occupy part of it when that little gate became his favorite entrance. Although he had many such visions, and his wife, succumbing to the contagious influence of magic powers, also foresaw more than one important event, he sternly refused to attach any weight to his own forebodings or those of other persons. Thus, a poor woman, possessing the gift of second sight, once came to some members of his family and told them she had seen 7 funerals leave his house. When this was reported to him, he denounced the superstition as unchristian and forbade its being mentioned again in his presence. But although there was not a sick person in the house at the time, and even the older members of the family were unusually hale and hearty, in a few weeks everyone in the house was dangerously ill, the head of the family alone excepted, and as 3 only escaped, the 7 deaths which had been foreseen actually took place. The annals of Swedish history record a remarkable case of this kind. The scene was the old castle of Gripsholm, near Stockholm, a place full of terrible reminiscences, and more than once made famous by strange mysteries. A great state dinner, given to a Prince of Baden, had just ended when one of the guests, Count Fröhlich, suddenly gazed fixedly at the great door of the dining hall, and when he regained his composure, declared that he had just seen their princely guest walk in, wearing a different uniform from that in which he was actually dressed, as he sat in the place of honor. It was, however, a custom of the princes to wear one costume one day and another the next, and thus to change regularly. Count Fröhlich had seen him in that which he would accordingly wear the next day. The impression was beginning to wear away, and the accident was nearly forgotten, when suddenly a great disturbance was heard without. Servants came running in, women were heard crying, and even the officers on guard were seriously disturbed. The report was that King Eric's ghost had been seen. On the following day, the Prince of Baden was thrown from his carriage and instantly killed. His body was brought back to Gripsholm. Here also we meet again with the exceptional powers granted to Goethe. He had just parted with one of his many loves, the fair daughter of the minister of Drusenheim, Frederica, and was riding in deep thought upon the footpath when he suddenly saw, quote, "not with the eyes of the body, but of the spirit," end quote, his own self in a new light gray coat, laced with gold, riding toward him. When he made an effort to shake off the impression, the vision disappeared. It is strange, however, he tells himself, that I found myself, 8 years later, riding on that same road in order to see Frederica once more, and was then dressed, by accident and not from choice, in the costume of which I had dreamt. A kindred spirit, Sir Humphrey Davy, had once a vision, which, strangely enough, was fulfilled more than once. In his attractive work, Consolations in Travel, he relates how he saw, when suffering of jail fever, the image of a beautiful woman with whom he soon entered into a most interesting conversation. He was at the time warmly attached to a lady, but the vision represented a girl with brown hair, blue eyes, and blooming complexion, while his lady-love was pale and had dark eyes and dark hair. His mysterious visitor came frequently, as long as he was really sick, but as his strength returned, her visits became rarer, and at last ceased altogether. He forgot about it entirely, but 10 years later, he suddenly met in Illyria a girl of about 14 or 15 years, who strikingly resembled the image he had seen, and now recalled in all its details. Another 10 years passed, and the great chemist met once more in traveling a person who as strikingly resembled his first vision, and became indebted to her tender care and kindness for the preservation of his life. In some parts of the world, this gift of second sight assumes very peculiar forms. In Africa, for instance, and especially in the countries adjoining the Sahara, men and women are found who possess alike the power of seeing coming events beforehand. More than once, European travelers have been hospitably received by natives who had been warned of their coming. Richardson tells us in his graphic account of his mission to Central Africa that his arrival had been thus announced to the chief and the people of Tintalis in these words, quote, "A caravan of Englishmen is on the way from Tripoli to come to you." End quote. The seer was an old Negro woman, a reputed witch, who had a great reputation for anticipating events. In the Isle of France, we learn from James Prior in his Voyage in the Indian Seas, there are many men who can see vessels at a distance of several hundred miles. One of them described accurately and minutely the wreck of a ship on the coast of Madagascar, from whence it was to bring provisions. A woman expecting her lover on board another ship inquired of one of these seers if he could give her any comfort. He replied promptly that the vessel was only 3 days' sail from the island, and that her friend was then engaged in washing his linen. The ship arrived at the appointed time, and the man corroborated the seer's statement. The great navigator relates even more surprising feats accomplished by the director of signals, Schele, who saw vessels distinctly at a distance of from 60 to 100 sea miles. Their image appeared to him on the horizon in the shape of a light brown cloud with faint outlines, but yet distinctly enough to enable him to distinguish the size of the vessel, the nature of its rigging, and the direction in which it was sailing. Second hearing seems to be limited to the eastern part of Scotland, where it occurs occasionally in whole families. Mrs. Crowe mentions, for instance, a man and his wife in Berwickshire who were both aroused at night by a loud cry which they at once recognized as peculiar to their son. It appeared afterwards that he had perished at sea in that night, and at the same hour when the cry was heard. In another case, a man in Perthshire was waked by his wife, who told him that no doubt their son had been drowned, for she had distinctly heard the splash as he fell into the water, and had been aroused by the noise. Here the foreboding proved to be true. The man had fallen from the yardarm, and disappeared before a boat could be lowered, although his fall had been heard by all aboard. It must finally be mentioned that second sight has been noticed not in men only, but even in animals. Horses especially seem to be extremely sensitive to all magic influences, and accounts of their peculiar conduct under trying circumstances are both numerous and perfectly well authenticated. Thus, a minister in Lindholm, the Reverend Mr. Hanson, owned a perfectly gentle and good-natured horse, which all of a sudden refused to stand still in his stable, began to tremble and give all signs of great fear, and finally kicked and reared so wildly that he had to be removed. As soon as he was placed in another stable, he calmed down and became perfectly quiet. It was at last discovered that a person endowed with second sight had ascribed the strange behavior of the horse to the fact that a coffin was being made before his open stable, and that the horse could not bear the sight. The man was laughed at, but not long after, the minister's wife died, and for some special reasons, the coffin was actually made in full view of the former stable of the horse. Dogs also have been reported, in almost innumerable cases, to have set up a most painful howling before the approaching death of inmates in a house where they were kept. In England, and in Germany especially, they are considered capable of seeing supernatural beings. When they are seen to cower down of a sudden, and to press close to the feet of their masters, trembling often in all their limbs, and looking up most piteously, as if for help, popular belief says, all is not right with the dog, or he sees more than men can see. The memory of Balaam's ass rises instinctively in our mind, and we feel that this part of creation, which groaneth with us for salvation, and which was included among those for whose sake the Lord spared Nineveh, may see what is concealed from our eyes. Samuel Wesley tells us expressly how a dog, specially bought for the purpose of frightening away the evil-disposed men who were, at first, suspected of causing the nightly disturbances at the parsonage, barked but once the first night, and after that exhibited, upon the recurrence of those noises, quite as much terror as the children. Nor are dogs and horses the only animals considered capable of perceiving, by special instinct of their own, the working of supernatural agencies. During a series of mysterious disturbances in a German village, the chickens fled in terror from the garden, and the cattle refused to enter the enclosure when the appearances were seen. Swiss herdsmen have a number of stories concerning fade places in the Alps to which neither caress nor compulsion can induce their herds to go, even when pasture is rare everywhere else, and rich grass seems to tempt them to come to the abhorred meadows. Storks have been known to have abandoned the roof tree on which for years they had built their nest, and in every case the forsaken house was burnt during the summer. This and other peculiarities of sagacious animals have been specially noticed in Denmark, where all animals are called synsk, seers, when they are believed to possess the gift of second sight. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Modern Magic by Maximilian Schele De Vere. Section 13. Divination, Oracles, and Prophecies. The highest degree of divination is the actual foretelling of events which are yet to happen. The immediate causes which awaken the gift are of the most varied character and often very curious. Thus a young Florentine Gasparo, who had been wounded by an arrow and could not be relieved, began in his fearful suffering to pray incessantly, day and night. This excited him to such a degree that he finally foretold not only the name of his visitors, but also the hour at which they would come, and finally the day of his complete recovery. He also knew by the same instinct that later in life he would go to Rome and die there. When the iron point was at last removed from his wound, his health began to improve, and at once his prophetic gift left him and never returned. He went, however, to Rome and really died in the Eternal City. The priests of Apollo at Colophon intoxicated themselves with the water of his fountain, which was as famous for bestowing the gift of prophecy as Aesculapius's well at Pergamus and the springs near his temple at Pellina. In other temples, vapors were inhaled by the prophetic priests. In the prophet schools of the Israelites, music seems to have played a prominent part, for Samuel told Saul he would meet at the hill of Gad a company of prophets coming down from the high place with a psaltery and a tabret and a pipe before them. The Jews possessed, however, also other means to aid in divining. Joseph had his cup, a custom still prevalent in the East, and the high priest, before entering into the holiest, put up on the thummim with its 6 dark jewels and the urim, with its 6 light-colored jewels, whereupon the brilliant sparkling of the precious stones and the rich fumes of incense combined with the awful sense of the presence of Jehovah in predisposing his mind to receive revelations from on high. The false prophets of Baal, on the contrary, tried to produce like effects by bloody means. They cut themselves with knives and lancets till the blood gushed out upon them, and then they prophesied. It has already been mentioned that in India the glance was fixed upon the navel until the divine light began to shine before the mind's eye. In other words, until a trance is induced and visions begin to appear. The changes which immediately precede dissolution seem, finally, to be the most favorable to a development of prophetic powers. Already Aretius the Cappadocian said that the mind of many dying persons was perfectly clear, penetrating and prophetic, and mentions a number of cases in which the dying had begun to converse with the dead, or foretold the fate of those who stood by their bedside. Thus Homer also makes dying Hector warn Achilles of his approaching end, and Calenus, when in the act of ascending the funeral pile, replies to Alexander's question if he had any request to make. "No, I have nothing to ask, for I shall see you the day after tomorrow." And on that day the young conqueror died. Suetonius reports that the Emperor Augustus was passing away almost imperceptibly when he suddenly shuddered and said that 40 youths were carrying him off. It so happened that when the end came, 40 men of his bodyguard were ordered to raise and convey the body to another room in the palace. There are a few cases known in which apparently dying persons, after delivering such prophecies, have recovered and retained the exceptional gift during the remainder of their lives, but these instances are rare and require confirmation. As all magic phenomena are liable to be mixed up with delusion and imposture, so divination of this kind has also been frequently imitated for personal or political purposes. The ancient oracles already gave frequently answers full of irony and sly humor. The story of King Alexander of Epirus is well known, who was warned by the oracle at Dodona to keep away from the Acherusian waters, and then perished in the river Acros in Italy. Thus Henry IV of England had been told that he would die at Jerusalem. He thought only of Palestine, but met his death unconsciously in a room belonging to the Abbey of Westminster, which bore the name of the Holy City. In Spain, Ferdinand the Catholic received warning that he would die at Madrigal, and hence carefully avoided the city of that name. But when his last illness overtook him at an obscure little town, he found that it was called Madrigala, or Little Madrigal. The historian Mariana also mentions the despair of the famous favorite Don Alvarez de Luna, whom an astrologer had warned against Cadahalso, a village near Toledo. The unfortunate man died on the scaffold, which is also called Cadahalso. In France, it was the fate of the superstitious Queen Catherine de' Medici to experience a similar mortification. The famous Nostradamus had predicted that she would die in Saint-Germain, and she carefully avoided that palace. But when her last end came, she found herself sinking helpless into the arms of a courtier called Saint-Germain. Nor is there any want of false prophecies from the time when Jeremiah complained that a wonderful and horrible thing is committed in the land. The people prophesy falsely, to the great money crisis in 1857, which filled the land with predictions of the approaching end. Periods of great political or religious excitement invariably produce a few genuine and a host of spurious prophets, which represent the sad forebodings filling the mind of a distressed nation and avail themselves of the credulity of all great sufferers. Some of the most absurd prophecies have nevertheless caused a perfect panic, extending in some cases throughout whole countries. Thus, in 1578, a famous astrologer, the father of all weather prophecies in our almanacs, predicted that in the month of February 1524, when 3 planets should enter at once the constellation of the Fishes, a second deluge would destroy the earth. The report reached Emperor Charles V, who submitted the matter to his Spanish theologians and astrologers. They investigated it with solemn gravity and found it very formidable. From Spain, the panic spread through the whole country of Europe. When February came, thousands left their houses and sought refuge on mountain and hilltop. Others hoped to escape on board ships, and a rich president at Toulouse actually built himself a second ark. When the deluge did not take place, divines and diviners were by no means abashed. They declared that God had this time also taken pity upon sinful men in consideration of the fervent prayer of the faithful, as he had done before in the case of Nineveh. The fear of the Last Judgment has at all times so filled the minds of men as to make them readily believe a prediction of the approaching end of the world, an event which, it is well known, the apostles, Martin Luther, and certain modern divines have persistently thought immediately impending. Sects have arisen at various epochs, who have looked forward to the second advent with a sincerity of conviction of which they gave striking and even most fearful evidence. The Millerites of the Union have more than once predicted the coming of Christ, and in anticipation of the near advent, disposed of their property, assumed the white robes in which they were to ascend to heaven, and even mounted into the topmost branches of trees to shorten the journey. In Switzerland, a young woman of Bern became so excited by the coming of judgment, which she fixed upon the next Easter day, that she prophesied daily, gathered a number of followers around her, and actually had her own grandfather strangled in order to save his soul before the approaching advent. Not unfrequently, prophecies are apparently delivered by intermediate agents, angels, demons, or peculiarly marked persons. It was no doubt an effect of the deep and continued excitement felt by Caius Cassius that his mind was filled with the image of murdered Caesar, and hence he could very easily fancy he saw his victim in his purple cloak. Horse and rider of gigantic proportions suddenly appear in the din of the battle at Philippi, riding down upon him with wild passion. It is well known that the impression was strong enough to make him, who had never yet turned his back upon the enemy, seek safety in flight and cry out, "What more do you want if murder does not finish you?" It must lastly be borne in mind that prophecies have not remained as sterile as other magical phenomena. Already, Herder mentions the advantages of ancient oracles. He says, quote, "Many a tyrant and criminal was publicly marked by the divine voice of oracles when it foretold their fate. In like manner, it has saved many an innocent person, given good advice to the helpless, lent divine authority to noble institutions, made known works of art, and sanctioned great moral truths, as well as wholesome maxims of state policy." Unquote. It need hardly be added that the prophets of Israel were the main upholders of the religious life as well as the morality of the chosen people. While the priests remained stationary in their views and contented themselves with performing the ceremonial service of the temple, the prophets preserved the true faith and furthered its gradually widening revelation. In their case, however, divination was so clearly the result of divine inspiration that their prophecies can hardly be classed among magic phenomena. The ground which they have in common with merely human forebodings and divinings is the state of trance in which alone prophets seem to have foretold the future, whether we believe this ecstatic condition to have been caused by music, long protracted prayer, or the direct agency of the Holy Spirit. This ecstasy was in the case of almost all the oracles of antiquity brought on by inhaling certain gases which rose from the soil and produced often most fearful symptoms in the unfortunate persons employed for the purpose. At the same time, they were rarely free from an addition of artifice, as the priests not only filled the mind of the Pythonist beforehand with thoughts of suggestion by their own wisdom and political experience, but the latter also frequently employed her skill as a ventriloquist in order to increase the force of her revelations. Hence the fact that almost all the Greek oracles proceeded from deep caves, in which, as at Dodona and Delphi, carbonic gas was developed in abundance. Hence also the name of ventriloqua vates, which was commonly given to the Delphi Pythia. The oldest of these oracles, that at Dodona, foretold events for nearly 2,000 years, and even survived the almost universal destruction of such institutions at the time of Christ. It did not actually cease till the 3rd century, when an Illyrian robber cut down the sacred tree. The oracle of Zeus Trophonius in Boeotia spoke through the patients who were brought to the caves, where they became somnambulists, had visions, and answered the questions of the priests while they were in this condition. The Romans also had their somnambulist prophets from the early days, and whenever the state was in danger, the Sibylline books were consulted. Christianity made an end to all such divination in Italy as in Greece. It is strange that the vast scheme of Egyptian superstition shows us no oracles whatever, but among the Germans, prophets were all the more numerous. They foretold war or peace, success or failure, and exercised a powerful influence on all affairs. One of the older prophetesses, Veleda, who lived in an isolated tower and allowed herself to be but rarely consulted, was held in high esteem even by the Romans. The Celts had in like manner prophet druids, some of whom became well known to the Romans, and are reported to have foretold the fate of the emperors Aurelian, Diocletian, and Severus. We have the authority of Josephus for the continuance of prophetic power in Israel even after the coming of Christ. He tells us of Jesus, the son of Ananus, who ran for 7 years and 5 months through the streets of Jerusalem proclaiming the coming ruin and, while crying out, "Woe is me!" was struck and instantly killed by a stone from one of the siege engines of the Romans. Josephus himself passes for a prophet, having predicted the fall of the city of Jotapata 47 days in advance, his own captivity, and the imperial dignity of Vespasian as well as of Titus. Of northern prophets, Merlin is probably the most widely known. He was a Celtic bard called Myrddin, and his poems, written in the 7th century, were looked upon as accurate descriptions of many subsequent events, such as the exploits of Joan of Arc. In the 16th century, Nostradamus took his place, whose prophetic verses, Vraie Zoanthropy et Prophétie, are to this day current among the people, and now and then reappear in leading journals. He had been a professor of medicine in the University of Montpellier, and died in 1566, enjoying a worldwide reputation as an astrologer. His brief and often enigmatical verses have never lost their hold on credulous minds, and a few striking instances have, even in our century, largely revived his credit. Such was, for instance, the stanza, "Un empereur naîtra près d'Italie, qui à l'empire sera vendu très cher. Diront avec quels gens il se ralliait, qu'on trouvera, ma prince, que bûcher," which was naturally applied to the great Napoleon and his marshals. Another northern prophet, whose predictions are still quoted, was the Archbishop of Armagh, Malachius, who in 1130 foretold the fate of all coming popes. As in almost all similar cases, here also the accidental coincidences have been carefully noted, and pompously proclaimed, while the many unfulfilled prophecies have been as studiously concealed. It is curious, however, that he distinctly predicted the fate of Pius VI, whom he spoke of as vir apostolicus moriens in exilo. He died 1799 an exile in Valence, and that he characterized Pius IX as crux de cruce. Saint Bridget of Sweden had the satisfaction of seeing her prophecies approved of by the Council of Bale. They were translated subsequently into almost every living language, and are still held in high esteem by thousands in every part of Europe. The most prominent name among English prophets is probably that of Archbishop Usher, who predicted Cromwell's fate and many events in England and Ireland, the result, no doubt, of great sagacity and a remarkable power of combination, but exceeding in many instances the ordinary measure of human wisdom. An entirely different prophet was Rhys Evans, who, fixing his eye upon the hollow of his hand, saw there images of Lord Fairfax, Cromwell, and 4 other crowned heads appearing one after the other. Thus, it is said, he predicted the protectorate and the reign of 4 sovereigns of the House of Stuart. Jane Lead, a most extraordinary and mysterious person, founded in 1697, when she had reached the age of 74, her so-called Philadelphian Society, a prominent member of which was the famous Portage, formerly a minister and then a physician. This very vain woman maintained that she was inspired in the same manner as St. John in Patmos, and that she was compelled by the power of the Holy Spirit to foretell the future. In spite of her erroneous announcement of the near millennium, she foretold many minor events with great accuracy, and was highly esteemed as a prophet. Dr. Portage had mainly visions of the future world, which were all characterized by a great purity of heart and wildness of imagination. Swedenborg also had many prophetic visions, but their fulfillment belongs exclusively to future life, and their genuineness firmly believed by the numerous and enlightened members of the new church cannot be proved to others in this world. One of the most remarkable cases of modern prophesying which has been officially recorded is connected with the death of Pope Ganganelli. The latter heard that a number of persons in various parts of Italy had predicted that he would soon end his life by a violent death. He attached sufficient importance to these reports to hand the matter over to a special commission previously appointed to examine grave charges which had been brought against the Jesuits, perhaps suspecting that the Order of Jesus was not unconnected with those predictions. Among the persons who were thereupon arrested was a simple, ignorant peasant girl, Beatrice Renzi, who told the gendarme very calmly, "Ganganelli has me arrested. Braschi will set me free," implying that the latter would be the next pope. The priest at Valentano, who was arrested on the same day, 12th of May, 1774, exclaimed quite joyously, "What happens to me now has been predicted 3 times already. Take these papers and see what my daughter, the Renzi, has foretold." Upon examination, it appears that the girl had fixed the Pope's day upon the day of equinoxes, in the month of September. She announced that he would proclaim a year of absolution, but not live to see it, that none of the faithful would kiss his foot, nor would they take him, as usual, to the Church of St. Peter. At the same time, she spoke of a fierce inward struggle through which the Holy Father would have to pass before his death. Soon after these predictions were made officially known to the Pope, the bull against the order of Jesuits was laid before him. The immense importance of such a decree and the evident dangers with which it was fraught caused him great concern, and when he one night rose from his bed to affix his signature, and, frightened by some considerations, threw away the pen, only to take it up at last and sign the paper. he suddenly recalled the prophecy of the peasant girl. He drove at once to a great prelate in Rome, who had formerly been the girl's confessor, and inquired of him about her character. The priest testified to her purity, her unimpeached honesty, and her simplicity, adding that in his opinion she was evidently favored by heaven with special and very extraordinary powers. Ganganelli was made furious by this suggestion, and insisted upon it that his commission should declare all these predictions wicked lies, the inspirations of the devil, and condemn the 62 persons who had been arrested to pay the extreme penalty in the castle of St. Angelo on the 1st of October. In the meantime, however, his health began to suffer, and his mind was more and more deeply affected. Beatrice Renzi had been imprisoned in a convent at Montefiascone. On the 22nd of September, she told the prioress that prayers might be held for the soul of the Holy Father. The latter informed the bishop of the place, and soon the whole town was in an uproar. Late in the afternoon, couriers brought the news that Ganganelli had suddenly died at 8 o'clock in the morning. The body began to putrefy so promptly that the usual ceremonies of kissing the Pope's feet and the transfer to St. Peter's became impossible. The most curious effects of the girl's predictions appeared, however, when the conclave was held to elect a successor. Many cardinals were extremely anxious that Braschi should not be elected, lest this should be interpreted as a confirmation of the prediction, and hence as the work of the evil one. Others again looked upon the girl's words as an indication from on high. They carried the day. Braschi was really chosen and ascended the throne as Pius VI. The commission, however, continued the work of investigation, and finally acquitted the Jesuits of the charge of collusion. Beatrice Renzi's predictions were declared to be supernatural, but suggested by the father of lies. The accused were all set free. The Bishop of Montefiascone, Mori, reported officially in 1804 that the girl had received a pension from Rome until the French invasion. Then she left the convent in which she had peacefully and quietly lived so long, and was not heard of again. The famous predictions of Jacques Cazot, a man of high literary renown and the greatest respectability, were witnessed by persons of impeachable character and have been repeatedly mentioned as authentic by eminent writers. Larbre, not the tutor of the Russian Emperor Alexander, reports them fully in his Œuvres choisies, etc., ceux du Boulard in his Encycle de Gens du Monde, and William Burt, who was present when they were made, in his Observations on the Curiosities of Nature. It is well known that Cazot had joined the sect of Martinists, and among these enthusiasts increased his natural sensitiveness and his religious fervor. With a mind thus predisposed to receive strong impressions from outside, and filled with fearful apprehensions of the future, it was no wonder that he should fall suddenly into a trance, and thus be enabled by extraordinary magical influences to predict the horrors of the Revolution, the sad fate of the king and queen, and his own tragic end. The report of his predictions, as made by Jean de Larbre, who only died in 1823, and with his well-established character and high social standing vouched for the genuineness of his experience, is substantially as follows. He had been invited in 1788 to meet at the palace of the Duchess de Gramont some of the most remarkable personages of the day, and found himself seated by the side of Malherbe. He noticed at a corner of the table Cazot, apparently in a deep fit of musing, from which he was only roused by the frequent toasts in which he was forced to join. When at last the guests seemed to be overflowing with fervent praises of modern philosophy and its brilliant victory over old religious superstitions, Cazot suddenly rose and in a solemn tone of voice, and with features agitated with deep emotion, said to them, "Gentlemen, you may rejoice, for you will all see that great imposing revolution which you so much desire. you, Monsieur Condorcet, will expire lying on the floor of a subterranean prison. You, Monsieur N, will die of poison. You, Monsieur N, will perish by the executioner's hand on the scaffold." They cried out, "Who on earth has made you think of prisons, poisons, and the executioner? What have these things to do with philosophy and the reign of reason, which we anticipate on and which you but just now congratulated us?" "That is exactly what I say," replied Cazotte. "In the name of philosophy, of reason, of humanity, and of freedom, all these things will be done, which I have foretold, and they will happen precisely when reason alone will reign and have its temples." "Certainly," replied Champfort. "You will not be one of the priests." "Not I," answered the latter, "but you, Monsieur de Champfort, will be one of them and deserve to be one. You will cut your veins in 22 places with your razor, and yet die only several months after that desperate operation. You, Monsieur Vic d'Azir, will not open your veins because the gout in your hands will prevent it, but you will get another person to open them 6 times for you the same day, and you will die in the night succeeding. You, Monsieur Nicolai, will die on the scaffold, and you, Monsieur Bailly, and you, Monsieur Malherbe." "God be thanked!" exclaimed Monsieur Richet. "It seems Monsieur Cazotte only deals with the members of the Academy." But Cazotte replied instantly, "You also, Monsieur Richet, will die on the scaffold, and they who sentence you, and others like you, will be nevertheless philosophers." "And when is all this going to happen?" asked several guests. "Within at most 6 years from today," was the reply. Larpe now asked, "And about me you say nothing, Cazotte?" The latter replied, "In you, sir, a great miracle will be done. You will be converted and become a good Christian." These words relieved the company, and all broke out into merry laughter. Now the Duchess of Gramont also took courage and said, "We women are fortunately better off than the men. Revolutions do not mind us." "Your sex, ladies," answered Cazotte, "will not protect you this time, and however careful you may be not to be mixed up with politics, you will be treated exactly like the men. You also, Duchess, with many ladies before and after you, will have to mount the scaffold, and more than that, they will carry you there on the hangman's cart, with your hands bound behind your back." The Duchess, perhaps looking upon the whole as a jest, said, smiling, "Well, I think I shall at least have a coach lined with black." "No, no," replied Cazotte, "the hangman's cart will be your last carriage, and even greater ladies than you will have to ride in it." "Surely not princesses of the royal blood?" asked the Duchess. "Still greater ones," answered Cazotte. "But they will not deny us a confessor?" she continued. "Yes," replied the other, "only the greatest of all, who will be executed, will have one." "But what will become of you, Monsieur Cazotte?" asked the guests, who began at last to feel thoroughly uncomfortable. "My fate," was the reply, "will be the fate of the man who called out 'Woe!' over Jerusalem before the last siege, and 'Woe!' over himself, while a stone thrown by the enemy ended his life." With these words, Cazotte bowed and withdrew from the room. However much of the details may have been subsequently added to the prediction, the fact of such a prophecy has never yet been impugned, and William Burt, who was a witness of the scene, emphatically endorses the account. Even the stern Calvinists have had their religious prophets, among whom Dussert is probably the most interesting. He established himself in 1686 in the Dauphiné, but extended his operations soon into the Cevennes, and thus prepared the great uprising of Protestants there in 1688, which led to fearful war and general devastation. Special gifts of prophecy were accorded to a few generally uneducated persons. But in these they appeared very strikingly, so that, for instance, many young girls belonging to the lowest classes of society and entirely unlettered were not only able to foretell coming events, but also to preach with great eloquence and to interpret Holy Writ. These phenomena became numerous enough to induce the Camisards, as the rebellious Protestants of the Cevennes were called, finally to form a regular system of inspiration. They spoke of 4 degrees of ecstasis. The first indication, the inspiring breath, the prediction, and the gifts. The last was the highest. The spirit of prophecy could be communicated by an inspired person to others. This was generally done by a kiss. Even children of 3 and 4 years were enabled to foretell the future, and persevered, although they were often severely punished by their parents, whom the authorities held responsible for their misconduct, as it was called. Nor has this gift of prophesying been noticed only in men of our own faith and our race. An author whose trustworthiness cannot be doubted for a moment, Jones Forbes, gives in his Oriental Memoirs an instance of the prophesying power of East Indian magicians, which is as well authenticated as remarkable. A Mr. Hodges has accidentally made the acquaintance of a young Brahmin, who, although unknown to the English residents, was famous among the natives for his great gifts. They became fast friends, and the Indian never ceased to urge Hodges to remain strictly in the path of duty, as by doing so he was sure to reach the highest honors. In order to enforce his advice, he predicted that he would rise from the post he then occupied as resident in Bombay to higher places till he would finally be appointed governor. The prediction was often discussed among Hodges' friends, and when fortune favored him and he really obtained unusually rapid preferment, he began to rely more than ever on the Indian's prediction. But suddenly a severe blow shattered all his hopes. A rival of his, Spencer, was appointed governor, and Hodges, very indignant at what he considered an act of unbearable justice, wrote a sharp and disrespectful letter to the governor and council of the company. The result was his dismissal from the service and the order to return to Europe. Before embarking, he sent once more for his friend, who was then living at one of the sacred places, and when he came informed him of the sad turn in his affairs and reproached him with his false predictions. The Indian, however, was in no way disconcerted, but assured Hodges that although his adversary had put his foot on the threshold, he would never enter the palace, but that he, Hodges, would, in spite of appearances, most surely reach the high post which he had promised him years ago. These assurances produced no great effect, and Hodges was on the point of going on board the ship that was to carry him to Europe, when another vessel sailed into the harbor, having accomplished the voyage out in a most unusually short time, and brought new orders from England. The court of directors had disapproved of Spencer's conduct as governor of Bengal, revoked his appointment, dismissed him from service, and ordered Hodges to be installed as governor of Bombay. From that day the Brahmin obtained daily more influence over the mind of his English friend, and the latter undertook nothing without having first consulted the strangely gifted native. It became, however, soon a matter of general remark that the Brahmin could never be persuaded to refer in his predictions to the time beyond the year 1771, as he had never promised Hodges another post of honor than that which he now occupied. The explanation of his silence came but too soon, for in the night of the 22nd of February 1772, Hodges died suddenly, and thus ended his brilliant career, verifying his friend's prophecy in every detail. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lori Glass, Los Angeles. LoriGlassVoiceovers.blogspot.com. Modern Magic by Maximilian Schele De Vere. Divination The Divining Rod. The relations in which some men stand to nature are sometimes so close as to enable them to make discoveries which are impossible to others. This is, for instance, the case with persons who feel the presence of waters or of metals. The former have, from time immemorial, generally used a wand, the so-called divining rod, which, according to Pliny, was already known to the ancient Etruscans as a means for the discovery of hidden springs. An Italian author, Moretti, who has given special attention to this subject, states that at least every fifth man is susceptible to the influence of water and metals, but this is evidently an overestimate. In recent times, many persons have been known to possess this gift of discovering hidden springs or subterranean masses of water, and these have but rarely employed an instrument. Catherine Beutler of Thurgovia in Switzerland and Anna Maria Brugger of the same place were both so seriously affected by the presence of water that they fell into violent nervous excitement when they happened to cross places beneath which larger quantities were concealed and became perfectly exhausted. In France, a class of men called sauciers have for ages possessed this instinctive power of perceiving the presence of water, and others, like the famous Abbé Paramel, have cultivated the natural gift till they were finally enabled, by a mere cursory examination of a landscape, to ascertain whether large masses of water were hidden anywhere, and to indicate the precise spots where they might be found. Why water and metals should almost always go hand in connection with this peculiar gift is not quite clear. But the staff of Eney, having probably the form of the divining rod, was always represented as giving the command over the treasures of the earth, and the Orphic hymn, verse 527, calls it, hence, the golden rod, producing wealth and happiness. On the other hand, the Aquae Virgo, the nymph of springs, had also a divining rod in her hand, and Numa, inspired by a water nymph, established the worship of waters in connection with that of the dead. For here also riches and death seem to have entered into a strange alliance. Del Rio, in his Disquisitions Magicae, mentions thus the Zahuri of Spain, the lynx-eyed, as he translates the name, who were able on Wednesdays and Saturdays to discover all the veins of metals or of water beneath the surface, all hidden treasures, and corpses in their coffins. There is at least one instance recorded where a person possessed the power to see even more than the Zahuris. This was a Portuguese lady, Pedagosh, who first attracted attention by being able to discover subterranean springs and their connections, a gift which brought her great honors after she informed the king of all the various supplies of water which were hidden near a palace which he was about to build. Shafts were sunk according to her directions, and not only water was found, but also the various soils and stones which she had foretold would have to be pierced. She also seems to have cultivated her talent, for we hear of her next being able to discover treasures, even valuable antique statues, in the interior of houses, and finally she reached such a degree of intuition that she saw the inner parts of the human body, and pointed out their diseases and defects. Savoy seems to be a specially favorable region for the development of this peculiar gift, for if in Cornwall 1 out of every 40 men is believed to possess it, in Savoy the divining rod is in the hands of nearly every one. But what marks the talent in this case as peculiar is that it is by no means limited to the discovery of water, but extends to other things likewise. A very wealthy family called Cullum, living in Sessons, boasted of more than one member who was able, by the aid of the rod and with bandaged eyes, to discover not only pieces of money, but even needles, evidently cases of personal susceptibility to the presence of metals, aided by electric currents. Once at least the gift was made useful. A number of bags filled with wheat had been stolen from a neighboring house, and the police were unable to discover the hiding place. At the request of his friends, one of the Cullums undertook the search with the aid of the divining rod. He soon found the window through which the bags had been handed out. He then followed the track along the banks of the river Charon and asserted that the thief had crossed to the other side. At that time, nothing more was discovered. But soon afterwards, a miller living across the river was suspected. The bags were found, and the culprit sent to the galleys. Revue Savoisienne, April 15, 1852. Dr. Mayo mentions, mainly upon the authority of George Fairholme, a number of instances in which persons belonging to all classes of society have exhibited the same gift, but ascribes its efficacy to the presence of currents of odd. The divining rod, originally a twig of willow or hazel, is often made of metal, and the impression prevails that in such cases an electric current arising from the subterranean water or metals enters the diviner's body by the feet, passes through him, and finally affects the two branches of the rod, which represent opposite poles. It is certain that when the electric current is interrupted, the power of the divining rod is suspended. Dr. Mayo tells us of a lady of his acquaintance in Southampton who, at his request, used a divining rod of copper and iron wire, made after the fashion of the usual hazel rod. It answered the purpose fully, but when the ends touched by her hands were covered with sealing wax, it became useless. As soon as she put her fingers in contact with the unprotected wire, the power instantly returned. This certainly seemed to be strong evidence of the existence of an electric current. Nevertheless, many believe that the divining rod acts in all cases simply as an extension of the arms, and thus serves to make the vibrations of the muscles more distinct. It is by this theory they explain the fact which has caused serious trouble to careful inquirers like Count Tristan and Dr. Mayo, that the gift of using the divining rod varies with the state of health in the individuals in whom it has been discovered. End of section 14. Recording by Lori Glass, Los Angeles. LoriGlassVoiceovers.blogspot.com.
Section 15 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Horan. Modern Magic by Maximilian Schele De Vere. Possession. Quote, "Thereupon St. Theophilus made a pact with the devil." End quote. Acta SS 4 February. Many forms of insanity, it is well known, are accompanied by the fixed idea that the sufferer is continually associated with another being, a friend or an enemy, a man, an animal, or a mere shadow. Somnambulists also, not infrequently, fancy that they obtain their exceptional knowledge of hidden things, not by intuition or instinct, but through the agency of a medium, whom they look upon as an angel or a demon. There is, however, a third class of cases, far more formidable than either of those mentioned, in which the mind is disturbed and magic phenomena are produced by an agency apparently entirely independent of the patient himself. Such are possession, vampirism, and zoanthropy, three frightful forms of human suffering which are fortunately very rare, being limited to certain localities in space, to a few short periods in time, and to men of the lowest grade only. Possession is that appalling state of mind which makes the patient believe that he is in the power of a foreign evil being, which has for the time full control over his body. This power it abuses by plaguing the body in every imaginable way, by distorting the features till they assume a scornful, diabolical expression, and above all by causing the sufferer to give utterance to cynical remarks and horrible blasphemy. All these phenomena are based upon the division of the patient's individuality, which cannot be remedied by any effort of his own, and which makes him look upon the evil principle in his nature as something outside of himself and no longer under his control. The phenomena which accompany possession are too fearful in their nature, and yet at the same time too exceptional to keep us altogether and easily from believing, as many thoughtful and even pious men have thought, that in these cases a real demon takes possession of the afflicted. The bitter hatred against religion, which is always a symptom of possession, would naturally tend to enforce such a presumption. The possessed know not only their own sins, but also those of the bystanders, and use this knowledge with unsparing bitterness and cruel scorn. At the same time, they feel the superiority of others with whom they may come in contact, as the demoniacs of the Bible never failed to recognize in Christ the Son of God. From the numerous cases of modern possession which have been investigated, we derive the following information as to its real nature. Possession is invariably a kind of insanity, which is accompanied by exceptional powers, producing magic phenomena. It is also invariably preceded by some grave disorder or dangerous disease. The former may be of purely mental nature, for violent coercion of will, sudden and subversive nervous shocks, or long-continued enforcement of a hateful mode of life are apt to produce the said effect. Hence its frequent occurrence in monasteries, orphan asylums, and similar institutions, where this kind of insanity is, moreover, liable to become epidemic. At other times, the cause is a trivial one, and then a peculiar predisposition must be presumed which only needed a decisive act to bring the disturbed mind to its extremity. But possession is not merely an affection of the mind, it is also always a disease of the body, which in the bewildered and disordered imagination of the patient becomes personified in the shape of a demon. Hence, the graver the disease, the fiercer the demon. As sickness worries the patient, robs him of his appetite, and makes all he used to like distasteful to him, so the demon also suffers no enjoyment, interferes with every pleasure, and consistently rages, especially against religion, which alone could give consolation in such cases. The outbursts of rage in demoniacs, when efforts are made to exorcise or convert them, even although nothing but prayers may be attempted, is ascribed to an instinctive repugnance of the sufferers for means which they feel to be utterly inappropriate to their case, very much as if men, mad with hunger, were to be fed with moral axioms. Possession is finally sometimes limited to parts of the body, as when a demoniac is spoken of who was dumb, Matthew 9:32, and another who was blind and dumb, Matthew 12:22. In other cases, the body is endowed with supernatural strength, and 4 or 5 powerful men have been known to be scarcely able to hold a frail girl of 15. A peculiar feature in possession is that during the most violent attacks of apparent fury, accompanied by hideous cries and frightful contortions, the pulse is not quickened, and the physical strength of the patient does not seem in the least diminished. The disease, however, naturally affects his whole system and exhausts it in time. The possessed man, who, unlike somnambulists, retains, during the paroxysm, full control over all his senses, never speaks of the demon that possesses him, but the demon speaks of him as of a third person, and at the same time of himself, a feature which powerfully contributes to the popular belief of actual demons dwelling in these unfortunate persons. And yet, after the paroxysm is over, the poor sufferer knows nothing of the horrible things he has done, and of the fearful words he has uttered. If he is told what has occurred, he is terribly shocked and bitterly repents his misdoings. The paroxysms are twofold. In the body, they appear as violent convulsions, accompanied by a contraction of the throat and the globulus hystericus. Saliva forms in abundance, black coal-like lumps are thrown up, and the breath is hot and ill-smelling. In this mental form, they appear as a raging of the demon against the possessed and against religion, in fact a struggle of the patient with himself and his former convictions. Occasionally, the good principle within him assumes, in contradistinction to the demon who personifies the evil principle, the form of a guardian angel, who comforts the poor sufferer as he is tossed to and fro like a ship in a tempest, and promises him assistance. Nor is the demon always alone. There may be, as Holy Writ teaches, 7, thousands, or their name may be legions, for these visionary beings are only so many representatives of certain evil principles at work in the soul of the possessed. Some patients have been enabled to trace this connection and to discover that each symptom of their disease was thus personified by a separate demon to whom in their paroxysms they ascribed the infliction. Lucifer caused pricking and stinging pains, Anzian, tearing and scratching, Junian, convulsions of limbs, etc. The fearful suffering which demoniacs have to undergo and the still more harassing conflicts in their soul drive them frequently to despair and engender thoughts of suicide. During these paroxysms, the struggle between light and darkness, heaven and hell, eternal bliss and damnation, angel and devil, is carried on with such energy and dramatic truthfulness that those who witness it are apt to become deeply excited and often suffer not a little from the violent transitions from sympathy to horror and from heartfelt pity to unspeakable disgust. As soon as the dualism in the soul relaxes, and with it the disease becomes milder, the demon also grows more quiet. A happy moment of rest ensues, which the exorciser calls the period of conversion. And when this has once taken place, the patient is no longer able to distinguish the demon as apart from himself. That contradistinction exists no more, and he is reconciled to his true self. There is no instance known in which an intelligent, well-educated person has become possessed. The terrible misfortune falls exclusively upon rude and coarse natures, a fact which explains the coarseness and rudeness of so-called demons. Medicinal remedies are seldom of much avail, as the disease has already reached a stage in which the mind is at least as much affected as the body. Exorcising has frequently been successful, but only indirectly, through the firm faith which the sufferer still holds in his innermost heart. The great dogma that Christ has come into this world to destroy the works of the evil one has probably been inculcated into his mind from childhood up, and can now begin once more, after long obscuration, to exercise its supreme power. The cure depends, however, not only on the presence of such faith, but rather on the supremacy which the idea of Christ's power gains over the idea of the devil's power. Hence the symptoms of possession not infrequently cease under a fervent invocation of the Savior, if the exorciser is able by his superior energy of will to create in the patient a firm faith in the power of the holy name. This expulsion of the demon is, of course, nothing more than the abandonment of the struggle by the evil principle in the sufferer's soul, by which the good impulses become once more dominant, and a healthy, natural state of mind and body is restored. It must, however, not be overlooked that the views of possession have changed essentially in different nations and ages. At the time of Christ's coming, the belief in actual possession, the dwelling of real demons in the body of human beings, was universal, and to this belief the language of Holy Writ naturally adapts its records of miracles. The Kabbalah, as well as the Talmud, contains full accounts of a kingdom of hell, opposed to the heavenly kingdom, with Small as head of all Satanism or evil spirits, defying Jehovah. The latter are allowed to dwell upon earth side by side with the sons of Adam, and occasionally to possess them and to live in their souls as in a home of their own. In other cases, it was the spirit of a deceased person which, condemned for sins committed during life to wander about as a demon, received permission to enter the soul of a living being. The New Testament mentions at least 7 cases of possession, from the woman whose suffering was simply ascribed to the devil's agency, to Mary Magdalene, who was relieved of 7 demons, and the Gadarene, who had a, quote, legion of devils. The Catholic Church also has always taught the existence of evil spirits. Doctrinal works, however, mention only one, Diabolus or Satanis. Although the Church adheres consistently to the theory of actual possession, it teaches that demons cannot wholly take possession of a human soul, but only force it to obedience or accept voluntary submission. Hence, their power over the body also never becomes absolute, but is always shared with the soul of the sufferer. Among Protestants, many Orthodox believers look upon possession as a mere delusion practiced by the evil one. Others admit its existence, but attribute it to the souls of deceased persons and not to demons. This was the doctrine of the ancient Greeks, who, like the Romans, seem to have known but a few rare cases of possession, which they ascribed to departed spirits. Thus, Philostratus, in his Life of Apollonius, Volume 1, Book 3, Chapter 38, mentions a young man who was for 2 years possessed by a demon pretending to be the spirit of a soldier killed in battle. Nearly all nations on earth have records of possession. Thus, cases occurring in China and Japan, and in the Indies, are attributed to the influence of certain deities, as the Hindus know neither a hell nor a devil. Early travelers, like Blom and Roquefort, report in like manner that in some of the islands of the Caribbean Sea, evil spirits are believed to obtain at times possession of women, and then to enable them to foretell the future. According to Ellis, the inhabitants of the Sandwich Islands were much plagued by evil spirits dwelling in some of their brethren. It was only towards the latter part of the last century that possession was found to be nothing more than a peculiar disease arising from the combination of an unsound mind with an unsound body. This discovery was first made by Farmer in England and by Semler in Germany. Since that time, the symptoms of the character of the affection have been very generally studied and thoroughly investigated. Thus, it has been discovered that similar phenomena are occasionally observed in typhus and nervous fevers. First, the patients fancy they feel somebody breathing by their side or blowing cold air upon their head. After long unconsciousness, they are apt to imagine that they are double and have been known to hesitate where to carry the spoon containing their medicine. In still more marked cases, persons who have suffered from the effects of some great calamity and have thus been brought to the verge of the grave have even acted 2 different individualities, of which one was pious and the other impious, or one speaking the patient's native tongue and the other a foreign language. As they recovered, and as the return of health brought back bodily and mental strength, this dualism also ceased to be exhibited during the paroxysm, and finally disappear altogether. Possession is generally announced some time beforehand by premonitory symptoms, but the first cause is not always easily ascertained. When we are told that certain cases have originated in a hastily spoken word, a fierce curse, or an outburst of passion, we only learn thus what was the first occasion on which the malady has been noticed, but not what was the first cause. This lies almost invariably in moral corruption. The lust of the flesh, the lust of the eye, and the pride of the heart are by far the most frequent sources of the frightful disease. Occasionally, a very great and sudden grief, like the unexpected death of a beloved person, or too great familiarity with evil thoughts in books or in conversation, produce the same effect. In fact, all the various causes which result in insanity may produce also possession. Nor must serious bodily injuries be forgotten. A student of the University of Halle considered himself possessed, and the case puzzled experienced physicians for some time, till it was ascertained that he had received a violent blow upon the head, which required trepanning. Before the operation could be undertaken, however, matter began to ooze out from the ear, and he suddenly was relieved from the paroxysms and all thoughts of possession. Convents are naturally very frequently scenes of possession. The inmates are either troubled by bitter remorse for sins which have led them to seek refuge in a holy place, where they cannot find peace, or they succumb to the rigor of severe discipline and are unable to endure the constant privation of food or sleep. The sin against the Holy Ghost, which unfortunate persons have imputed to themselves, has produced many a case of possession. When the mind is thus predisposed by great anguish of soul, or a long-continued inward struggle, the most trifling incident suffices in determining the outbreak of the disease. One patient became possessed because his wife told him to go to the devil, and another because he had in jest exorcised a demon in a playmate. Now a man curses himself in a moment of passion, and then a boy drinks hastily a glass of cold water when overheated, and both fall victims to the disease. The magic phenomena accompanying possession are by far the most remarkable within the whole range of modern magic, but a number of the more striking are frequently identical with those seen in religious ecstasy. Demoniacs also exhibit the traces of injuries inflicted by demons, as saints show the stigmas, and their wounds heal as little as those of stigmatized persons. They share in like manner with religious enthusiasts paroxysms during which they remain suspended in the air, fly up to the ceiling, or are carried to great distances without touching the ground. The strength of the possessed is amazing. A monk, known in ecclesiastical history as Brother Raphael of Rimini, could not be bound by any ropes or chains. As soon as he was left alone, he broke the strongest fetters, raced up the roof of the church, ran along the topmost ridge, and was often found sitting on the great bell to which no one else had ever been able to gain access. At last, the demons led him to the top of the steeple itself, and were about to hurl him down, as he said. The abbot and his monks and an immense crowd of people assembled below, and besought him to invoke the aid of their patron saint, so as to save body and soul. It does not appear by what miraculous influence a change was wrought in the poor man, but he did raise his voice, which had not been heard to address a saint for many years, and instantly his mind returned. He found his way down to the church and was cured. The most frequent symptom in possession is a strong antipathy against everything connected with religion. The holy names of God and Christ, the presence of priests, the singing of hymns, and the reciting of prayers excite intense pain and provoke outbursts of fury. Even young children manifest this aversion, especially when they have previously been forced to attend church and to engage in devotional exercises against their inclination. Hence it is also that paroxysms are most frequent at the regular hours of divine service, or break forth suddenly at the sight of a procession or the hearing of ringing bells. The symptom itself arises naturally from the imaginary conflict between a good and an evil principle, the latter being continually in arms against anything that threatens to crush its own power. All the other symptoms of this fearful disease occur also in St. Vitus's dance, in catalepsy, and even in ordinary trances, only they appear more marked and make a greater impression upon bystanders, because they are apparently caused by a foreign agent, the possessing demon, and not by the patient himself. As the digestive organs are in all such cases sympathetically excited and seriously affected, a desire for unnatural food is very frequent. The coarsest victuals are preferred, unwholesome, and even injurious substances are eagerly devoured, and medicines, as well as strengthening food, are vehemently rejected. The sufferer is apt to interpret this as a new plague, his demon refusing him his legitimate sustenance and compelling him to feed like an animal. One of the most remarkable historical cases of apparent possession accompanied by magic phenomena was that of Mirabeau's grandmother. Married when quite young to the old Marquis, she tried after his death to protect herself against the temptations of the world and of her own heart by ascetic devotion. In her 83rd year, she was attacked by gout, which affected her brain, and she became insane, in a manner which, according to the views of her days, was called possession. It was found necessary to shut her up in a bare room with a pallet of straw where no one dared enter but her valet, a man 70 years old, with whom she had fallen in love. For, strange as it may appear, her fearful affliction restored to her the charms of youth. She, who had been reduced to a skeleton by old age and unceasing devotion, suddenly regained the plumpness of her early years. Her complexion became fair and rosy, her eyes bright and even. Her hair began to grow out once more. But, alas, her tongue also had changed. Once afraid to utter a word that could be misinterpreted, the unruly member now sent forth speeches of incredible licentiousness, and overwhelmed the old servant with terms of endearment and coarse allusions. At the same time, the retired ascetic became a violent blasphemer, and would allow no one to enter her chamber who had not first denied God, threatening to kill him with her own hands if he refused. For 4 long years, the unfortunate lady endured her fearful affliction, till death relieved her of her sufferings. But the student of history traces to her more than one of the startling features in the character of her grandson, the Mirabeau of the Revolution, Bulau Gigich 12. Relief is generally possible only when a powerful hold has been obtained upon the mind of the patient. After that, appropriate remedies may be applied, and the body will be restored to its natural, healthy condition. In a few cases, remarkable incidents have produced a cure, such as the sudden clanking of chains, or a peculiarly fervent and impressive prayer. Even a night's sound sleep, induced by utter exhaustion, has had the happiest effect. It seems as if the train of thoughts once forcibly interrupted, a return to reason and an abandonment of fixed ideas become possible. Even especially violent paroxysm may be salutary, probably by means of the severe struggle and extreme excitement which it is apt to produce. Many patients, under such circumstances, fall prostrate on the ground, losing their consciousness, and awake after a while as from a dream, without being able to remember what has happened. In other cases, the hallucination continues to the last moment and leads the patient to imagine that the demon leaves him in the shape of a black shadow, a bird, or an insect. Such recoveries are almost invariably accompanied by violent efforts to discard foreign matters which have been lodged in the system and largely contributed to produce the disease. Exorcism has, of course, no direct effect, even when the power to, quote, cast out devils, unquote, Mark 16:17, is given. It is not said by what means the casting out is to be accomplished, except that it must be done in the Savior's name. The formalities, carefully regulated and prescribed by many decrees of the Church since the 3rd century, do no good except so far as they reawaken faith, impart hope, and free the mind from distressing doubts. Ignatius Loyola never cured possessed persons otherwise than by prayer. As early as the 16th century, a case is recorded clearly illustrating the true nature of exorcism. A demon was, after many fruitless attempts, at last driven out by a particle of the cross of our Savior. But in departing, he declared in a loud voice that he knew full well the nature of the piece of wood. It was cut from a gallows, and not from the true cross. Nevertheless, he was forced to go because the exorcist willed it so, and the patient believed in his power. The same rule applies to cures achieved by relics. Not that these had any effect, but in the long-cherished faith of the possessed that they might and could wield such power over evil spirits. The main point is here also the energy of will in the exorciser, and that this special gift is by no means confined to men, was strikingly illustrated by a famous lady, the wife of a Marquis de la Croix, who was a Spanish general and viceroy of Galicia. In her youth, a matchless beauty with almost perfect classical features, she retained an imposing carriage and bewitching grace throughout a long life, and even in old age commanded the admiration of all who came in contact with her, not only by the superiority of her mind, but also by the beauty of her eyes and the charming expression of her features. After the death of her husband, she had much to endure from neglect in the great world, from sickness and from poverty, doubly hard to bear, because standing in painful contrast to the splendor of her former life. The effects of a violent attack of sickness produced at last a partial disturbance of her mind, which showed itself in visions and the power to drive demons from the possessed. Her theory was that as the sins of men caused their diseases, and as the devil was the cause of all sins, sickness was invariably produced by demoniac agency. She distinguished, however, between sufferers who had voluntarily given themselves up to sin, and thus to the service of the devil, and those who had unawares fallen into his hands. Her practice was simple and safe. She employed nothing but fervent prayer and the imposition of hands, which she had moistened with holy water or oil. In the course of time, she found her way to Paris, and there met, amid many skeptics, also with countless believers, some of whom belonged not only to the highest classes of society, but even to the sect of free thinkers, then prominent in the French capital. Such were Marshal Richelieu, Count Schomberg, an intimate of the famous circle meeting at Baron Holbach's house, and even the illustrious Buffon. When she was engaged in exercising, her imposing stature, her imperious eye, and commanding voice aided her at least as much as her perfect faith and striking humility, so that her patients, after a short demur, willingly looked upon her as a saint who might, if she but chose, perform miracles. With such a disposition, obedience was no longer difficult, and the remarkable lady healed all manner of diseases, from modest toothache to rabid madness. Even when she was unsuccessful, as frequently happened, she won all hearts by her marvelous gentleness and humble piety. Thus, when a possessed man was brought to her in the presence of an illustrious company, and all her efforts and prayers were fruitless, she placed herself bravely between the enraged man and her friends whom he threatened to attack. He began to foam at the mouth, and, amid fearful convulsions and dread imprecations, broke out into a long series of terrible accusations against the poor lady, charging her with all her real and a host of imaginary sins, till she could hardly stand up any longer. She listened, however, with her arms folded over her bosom and her eyes raised to heaven, and when the madman at last sank exhausted to the ground, she fell upon her knees and said to the bystanders, quote, "Gentlemen, you see here a punishment ordained by God for the sins of my youth. I deserve this humiliation in your presence, and I would endure it before all Paris if I could thus make atonement for my misdeeds." End quote. Mémoires de Baron de Gleichen, page 149. One of the most fearful features of possession is its tendency to spread like contagion over whole communities. Many such cases are recorded in history. The monks of the convent of Quercy were thus attacked in 1491 and suffered from the oldest to the youngest during 4 months incredible afflictions. They ran like dogs through the fields, climbed upon trees, imitated the howling of wild beasts, spoke in unknown tongues, and foretold at the same time future events. Goers 4:2. In the year 1566, a similar malady broke out in the orphan house at Amsterdam, and 70 poor children became possessed. They also climbed up the walls and on the roofs, swallowed hairs, needles, and pieces of glass and iron, and distorted their features and their limbs in a fearful manner. What, however, made the greatest impression upon the good citizens of the town were the magic phenomena connected with their disease. They spoke to the overseer and even to the chief magistrate of their secret affairs, made known plots hatched against the Protestants, and foretold events which happened soon after. In a convent of nuns at Issel in the Netherlands, a single nun, Maria de Saint, caused one of the most fearful calamities among her sisters that has ever been known. Naturally, a woman of superior mind, but carried away by evil passions, she finally succumbed to the struggle between the latter and the strict rules of her retreat. She began to accuse herself of horrible crimes and excesses. The whole country was amazed, for she had passed for a great saint, and now of a sudden she confessed that she had murdered numberless little children, disinterred corpses, and carried poor girls to the meeting of witches. All these misdeeds, which existed only in her disordered imagination, she ascribed to the agency of a demon by whom she was possessed, and before many weeks had passed, every nun and lay sister in the ill-fated convent was possessed in precisely the same manner. One of the most recent cases of possession is reported by Bishop Laurent of Luxembourg in a pamphlet on the subject. In the year 1843, a woman, 34 years old, was brought to him who had been possessed since her 15th year, and who exhibited the remarkable phenomena that in her sound moments she spoke no other language but the patois of her native place, while in her paroxysms she used Latin, French, and German at will. When the good bishop threatened the demon, the latter attacked him in return, troubling him with nightly visits and suggesting to him sinful doubts of the existence of God and the efficacy of Christ's sacrifice. This fact shows how easily such disturbances of mind can be transferred to others, when disease or mental struggles have prepared a way. Fortunately, the bishop first mastered his own doubts, and thus strengthened, obtained the same mastery over the possessed woman. He commanded the demon to come out of her, whereupon she fell into convulsions, speaking in a disguised tone of voice, but after a while drew herself up, and now her face was once more free from anguish and angel-like. Another bishop, who had been requested to exorcise possessed persons in Morzine, in the Chablais, was not so successful. At this place, in 1837, a little girl, 9 years old, in consequence of a great fright, fell into a death-like sleep which returned daily and lasted about 15 minutes. A month later, another girl, 11 years old, was attacked in the same way, and soon the number of afflicted persons rose to 20, all girls under 20 years. After a while, they declared that they were possessed by demons and ran wild through the fields, climbed to the top of lofty trees, and fell into violent convulsions. In vain did the local priest and his vicar attempt to arrest the evil. The girls laughed them to scorn. When the civil authorities interfered, they were met with insults and blows. The guilty were fined, but the number steadily increased, and now grown women also were found in the crowd. At last the official reports reached Paris, and the minister sent the chief superintendent of insane asylums to the village. He immediately distributed all the affected among the adjoining towns and hamlets to break off the association, and sent the priest and his vicar to their superior, the Bishop of Annecy. A few only of the women recovered. Several died, and one man also succumbed. Others, when they returned to Morzine, relapsed, and in 1864 the malady began to spread once more so fearfully that the Bishop of Annecy himself came to exorcise the possessed. 70 of them were brought to the church, where the most fearful scenes took place. Howling and yelling filled the sacred building. 7 or 8 powerful men scarcely succeeded in bringing one possessed child to the altar, and when there, the demoniacs broke out in horrible blasphemies. The bishop, exhausted by the intense excitement, and suffering from serious contusions inflicted upon him by the unfortunate women, had to leave the place, unable to obtain any results. Even as late as 1869, 2 demons were solemnly exorcised upon an order from the Bishop of Strasbourg, and with the consent of the prefect of the department. The ceremony took place in the chapel of St. George, in the presence of the lady abbesses, under the direction of the vicar general of the diocese, assisted by other dignitaries and the superior of the Jesuits. The 2 boys, who were to be relieved, had long been plagued with fearful visions and publicly given evidence of being possessed, for, quote, 20 or 30 times they had been led into a public square in the presence of large crowds, and there they had pulled feathers out of a horrible monster which they saw above them in a threatening attitude. These feathers they had handed to the bystanders, who found that when they were burnt they left no ashes, end quote. When the 2 children were brought to the house of the Sisters of Charity, they became clairvoyant and revealed to the good ladies, although they had never seen them before, their family relations, their antecedents, and many secrets. They also spoke in unknown tongues and exhibited all the ordinary phenomena of possession. The official report containing these statements and closing with their restoration to health and reason, is so far trustworthy as it is signed by several hundred persons, among whom the government authorities, officers, professors, and teachers are not wanting. There can be little doubt that the dancing mania, which broke out repeatedly in various parts of the continent of Europe, was a kind of possession. The facts are recorded in history. The explanation only is left as a matter of discussion. In 1374, when a new and magnificent church was to be consecrated in Liege, large numbers of people came from North Germany. Quote, men and women possessed by demons, half naked, wreaths on their heads, and holding each other's hands, performed shameless dances in the streets, the churches, and houses. When they fell down exhausted, they had spasms and convulsions. At their own request, friends came and pressed violently upon their chests till they grew better. Their numbers soon reached thousands, and other thousands joined them in Holland and Brabant, although the priests frequently succeeded in exorcising them, whenever their mind was still sound enough to recall their early reverence for holy men and their faith in holy things. Some time before, the good people of Perugia had taken it into their heads that their sins required expiation, and had begun to scourge themselves publicly in the most cruel manner. The Romans were infected soon after, and copied their example. From thence the contagion spread, and soon all over Italy men, women, and children were seen inflicting upon themselves fearful punishment in order to drive out the evil spirits by whom they fancied themselves possessed. Noble and humble, rich and poor, old and young, all joined the crowds, which in the daytime filled squares and streets, and at night, under the guidance of priests, marched with waving banners and blazing torches in vast armies through the land. Nor can we shut our eyes to the fact that the jumpers and jerkers of the Methodist Church present to us instances of the same mental disorder, caused by overexcitement, which in earlier days was called possession, and that hence these aberrations, also infinitely varied as they are, according to the temper of men and the habits of the locality in which they occur, must be numbered among the phenomena of modern magic. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Veronica Mead. Modern Magic by Maximilian Schele De Vere. Possession. Vampirism. Occasionally possession is not attributed to demons, but to deceased men who come by night from their graves and suck the blood of their victims, whereupon the latter begin to decline and finally die a miserable death, while the buried man lives and thrives upon his ill-gotten food. This is vampirism, the name being derived from the once universal belief that there existed vampires, huge bats who, whilst fanning sleeping men with their soft wings, feasted upon their life's blood, and only left them when they had turned into corpses. Popular credulity added a number of horrid details to the general outline, and believed that the wretched victims of vampirism became themselves after death vampires, and thus forever continued the fearful curse. It was long thought that vampirism was known only to the nations of the Slavic race, but recent researches have discovered traces of it in the East Indies, and in Europe among the Magyars. Even the Sanskrit already appears to have had a term of its own for the vampires, Pisachas, hostile beings, eager for the flesh and blood of living men, who gratify their cruel lust mainly at the expense of women when they are asleep, drunk, or insane. Careful writers like Calmet and others have, it is true, always maintained that, while the existence of vampirism cannot be denied, the phenomena attending it are in all cases the creation of diseased minds only. On the other hand, it is a well-established fact that the bodies of so-called vampires, when exhumed, have been found free from corruption, while in all the corpses around them, decomposition had long since begun. In the face of such facts, vampirism cannot be dismissed as simply the product of heated and overexcited imaginations, although it must be admitted that its true nature is still to all intents and purposes a profound mystery. According to popular belief, the unusual preservation of the corpses indicates that death has not yet obtained full dominion over the bodies, and that hence the soul has not yet departed to its eternal home. A kind of lower organic life, it is said, continues, and as long as this lasts, the soul wanders about, as in a dream, among the familiar scenes of its earthly life, and makes itself known to the friends of its former existence. The life thus extended requires blood in order to sustain itself, and hence the minds of those who come in magic contact with the soul of a vampire become filled with sanguinary thoughts, which present themselves to their imagination as the desire to suck blood and thus lead to the actual performance. The fact that vampirism is epidemic, like many similar mental diseases, has led to the belief that the living are brought into close connection with the dead and are infected by them, while in reality there is no bond between them but a common misfortune. Nor must it be forgotten that in this disease, as in the plague, the mere thought of being seized often suffices to cause death without any warning symptoms, and hence the great number of deaths in localities where vampirism has been thought to prevail. For very few of those who are attacked succeed in escaping, and if they survive, they retain for life the marks left by their wounds. The penalty, moreover, is not always undeserved. Vampirism rarely, if ever, attacks men of pure hearts and sober minds. It is found, on the contrary, exclusively among semi-barbarous nations, and only in persons of rude, savage, and sinful disposition. Traces of vampirism have been discovered in the most distant parts of the earth, and often without apparent connection. The Bruholics of Greece, genuine vampires whose appearance was ascribed to the direct influence of the Evil One, may possibly have been imported by the numerous immigrants of Slavic origin. Hewitt, Penzies, Diverses, Paris, 1722. But in Finland, also the belief is, according to Castron, almost universal, that the spirits of the departed have the power to vex and torment persons in their sleep, and to afflict them with sorrow and disease. In the Sunda and Malacca Islands, genuine vampirism is well known, and the Dayaks of Borneo also believe in an evil spirit who sucks the blood of living persons till they expire. Poland and Western Russia have, however, been for 2 centuries the stage on which most of these dread tragedies have occurred. Men and women have reported to have been seen in broad daylight, sucking the blood of men and beasts, while in other cases dogs and even wolves were suspected of being umpires or vampires, as bloodsuckers are called in most Slavic dialects. The terror grew as these reports found their way into newspapers and journals, till fear drove men and women to resort to the familiar remedy of mixing blood with the meal used for their bread. They escaped not by any healing powers inherent in the horrid mixture, but thanks to the faith they had in the efficacy of the prescription and the moral courage exhibited in its application. To prevent the spreading of the epidemic, the bodies of the vampires were disinterred, and when found bleeding, were decapitated or impaled or burned in public. In some parts of Hungary, the disease appeared in the shape of a white specter which pursued the patients. They declined visibly and died in a week or a fortnight. It was mainly in this country that physicians attending the disinterment of suspected bodies noticed the presence of more or less considerable quantities of blood, which was still fluid and actually caused the cheeks to look reddish. Some of the witnesses even thought they noticed an effort to breathe, faint pulsations, and a slight change of features. These were, however, evidently nothing more than the effects of currents of air which accompanied the opening of the coffin. It was here also that animals were first believed to have been attacked by vampires. Cows were found early in the morning, bleeding profusely from a wound at the neck, and horses standing in their stalls trembling, covered with white foam, and so thoroughly terrified as to become unfit for use. Another period of excitement due to accounts of vampirism comprised the middle of last century, when all Europe was deeply agitated on the subject. The Emperor of Germany and other monarchs appointed committees of learned men to investigate the matter. Theologians and skeptics, philosophers and physicians took up the discussion, and hundreds of volumes were published on the mysterious question, but no satisfactory result was ever obtained. Many declared the whole a fable, or merely the effect of diseased imaginations. Others looked upon it as a malignant and epidemic disease, and not a few as the unmistakable work of the devil. Learned men searched the writings of antiquity, and soon found more traces of the fearful disease than they had expected. They discovered that in Thessaly, Epirus, and some parts of the Perea, men were reported by ancient writers as wandering about at night and tearing all whom they met to pieces. The Lemmi of the Greeks and the Strigia of the Romans evidently belonged to the same category, while the later Tympanites of the Greeks were persons who had died while under the ban of the Church and were therefore doomed to become vampires. The Slavic population in Moravia and Bohemia was in those days especially rich in instances of vampirism, and so many occurred in Hungary that the Emperor Charles IV entrusted the investigation of the matter to a prince of Württemberg, before whom a number of cases were fully authenticated. Men who had died years before were seen to return to their former homes, some in the daytime, some at night. In the following morning, those whom they had visited were found dead and weltering in their blood. In a single village, 17 persons died thus within 3 months, and in many instances, when bodies were disinterred, they were found looking quite alive. At this time, the Sorbonne, at Paris, also took up the subject, but came to no conclusion, save that they disapproved of the practice of disinterring bodies, because vampires, as cataleptics, might be restored to life by bleeding or magnetic treatment, according to the opinion of the learned Dr. Pierd. Revue Spirit 4. Here we come at last to the grain of truth around which this mass of popular superstition has gradually accumulated, and the ignorance of which has caused hundreds of innocent human beings to die a miserable death. There can be no doubt that cases of suspended animation or apparent death have alone given rise to the whole series of fearful tales of vampirism. The very words of a recital belonging to the times, and to the districts where vampirism was prevalent, prove the force of this supposition. Erasmus Francisci states that, in the Duchy of Crane, a man was buried and then suspected of being a vampire. When disinterred, his face was found rosy, and his features moved as if they attempted to smile. Even his lips opened as if gasping for air. A crucifix was held before his eyes, and a priest called out with a loud voice, "Peace, this is Jesus Christ who has rescued thy soul from the torment of hell, and suffered death for thee." The sound seemed to penetrate to his ears, and slowly a few tears began to trickle down his cheeks. After a short prayer for his poor soul, his head was ordered to be cut off. A suppressed cry was heard, the body turned over as if still alive, and when the head was severed, a quantity of blood ran into the grave. It was as clear as a case of a living man who had been buried before death as has ever been authenticated, nor are such cases as rare as is popularly believed. High authorities assure us that, for instance, after imperfect poisoning, in several kinds of suffocation, and in cases of newborn children who become suddenly chilled, a state of body is produced which presents all symptoms of complete suspension of the functions of life. Such apparent death is, according to the same high medical authority, a period of complete rest, based upon a suspension of the activity of the heart, the lungs, and all spontaneous functions, extending frequently to the sense of touch, and the intellect even. At the same time, the natural heat of the body sinks until it seems to have disappeared altogether. The duration of this exceptional state is uncertain. At times the patient awakes suddenly, and in full possession of all his faculties. In other cases, external means have to be employed to restore life. Among many well-authenticated cases of this kind, 2 of special interest are mentioned by Dr. Mayo. Cardinal Espinosa, the minister of Philip II of Spain, died after a short period of suffering. His rank required that he should be embalmed, and his body was opened for that purpose. At the moment when the lung and heart were laid open to view, the surgeon observed that the latter was still beating, and the cardinal, awakening, had actually strength enough to seize with his hand the knife of the operator. The other case is that of a well-known French writer, the Abbé Provost, who fell down dead in the forests of Chantilly. His apparently lifeless body was found and carried to a priest's house in the neighborhood. The surgeon ascribed his death to apoplexy, but the authorities ordered a kind of coroner's inquest, and the body was opened. During the operation, the abbé suddenly uttered a cry of anguish, but it was too late. If a certain number of such cases of apparent death has really given rise to the faith in vampirism, then it is equally possible to suppose that this kind of trance, for which there may exist a special predisposition in one or the other race, may become at times epidemic. Persons of peculiar nervousness will be ready to be affected, and a locality which this has occurred may soon obtain an unenviable reputation. Even where the epidemic does not appear in full force, a disturbed state of the nervous system will be apt to lead to dreams by night and to gossip in the daytime on the fatally attractive subject, and the patient will soon dream, or really imagine, that a person who has died of the disease has appeared to him by night and drawn his strength from him, or, in his excited fancy, sucked his life's blood. By such means, even the popular way of speaking of nocturnal visits made by the vampire's ghost is not so entirely unfounded as would appear at first sight, and the superstition is easily shown to be not altogether absurd, but to be based upon a small substructure of actual truth. It is remarkable, however, that the Germanic race has never furnished any instances of vampirism, although their ancient faith in a Valhalla, where their departed heroes feast sumptuously, and their custom to place food in the graves of their friends would have seemed most likely to reconcile them to the idea that men continue to live in their graves. How sadly persistent, on the other hand, such superstitions are among the lower races, and in especially ignorant communities, may be gathered from the fact that, As late as 1861, 2 corpses were disinterred by the peasants of a village of Galicia and decapitated. The people believed them to be vampires and to have caused a long, protracted spell of bad weather. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Heather Eney. Modern Magic by Maximilian Schele De Vere. Zoanthropy. Even more fearful yet than vampirism is the disease very common already in the days of antiquity, which makes men think that they have changed into beasts and then act as such, according to the logic of insanity. Petronius is probably the first to mention in his Feast of Trimalchio a case of lycanthropy, when Niceros relates how someone who was journeying with him threw off his garments, changed into a wolf, and ran away into the forest. When he returned home, his account continues, he found that a wolf had fallen upon his flock, but had been wounded by a servant in the neck with a lance. Thereupon he goes to inquire after his fellow traveler, and finds him sick in bed with a physician by his side, who binds up an ugly wound in his neck. The well-known writer took this episode from the Arcadians, a rude nation of shepherds, whose flocks were frequently attacked by wolves, and among whom stories of men changed into wild beasts were quite current. Nor must we forget among historic personages the daughter of King Proetus of Argos, who believed herself changed into a cow, and of Nebuchadnezzar, who, according to his own touching account, was driven from meat, did eat grass as oxen, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, till his hairs were grown like eagle's feathers, and his nails like birds' claws. The early days of Christianity are naturally full of incidents of this kind, but what is remarkable, zoanthropy was then already treated as a mere delusion. The holy man Macarius once saw a large procession approaching his hermitage in Egypt. It was headed by a number of persons who led a large and imposing-looking woman by a bridle, and followed by a crowd of people of all ages. When they came near, they told his disciples that the woman had been changed into a mare, and had thus remained for 3 days and nights without food. Would the saint pray over her and restore her to her natural condition? The delusion was so forcibly contagious that the disciples also forthwith saw a mare, and not a woman, and refused to admit the animal to the presence of the hermit. Fortunately, the latter had retained his self-control. He rebuked his followers, saying, "You are the real beasts, that imagine you see something which does not exist. This woman has not been changed, but your eyes are deluded." Then he poured holy water over her, and at once everybody saw her once more in her natural shape. He dismissed her and her escort with the words, "Go more frequently to church, and take the Holy Sacrament. Then you will escape such fearful punishment." During the Middle Ages, a similar disease existed in many parts of Europe. Men were changed into dogs or wolves, sometimes as a divine punishment for great crimes, at other times in consequence of a delusion produced by Satan. Such unfortunate men walked on all fours, attacked men and beasts, but especially children, killed and devoured them. They actually terrified many people into believing as confidently in this delusion as they believed in it themselves. For this is one of the specially fearful magic phenomena of zoanthropy, that it is apt to produce in healthy persons the same delusion as in the sufferer. Many cases are also recorded of persons lying in deep sleep produced by narcotic ointments, who, seeing visions, fancied that they were acting like wolves. In the year 1598, such a disease raged as an epidemic in the Jura Mountains till the French Parliament determined to make an end of it by treating all the afflicted either as insane or as persons possessed by the devil, and therefore deserving instant death. Among Slavic nations and the Magyars, lycanthropy is so closely connected with vampirism that it is not always easy to draw the line between the two diseases. There can be no doubt, however, that it is merely a variety of possession, arising from the same unhappy state in which dualism is developed in the soul, and two wills contend with each other for superiority to the grievous injury of mind and body. The only distinctive feature is this, that in lycanthropy, not only the functions of the brains but also those of the skin are disordered, and hence an impression arises that the latter is hairy and shaggy after the manner of wild beasts. The German Werwolf, were-wolf or man-wolf, is the same as the lycanthropos of the Scythians and Greeks and the Versipellis of the Romans. He was in German mythology connected with Woden. Hence, probably, the readiness with which the disease during the Middle Ages took hold of the minds of Germans. But at that period, nearly all the nations of Europe firmly believed in the reality of such changes. As late even as the beginning of the 16th century, cases of this kind occurred in France, where the possessed were known as loups-garous. A young man of Besançon was thus brought before the Councillor of State, Delancre, at Bordeaux, and accused of roving like a wild animal through the neighboring forests. He confessed readily that he was a huntsman in the service of his invisible master, the devil, who had changed him into a wolf and forced him to range by the side of another more powerful wolf through the country. The poor fellow shared the usual fate of his fellow-sufferers, who were either subjected to a sharp treatment of exorcism or simply executed as heretical criminals. In our day, lycanthropy is almost entirely limited to Servia and Wallachia, Volhynia, and White Russia. There, however, the disease breaks out frequently anew, and popular belief knows a variety of means by which a man may be changed into a wolf. The animal differs, however, from a genuine wolf in his docked tail and his marked preference for the blood of young children. In Abyssinia there exists, according to Pierce, a belief that men are occasionally changed into hyenas, the wolf of that country. But this sad privilege is limited to workers in clay and iron, called Buddha among the Amharas, who wear a gold earring of special form as a distinction from other inferior castes. It will thus be seen that, like all other varieties of possession, zoanthropy also is simply a kind of insanity, and our amusement at the marvelous conduct of werewolves will vanish if we recall the entire change produced in man by the loss of reason. In that sad condition he endures fatigue, cold or heat, and hunger as no healthy man ever can learn to do. He does not mind the severest castigation, for his body is almost insensible. It ceases to be susceptible to contagious diseases and requires, in sickness, double or treble doses of medicine. If we once know the precise nature of an insane person's hallucination, his actions will be apt to appear quite consistent, and thus lycanthropy also not only produces the fine connection of a change into a wolf, but causes the sufferer to conduct himself in all his ways like the animal which he represents. End of section 17. The poor fellow shared the fate of his fellow sufferers.
Section 18 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Modern Magic by Maximilian Schele De Vere. Section 18, Magnetism, Part 1. Magnetism. Great is the power of the hand. St. Augustine. Mesmer, who was the first to make the anesthetic effects of certain passages of the hand over the bodies of patients known to the public, sought originally to explain them by the agency of electricity. But as early as 1773, he ascribed them to magnetism. From that day he employed magnets, and by passing them over the affected parts of his patients, he performed remarkable cures for many years in the city of Vienna. He looked upon the magnet as the physician, which cured the patient in the same way in which it attracted iron. Soon after, however, he became acquainted with the famous Father Gessner of Ratisbon, who had obtained precisely the same results, without a magnet, by simple manipulations, and henceforth he also treated his patients with the hand only. But he retained the old name, looking now upon himself, and upon others who were endowed in the same manner, as possessing the powers of a strong magnet. In the meantime, one of his pupils, the Marquis de Puysegur, had quite accidentally discovered the peculiar nature of somnambulism, and, with rare foresight, profited by the moments of clear consciousness which at times interrupted the trance, in order to learn from his patients themselves the means of curing their diseases. He had from that moment devoted all the leisure of his life to the study of these singular but most beneficial phenomena, employing only the simplest manipulations in place of the more exciting means used by Mesmer, and doing an immense amount of good by his judicious cures. Mesmer, in the course of time, adopted the better method of his former pupil, and now his system was complete. He used magnetism for purely practical purposes. He cured diseases by throwing well-qualified persons into the peculiar sleep produced by magnetizing them, and availed himself of the effects of this half-sleep upon their varied constitutions, for his curative purposes. At the same time, however, he ascribed the influence which he claimed to have over persons whom he had thus magnetized to a most delicate, all-pervading medium. This, he maintained, was the sole cause of motion, light, heat, and life itself in the universe, and this, he stated, he was communicating by his process of magnetizing in a sufficient degree to his patients to produce startling but invariably beneficial results. It is well known how his removal from Vienna, where he had begun his remarkable career, to Paris, increased in almost equal proportions the number of enthusiastic admirers and of bitter adversaries. In spite of an unfavorable judgment rendered by a committee of the Academy in 1784, his new doctrines spread rapidly through all the provinces. So-called harmonic societies were formed in almost every town, and numerous institutions sprang up, founded upon the new system of magnetizing patients. It is curious that of the 9 members of that committee, among whom Franklin was not the least renowned, only one, the great savant Jasou, refused to sign the report, quote, because it was founded upon a few isolated facts, end quote, and sent in a separate memoir in which he described animal heat as the universal agent of life. Equally curious objections were made by others. Thus, in another report of the Academy, the king was requested to prohibit the practice of magnetism because it was, quote, dangerous to the morals of the people, end quote. And in the great hospital of the Charité, magnetic treatment was forbidden because, quote, the new system had caused for a long time warm discussions between the best informed men of science, end quote. Urged by repeated petitions, the Academy appointed, in 1825, a second committee to investigate the matter, which finally reported a firm conviction of the genuineness and efficacy of magnetism and recommended a further examination of this important branch of psychology and natural science. A permanent committee was thereupon directed to take charge of the matter, before which a very large number of important facts were authenticated. But in 1840, and subsequently, once more, unfavorable reports were laid before the august body and adopted by small majorities. In England, magnetism met with fierce and violent opposition, the faculty being no little incensed by this new and unexpected competitor for fees and reputation. Dr. Elliotson, a professor in the University of London and director of a large hospital, had actually to give up his place because of the hostility engendered by his advocacy of the new doctrine. Afterwards, the controversy, though by no means less bitter, was carried on with more courtesy, and the subject received, on the whole, all the attention it deserved. Germany alone has legally sanctioned magnetism as a scientific method within the range of the healing art, and the leading powers like Prussia, Austria, and Saxony have admitted its practice in public hospitals. Unfortunately, much deception and imposture appeared from the beginning in company with the numerous genuine cases, and led many eminent men to become skeptics. The Russian government has limited the permission to practice by magnetic cure to, quote, well-informed physicians, end quote. But the Holy Curia, the Pope's authority, after admitting magnetism, first as a well-established fact, has subsequently prohibited it by a decree of the Inquisition on the 21st of April, 1841, as conducive, quote, to infidelity and immorality, end quote. In spite of all these obstacles, magnetism, in its various branches of somnambulism and clairvoyance, of mesmerism and hypnotism, is universally acknowledged as a valuable doctrine, and has led to the publication of a copious literature. Magnetizers claim, and not without some show of reason, that their art was not unknown to antiquity, and is especially referred to in Holy Writ. They rest their claim upon the importance which has from time immemorial been ascribed to the action of the hand as producing visions and imparting the gift of prophecy. When Elisha was called upon to predict the issue of the war against Moab, he sent for a minstrel, quote, and it came to pass, when the minstrel played, that the hand of the Lord came upon him, end quote. In like manner, the hand of the Lord was upon Ezekiel among the captives by the river of Cherba, and he prophesied. Years after, he says again, quote, the hand of the Lord was upon me in the evening, end quote. And once more, quote, the hand of the Lord was upon me, end quote. It is evident that, according to biblical usage in these cases, the manner of acting attributed to God is described after the usage prevailing upon men, and that the hand upon men represented the usual method of causing them to fall into a trance. But this placing the hand upon a person was by no means confined to cases of visions. It was employed also in blessings and in sacrifices, in consecrations and miraculous cures. Daniel felt a hand touching him, which, quote, set me upon my knees and the palms of my hands, end quote. While soon after the same hand strengthened him, and even in the New Testament a high privilege is expressed by the words, quote, the hand of the Lord was with him, end quote, from Luke chapter 1, verse 66. In other cases, a finger is substituted for the hand, as when the magicians of Pharaoh said, this is the finger of God, in Exodus chapter 8, verse 19. And the two tables of testimony are said to have been, quote, written with the finger of God, end quote, Exodus 31, verse 18. In the same manner, Christ said, if I with the finger of God cast out devils, Luke chapter 11, verse 20. What makes this reference to finger and hand in Eastern magic and in biblical language particularly interesting is the fact that neither Greeks nor Romans ever referred in like manner to such an agency. It is evident that these nations, possessing the ancient wisdom of the East and the revealed knowledge of the chosen people, were alone fully acquainted with the power which the hand of man can exercise under peculiar circumstances, and hence looked upon it in God also as the instrument by which visions were caused and miracles performed. Hence, no doubt, also the mysterious hand, which from time immemorial has been used as one of the emblems of supreme power, often called the hand of justice, but evidently emblematic of the hand of God, which rests upon the monarch who rules by the grace of God. Magnetizers connect all these uses made of the hand with their own method, which consists almost invariably in certain passes made with the whole hand or with one or more fingers. Whatever may be thought of this connection between the meaning of the hand in biblical language and the magnetism of our day, there can be no doubt as to the fact that the ancients were already quite familiar with the phenomena which have startled our century as something entirely new. The so-called temple sleep of the Greeks was almost identical with modern somnambulism, the only essential difference being that then the gods of Olympus were seen and lent their assistance in the place of the saints of the Middle Ages and the mediums of our own day. Incense, mineral waters, narcotic herbs, and decoctions of strychnos or halocabrum were, according to Pliny, employed to produce the peculiar sleep. The patients fell asleep while lying on the skins of recently killed animals in the temples of Asclepius and other beneficial deities, and in their sleep had dreams with revelations prescribing the proper remedies. The priests also sometimes dreamt for their visions, for a consideration, or at least interpreted the dreams of others. Even magnetism by touch was perfectly familiar to the ancients, as appears from the word of Plautus. Quote, "What if I were to touch him at intervals so that he should fall asleep?" End quote. Plutarch even speaks of magnetizing by touching with the feet, as practiced by Pyrrhus. Other writers discovered that the Sibyls of Rome, as well as the Druids of the Celts, had been nothing more than well-trained somnambulists, and ere long distinct traces of similar practices were found in the annals of the Egyptians also. One of the earliest cases, which was thoroughly investigated and carefully watched, is reported by Dr. Petitin of Lyon in his famous Memoir on Catalepsy and Somnambulism. His patient was a lady who had nursed her child with such utter disregard of her own health that her whole system was undermined. After an attack of most violent convulsions, accompanied with apparent madness, she suddenly began to laugh, to utter a number of clever and witty sayings, and finally broke into beautiful songs. But a terrible cough with hemorrhages ended the crisis. Similar attacks occurred with increasing frequency, during which she could read, with closed eyes, what was placed in her hand, state hour and minute on a watch by merely touching the crystal, and to mention the contents of the pockets of bystanders. She stated that she saw these things with very distinctness, some clearly, others as through a mist, and some others only by a great effort. The reporter expresses his belief that the stomach in this case performed all the functions of the senses, and that the epidermis, with its network of fine nerves, acted in place of the usual organs. Petitin was also the first to enter into direct relations with his somnambulist. He could induce her at will to become clairvoyant, and to make himself understood by her whenever he directed his voice toward the only sensitive part. Gradually, however, it was discovered that the degree of close communications, rapport, between the two parties depended as largely on the correspondence of character between them as on the energy of will between the magnetizer and the power of imagination possessed by the patient. De Luis, one of the professors of the Jardin des Plantes in Paris, gave much attention to the subject, and his numerous publications maintained the existence of a magnetic fluid by the side of the superior power with which some men are endowed, and that both were employed in influencing others. He was frequently and violently attacked on the score of his convictions, especially after several cases of cunning deception had become known. For very soon the innate desire for notoriety led many persons to pretend somnambulism, and skillfully to imitate the phenomenon of clairvoyance, displaying, as is not infrequently the case, in these efforts a skill and a perseverance which would have secured them great success in any legitimate enterprise. A number of volumes appeared, mostly in Germany, professing to contain accounts of marvelous cures achieved by magnetism, which, upon examination, proved to be altogether fictitious. France, however, abounded more than any other country with impostures, and every kind of deception and cheating was carried on there, at the beginning of this century, under the cloak of mesmerism. Young girls, stimulated by large rewards and well trained by hospital surgeons, would submit to brutal treatment and profess to reveal, during well-simulated trances, infallible remedies for grievous diseases. The followers of Mesmer degraded his art by making it a merry pastime, or a lucrative exhibition without regard to truthfulness and without reverence for science. Even political intriguers and financial speculators availed themselves of the new discovery, precisely as in our day spirit rapping and kindred tricks are used. In England and in the Union, mesmerism fared little better. Especially with us, it soon fell into the hands of quacks and charlatans who made it a source of profit. At the same time, it assumed various new names as electrobiology, hypnotism, and others. The idea that somnambulism was the effect of angelic or demonic influences was once largely entertained, but has long since given way to more scientific views. But it cannot be said that the true nature of the active principle has yet been fully ascertained, and so far the results of mesmerism must be classified among magic phenomena. What is alone clearly established is the power which the strong will of the magnetizer evidently exercises over the patient, and the fact that this energy acts through the hands as its organs. The patient, on his side, undergoes by such an exercise of a foreign will a complete change of his individuality. The action of his brain is modified, and he falls into a magnetic sleep. Many intelligent somnambulists have distinctly stated that they obey the will of their master and not his hands, that manipulation, in fact, merely serves to communicate this will to their inner sense. Whether the connection, which evidently exists between the two parties, is established merely for moral agencies or by an infinitely subtle fluid, which may possibly be the odd of Baron Reichenbach, this question remains as yet undecided. So much only is quite certain, that neither the will alone suffices to produce the magic phenomena of magnetism, nor heat and electricity, as the physicist Parrot maintained, as little can electromagnetism, unaided, be the cause of such results. Though the great Robiano stoutly asserted its power, man is a dualism of spirit and body, and both must be influenced alike and together in order to obtain perfect mastery. The most plausible explanation yet offered by men of science is that by the will of the magnetizer, his own nervous and mental system assumes a certain condition which changes that of the subject into one of opposite polarity, paralyzes some of his cerebral functions, and causes him to fall into a state resembling sleep. The stronger and healthier man affects the nervous system of a feeble and less healthy man, according to his own more or less strongly marked individuality, and the spiritual influence naturally develops itself in the same proportions as the material influence. Hence, the thoughts and feelings, the convictions and the faith of the magnetizer are reflected upon the mind of his subject. Even Mesmer himself had not yet reached this point. He was, up to his death, content to ascribe the power of the magnetizer to the waves of a universal fluid set in motion by the superior energy of specially endowed persons. According to his doctrine, thoughts were conveyed by means of this mysterious fluid in precisely the same manner in which light and sound are borne onward on the waves of the air that surrounds us. They proceed from the brain and the nerves of one person and reach those of another person in this imperceptible manner. To dispatch them on their errand, volition is required. To receive them, willingness and a certain natural predisposition, since there are men incapable of being reached in this way, as there are others who are deprived of sight or hearing. As the conveying fluid is far more subtle than the thinnest air, permeates the whole universe, and bears a close resemblance to the fluid which sets our nerves in motion, there is no other limit to the effects of volition on the part of the so-called magnetizer than the strength of his will. If he possesses this in a sufficiently high degree, he can affect those who are subject to his superiority, even at the greatest distance. Moreover, if his influence is sufficiently effective, the somnambulist acquires new and heretofore unknown powers. He sees the interior of his own body, recognizes its defects and diseases, and by a newly awakened instinct, perceives what is necessary to restore its perfect order. Such were the views of Mesmer. Besides this theory, a number of others have been published from time to time by men of science of almost all countries, even modern philosophers, like the German Schopenhauer, having entered the lists in defense of their favorite ideas. The most striking view published in recent times is found in the works of Count Robiano, a learned abbé, and a brilliantly successful magnetizer. He ascribes all phenomena of somnambulism to the purely physical activity of the nerves and proposes to call his new physical science neururgy. He identifies the nervous fluid with galvanism and voltaic electricity and asserts that by a galvanic battery, all the results can be obtained which mesmerism claims as its own. He also states that galvanic rings, bracelets, belts, and necklaces cause immediately somnambulism in well-qualified persons, while carbon held before the nostrils of somnambulists in deep sleep awakens them instantly, and at the same time releases limbs held in cataleptic rigidity. Alabaster, soda, and wax have similar effects, but less promptly, and the wind from a pair of bellows has equal power. According to his theory, currents of what he calls galvanic neururgic fluid are capable of producing all the well-known symptoms and phenomena of thought from idiocy to genius, and from unconscious sleep to the highest excitement. The process by which these results can be obtained is a suspension of the vital equilibrium by disease, intoxication, abstinence, long-continued fasting and prayer, and the like. If the marvelous fluid is unequally distributed through the system, catalepsy ensues. The novelty and force of Robiano's doctrines attracted much attention, but a series of experiments conducted by eminent men soon proved that galvanism alone produced in no instance somnambulism, but invariably required the aid of volition, which the learned Italian in his modesty had probably underrated, if not altogether overlooked. It is a matter more of curiosity than of real interest that the Chinese have, now for nearly 1100 years, believed in an inherent power possessed by every human being called yu-yang, which is identical with a universal yu-yang. According to this view, every person endowed with the proper ability can dispose of his own yu-yang and diffuse a portion of it over others, so as to cure their infirmities. The French missionary, Amyot, communicated this to Puységur and looked upon the yu-yang as the universal vital power which produces everything. Before we dismiss any such theory, in China or nearer home, with a supercilious smile, it is well to recall the reception which the first revelation of electricity in the human body met among our savants. The doctrine had to pass through the usual 3 stages of contempt, controversy, and final adoption. John Wesley, more than 100 years ago, said of it, quote, "With what vehemence has it been opposed, sometimes by treating it with contempt, as if it were of little or no use, sometimes by arguments such as they were, and sometimes by such cautions against its ill effects as made thousands afraid to meddle with it." End quote. Now every elementary textbook teaches that all created living bodies are electric, and that some persons, animals, and plants are so in a very high degree. To establish this truth, poor puss has had to suffer much in order to give out electric sparks, and the sensitive plant has had to show how its leaves, with quick horror, fly the neighboring hand, which draws from them electricity of which it contains more than other plants. Physicians have learnt that a person who has the smallpox cannot be electrified, the body being fully charged and refusing to receive more electricity, while sparks may be drawn from the body of a patient dying with cholera. Now this once despised power, in the shape of voltaic electricity, adorns our tables with electroplate works of art, carries our thoughts round the globe, blasts rocks, fires cannons and torpedoes, and even rings the bells of our houses. Now little chain batteries that can be carried in the waistcoat pockets produce powerful shocks and cure grievous diseases, while tiny bands, which yet can decompose water in a test tube, are worn by thousands as a protection against intense suffering and utter prostration. What in this case happened to electricity may very well be the fate of the new power also, which is the true agent in all that we carelessly call magnetism. Somnambulism and clairvoyance, by whatever means they have been caused, differ in this from dreams and feverish fancies, that the outer senses are rendered inactive, and in their place, peculiar inner life begins to act, while the subject is perfectly conscious. The magic phenomena differ naturally infinitely according to the varying natures of the patients. In the majority of cases, sleep is the only result of magnetizing. A few persons become genuine somnambulists and begin to speak, first very indistinctly, because the organs of speech are partially locked and the consciousness is not fully aroused. As the spasms cease, speech becomes freer, and as the mind clears up, the thoughts also reveal themselves more distinctly. These symptoms are ordinarily accompanied by others of varying character, from simple heat in the extremities and painful sobbing to actual syncope. In almost all such cases, however, the nervous system is suffering from a violent shock, and this produces spasms of more or less appalling violence. The temper of the sufferers, for such they are all to some degree, varies from deep despondency to exulting blissfulness, but is as changeable as that of children, and resembles but too frequently the capricious and unintelligible mental condition of insane persons. Those who are, for the first time, thrown into magnetic sleep generally feel after awakening as if a great change had taken place in them. They are apt to remain serious and apparently plunged in deep thought for several days. If their case is in unskillful hands, nervous disorders are rarely avoided. Fantastic visions may be seen, and convulsions, and more threatening symptoms even, may occur. Youth is naturally more susceptible to the influence of magnetism than riper years. Really old persons have never yet been put to sleep. In like manner, women are more easily controlled than men, and hence more capable of being magnetized than of magnetizing others. If men appear more frequently in the annals of this new branch of magic than women, this is due merely to the fact that men appear naturally, and so far at least voluntarily, more frequently in public statements than women. The latter, moreover, are very rarely found able to magnetize men, simply because they are less in the habit of exerting their will for the purpose of influencing others. The exceptions were mostly so-called masculine women. Over their own sex, however, they are easily able to obtain full control. Among the curious symptoms accompanying the magic phenomena of this class, the following deserve being mentioned. A distinguished physician, Dr. Heller, examined the blood corpuscles of a person in magnetic sleep and found that their shape was essentially modified. They were raised and pointed so as to bear some resemblance to mulberries. At the same time, they exhibited a vibrating motion. Another symptom frequently observed in mesmerism are electric shocks, which produce sometimes a violent trembling in the whole person before the beginning of magnetic sleep and after it has ceased. As many as 4,000 such shocks have been counted in an hour. They are especially frequent in hysterical women and then accompanied by severe pain. In men, they are of rarer occurrence. Finally, it appears from a number of well-authenticated cases that magnetic convulsions are contagious, extending even to animals. Persons suffering with catalepsy have more than once been compelled to kill pet cats because the latter suffered in a similar manner whenever the attacks came. And the same has been noticed in favorite dogs, which were left in the room while magnetic cures were performed. This is all the more frequently noticed as many magnetizers look upon convulsions as efforts made by nature to restore the system to a healthy condition, and hence excite in their patients convulsions without magnetizing them fully. A new doctrine concerning the magic phenomena of magnetism establishes a special force inherent in all inorganic substances and calls it sidereon. This theory is the result of the observation that certain substances, like water and metal, possess a special power of producing somnambulism, and at one time a peculiar apparatus called baquette was much in use, by means of which several persons, connected with each other and with a vessel filled with water and pieces of metal, were rendered clairvoyant. The whole subject has not yet been fully investigated, and hence the conclusions drawn from isolated cases must be looked upon as premature. It has, however, been established beyond doubt that metals have a peculiar power over sensitive persons in their natural sleep as well as in the magnetic sleep. Many somnambulists are painfully affected by gold, others by iron. A very sensitive patient could, after an instant's touch, distinguish even rare metals like bismuth and cobalt by the sensations which they produced when laid upon her heart. Dr. Brunner, when professor of physics in Peru, had a patient who could not touch iron without falling into convulsions, and was made clairvoyant by simply taking her physician's pocket-knife in her hand. This sidereon, or astral force, so called from a presumed influence exercised by the heavenly bodies, as well as by all inorganic substances, admits of no isolation, although it is possessed in varying degrees by certain metals and minerals. It has no effect even upon the electrometer or the magnetic needle. Its force is radiating, quite independent of light, but considerably increased by heat. Persons magnetized by the mysterious force of the baquette have, however, an astonishing power over the magnetic needle and can make it deflect by motion, fixed glance, or even mere volition. In Galani's Messenger, the case of Prudence Bernard in Paris is mentioned, who forced the needle to follow the motions of her head. Whatever we may think of the value of this theory, it cannot be denied that the effect which certain physical processes going on in the atmosphere have on our body and mind alike is very striking and yet almost entirely unknown. Science is leisurely gathering up facts which will, no doubt, in the end, furnish us a clue to many phenomena which we now call magic or even supernatural. Thus, almost every hour of the day has its peculiarity in connection with nature. At 1 hour, the barometer; at another, the thermometer reaches its maximum. At other periods, magnetism is at its highest, or the air fullest of vapor, and to these various influences the diseases of men stand in close relation. When auroras are seen, frequently the atmosphere is found to be surcharged with electricity. They are intimately connected with gastric fevers, and according to some physicians, even with typhus and cholera. It has also been ascertained that the progress of the cholera and the plague, perhaps also of common influenza, coincides accurately with the isogonic line. These diseases disappear as soon as the eastward declination of the magnetic needle ceases. In recent times, a correspondence of the spots in the sun with earth magnetism has also been observed. In like manner, it has been established that continued positive electricity of the air, producing ozone in abundance, is apt to cause catarrhs, inflammations, and rheumatism, while negative electricity causes nervous fevers and cholera. Even the moon has recovered some of its former importance in its relations to the human body, and although the superstitions of past ages, with their absurd exaggerations, have long since been abandoned, certain facts remain as evidences of a connection between the moon and some diseases. Thus, the paroxysms of lunatics, epileptics, and somnambulists are undoubtedly in correspondence with the phases of the moon. Madmen rave most furiously when the latter is full, and its phases determine with astonishing regularity the peculiar affections of women, as was triumphantly proven by the journal kept with admirable fidelity during the long life of Dr. Constantine Herring of Philadelphia. Another name given to these phenomena is the hypnotism of the English. This theory is based upon the fact that sensitive persons can be rendered clairvoyant by looking fixedly at some small but bright object held close to their face, and by continuing for some time to fix the mind upon the same object after the eyelids have closed from sheer weariness. The method of producing this magnetic sleep, and some of the symptoms peculiar to mesmerized persons, has since been frequently varied. Dodds makes the patient take a disc of zinc, upon which a small disc of copper is laid, into his hand, and regard them fixedly. Thus he produces what he calls electrobiology. Catton, in Manchester, England, prefers a gentle brushing of the forehead, and by this simple means causes magnetic sleep. Braid's experiments, in which invariably overexcitement of nerves was followed by torpor, rigidity, and insensibility, have since been repeated by eminent physicians with a view to produce anesthesis during painful operations. They have met with perfect success, and the removal of the shining object, fresh air, and slight frictions suffice to restore consciousness. The same results have been obtained in France, where, according to a report made to the French Academy in 1859 by the renowned Dr. Velpeau, persons induced to look at a shining object, held close between their eyes, began to squint violently, and in a few moments to fall, utterly unconscious and insensible, into magnetic sleep. Maury explains the process as one of vertigo, which itself again is caused by the pressure of blood upon the brain, and adds that any powerful impression produced upon the retina may have the same effect. Hence, no doubt, the malocchio of the Italians, inherited from the evil eye of the ancients, hence the often almost miraculous power by which some men have exercised by the mere glance of the eye. The fixed look of the magnetizer, which attracts the eye of the patient, and holds it, as it were, spellbound, has very much the same effect, and when this look is carefully cultivated, it may put others besides themselves, as was the case with Urbain Gaudier, who could, at any time, cause his arms to fall into a trance by merely fixing his eyes upon them for a few minutes. From all these experiments we gather, once more, that men can, by a variety of means, which are called magnetism or mesmerism, influence others who are susceptible, till the latter fall into a magnetic sleep, have cataleptic attacks, or become clairvoyant. It is less certain that, as many assert, these results are obtained by means of a most subtle, as yet unknown, fluid which the magnetizer causes to vibrate in his own mind, and which passes from him, by means of his hands, into the patient, where it produces effects corresponding to those felt by the principal. To accomplish even this, it is absolutely necessary that the magnetizer should not only possess a higher energy than his patient, but also stand to him in the relation of the positive pole to the negative. The extent of success is measurable by the strength of will on one hand and the degree of susceptibility on the other. Both may be infinitely varied, from total absence to an overwhelming abundance. Practice, at least, however, aids the magnetizer effectually, and certain French and Italian masters have obtained surprising results. The most striking of these is still the cataleptic state, which they cause at will. Breathing, pulsation, and digestion continue uninterrupted, but the muscles are no longer subject to our will. They cease to be active, and hence the patient remains immovable in any position he may be forced to assume. The general symptoms produced by magnetizing are uniformly the same. As soon as a sufficient number of passes have been made from the head downward, the patient draws a few deep inhalations, and then follow increased animal heat and perspiration, the effect of greater activity of the nerves, while pain ceases and cheerfulness succeeds despondency. If the passes are continued, these symptoms increase in force, produce their natural consequences, and, the functions becoming normal, recovery takes place. Magnetic sleep is frequently preceded by slight feverishness, convulsive trembling, and fainting. The eyelids, half or entirely closed, begin to tremble, the eyeballs turn upward and inward, and the pupils become enlarged and insensible to light. The features change in a striking manner, peculiar to this kind of sleep, and easily recognized. After several experiments of this kind have been made upon susceptible persons, the outward sleep begins to be accompanied by an inner awakening, at first in a half-dreamy state, and gradually more fully till conversation can be attempted. Contrary to the general impression, faith does not seem to be an essential element of success, at least on the part of the patient, for infants and very young children have been rendered clairvoyant as well as grown persons. On the other hand, natural susceptibility is indispensable, for Deleuze states that in his extended practice he found only 1 out of 20 persons fit to be magnetized. Of those whom he could influence, only 1 in 20 could converse in his sleep, and of 5 of this class, not more than 1 became fully clairvoyant. Certain persons, though well endowed, impress their patients unfavorably, cause a sensation of cold instead of heat in their system, and produce a feeling of strong aversion. The most remarkable feature in all these relations, however, is the fact that the patient not infrequently affects the magnetizer, and this in the most extraordinary manner. One physician took into the hand with which he had touched a dying person 2 finches. They immediately sickened and died a few days later. Another, a physically powerful and perfectly healthy man, who was treating a patient suffering of the tic douloureux by means of magnetism, became unwell after a few days, and on the 7th day fell himself a victim to that painful disease, till he had to give up the treatment. He handed his patient over to a brother physician, who suffered in the same manner, and actually died in a short time. After continued practice has strengthened the magnetizer, his passes often become unnecessary, and he can at last, under favorable circumstances, produce magnetic sleep by a simple glance or even the mere unuttered volition. Some physicians had only to say, "Sleep," and their patient fell asleep. Others were able to move the sleepers from their beds by a slight touch with the tip of the thumb. One of this class, after curing a poor boy of catalepsy, retained such perfect control over him that he only needed to point at him with his finger, or to let him touch some metal which he had magnetized, in order to make him fall down as if thunderstruck. The great German writer, known as Jean Paul, relates of himself that he, quote, in a large company, and by merely looking at her fixedly, caused a Mrs. K twice to fall almost asleep, and to make her heart beat and her color go, till S had to help her, end quote. The Abbé Faria, who seems to have been especially endowed with such power, would magnetize perfect strangers by suddenly stretching out his hands and saying, in an authoritative tone, "Sleep, I will it." He had a formidable competitor afterwards in Hébert, who played almost at will with a large number of spectators in his crowded hall, making them follow him wherever he led, or causing them to fall asleep by simply making passes over the inside of their hats. In the case of young girls, he produced rigidity of members with great facility, and then caused them to assume any position he chose. His patients were utterly helpless and powerless. Dupotet, already mentioned, possessed similar influence over others. He once magnetized an athletic man of ripe years by merely walking around the chair on which he was seated, and forced him to turn with him by jerks. On another occasion, he made a white chalk mark on the floor, and then requested a gentleman to put both his feet upon the spot, while he remained quietly standing by the side of his friends. After a few minutes, the stranger began to shut his eyes, and his body trembled and swayed to and fro, till it sank so low that the head hung down to the hips. At last Dupotet loosened the spell by upward passes. An Italian, Ragazzoni, excited in 1859 no small sensation by his remarkable success as a magnetizer. Unlike other physicians, he used an abundance of gestures to accompany the active play of his expressive features, and yet by merely breathing upon persons, he could check their respiration and the circulation of their blood. In like manner, he caused the chest to swell and paralyzed single limbs or the whole body. He pushed needles through the hand or the skin of the forehead without causing a sign of pain. He enabled his patients to guess his thoughts and set them walking, running, or dancing, although they were in one room and he in another. When he had paralyzed their senses, burning sulfur did not affect their smell, nor brilliant light the open pupil. The ringing of a large bell close to the ear and the firing of a pistol remained unheard. In fine, he repeated all the experiments already made by Puységur with his patient Victor, but generally without the use of passes. Maury, who has given a most interesting and trustworthy account of similar cases, states, in speaking of General Noisette, that the latter caused him to fall asleep by saying, "Dormez!" Immediately a thick veil fell upon his eyes. He felt weak, began to perspire, and felt a strong pressure upon the abdomen. A second experiment, however, was less successful. Besides passes, a variety of other means have been employed to produce magnetic sleep and kindred phenomena. Dr. Bensi, one of the earlier practitioners, frequently used metal mirrors or even ordinary looking glasses. Another, Dr. Barth, maintained that by touching or irritating any part of the outer skull, the underlying portions of the brains could be excited. By thus pressing upon the organ of love of children, his patients would at once begin to think of children, and often caress a cushion. In this theory he is supported by Haddock, who first discovered that the magnetizer's will could force his patient to substitute his fantasies for reality, and, for instance, to believe a handkerchief to be a pet dog or an infant, and an empty glass to be filled with such liquids as he suggested. The influence in such cases must, however, be rather ascribed to the fact that the magnetizers were also phrenologists than to the presumed organs themselves. It must lastly be mentioned that some persons claim to possess the power to magnetize themselves, and Dupotet, a trustworthy authority in such matters, supports this assertion. A case is mentioned in the Journal de l'Homme of a man who could hypnotize himself from childhood up by merely fixing his eye for some time upon a certain point. In later years, probably by too frequent excitement of this kind, he was apt to fall into trances and to see visions. The sympathetic relations by which magnetism are established between two or more persons who are in a state of somnambulism or clairvoyance is commonly called rapport, although there is no apparent necessity for preferring a French word. The closest relations exist naturally between the magnetizer and his subject, and the intensity of the rapport varies, of course, with the energy of will of the one and the susceptibility of the patient on the other. The same rapport exists, however, often between the patients of the same magnetizer, and may be increased by merely joining hands, or a strong effort of will on the part of the physician. It has often been claimed that mesmerism produces exceptionally, by rapport, what in twins is the effect of close natural resemblance and contemporaneousness of organization. Clairvoyants endowed with the highest powers which have yet been observed thus see not only their own body as if it were transparent, but can, in like manner, watch what is going on within the bodies of others, provided they are brought into rapport with them, and hence their ability to prescribe for their ailments. Puységur was probably the first to discover this peculiarity. He was humming to himself a favorite air while magnetizing a peasant boy, and suddenly the latter began to sing the same air with a loud voice. Haddock's patients gave all the natural signs of pain in different parts of the body when he was struck or pinched, while at the very time they were themselves insensible to pain. Dr. Emelin found that when he held his watch to his right ear, a female patient of his heard the ticking in her left ear. If he held it to her own ear, she heard nothing. He was, also, not a little astonished when another patient, in a distant town to which he traveled, revealed to him a whole series of professional meditations in which he had been plunged during his journey. And yet, such a knowledge of the magnetizer's thoughts is nothing uncommon in well-qualified subjects who have been repeatedly magnetized. Mrs. Crowe mentions the case of a gentleman who was thus treated while he was at Malvern and his physician at Cheltenham. He was lying in magnetic sleep when he suddenly sprang up, clapped his hands together, and broke out into loud laughter. His physician was written to and replied that on the same day he had been busy thinking of his patient when a sudden knock at the door startled him and made him jump and clap his hands together. He then laughed heartily at his folly. Dupotet once saw a striking illustration of the rapport which may exist between two patients of the same magnetizer, even where the two are unknown to each other. He was treating some of his patients in a hospital in St. Petersburg by means of magnetism, and found, to his surprise, that whenever he put one of them to sleep in the upper story, the other in the lower story would also instantly drop asleep, although she could not possibly be aware of what was going on upstairs. This happened, moreover, not once, but repeatedly, and for weeks in succession. If both were asleep when he came on his daily round, he needed only arouse one to hear the other awake with a start and utter loud cries. Magnetic sleep generally does not begin immediately, but after some intermediate danger. Most frequently, ordinary sleep serves as a bridge leading to magnetic sleep, and yet the two are entirely different conditions. When at last sleep is induced, various degrees of exceptional powers are exhibited, which are evidences of an inner sense that has been awakened, while the outer senses have become inactive. The patient is, however, utterly unconscious of the fact that his eyes are closed, and believes he sees through them as when he is awake. When somnambulists are asked why they keep their eyes shut, they answer, "I do not know what you mean. I see you perfectly well." End of section 18. Section 19 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Modern Magic by Maximilian Schele De Vere. Section 19, Magnetism, Part 2. The highest degree, but rarely developed, in specially favored persons, consists of perfect clairvoyance accompanied by a sense of indescribable bliss. In this state, the spiritual and moral features of the patient assume a form of highest development. Visions are beheld, remote and future things are discerned, and other persons may be influenced, even if they are at a considerable distance. It is in this condition that persons in magnetic sleep exhibit in the highest degree the magic phenomena of magnetism. The latter are generally accompanied by a sensation of intense light, which at times becomes almost painful and has to be allayed by the physician, especially when it threatens to interfere with the unconscious conversations of the patient. This enjoyment has, however, to be paid for dearly, for it exhausts the sleeper, and in many instances it so closely resembles the struggle of the soul when parting from the body in death that dissolution seems to be impending. Somnambulists themselves maintain that such magnetic sleep shortens their lives by several years and has to be interrupted in time to prevent it from becoming fatal. Recollection rarely survives magnetic sleep, but after awakening, vague and indistinct impulses continue, which stand in some connection with the incidents of such sleep. A well-known magnetizer, Moleseau, once ordered a patient, while sunk in magnetic sleep, to go on the following day and call on a person whom she did not like. The promise was given reluctantly, but not mentioned again after she awoke. To test the matter, the physician went, accompanied by a few friends, on the next day to that person's house, and, to their great surprise, the patient was seen to walk up and down anxiously before the door, and at last to enter, visibly embarrassed. Moleseau at once followed her and explained the matter. She told him that, from the moment of her rising in the morning, she had been haunted by the idea that she ought to go to this house, till her nervousness had become so painful as to force her to go on her unwelcome errand. The power to perceive things present without the use of the ordinary organs, and to become aware of events happening at a distance, has been frequently ascribed to an additional sense, possibly the common sense of Aristotle. Its fainter operations are seen in the almost marvelous power possessed by bats to fly through minute meshes of silk nets, stretched out for the purpose, even when deprived of sight, and to find their way to their nests without a moment's hesitation. Cuvier ascribed this remarkable power to their exquisitely developed sense of touch, which would make them aware of an almost imperceptible pressure of the air. But while this might explain their avoiding walls and trees, it could not well apply to slender silk threads. Another familiar illustration is found in the perfectly amazing ability, often possessed by the blind or blind and deaf persons, who distinguish visitors by means neither granted nor known to their more fortunate brethren. It is generally believed that in such cases, the missing senses are supplied by a superior development of the remaining senses. But even this assertion has never yet been fully proved, nor, if proved, would it supply a key to some of the almost marvelous achievements of blind people. This new or general sense seems only to awaken in exceptional cases and under peculiar circumstances. That it never shows itself in healthy life is due to the simple fact that its power is then obscured by the unceasing activity of the ordinary senses. A peculiar and as yet unexplained feature of this power is the tendency to ascribe its results not to ordinary organs, but by a curious transposition of some other part of the body, so that persons in magnetic sleep believe, as the magnetizer may choose, that they see, or smell, or hear by means of the fingertips, the pit of the stomach, the forehead, or even the back of the head. It is true that savants like Alfred Maury and Dr. Michele ascribe these new powers only to an increased activity of the senses, but nothing is gained by this reasoning, as such an astounding increase of the irritability of the retina or the tympanium is as much of a magic phenomenon as the presumed new sense. The simple explanation is that it is not the eye which sees, nor the ear which hears, but that images and sound waves are carried by these organs to the great nervous center, where we must look for the true source of all our perceptions. If, in magnetic sleep, the same images and waves can be conveyed by other means, the result will be precisely the same as if the patient was observing with open eyes and ears. A lady treated by despine thus heard with the palm of her hand and read by means of the fingertips, which she passed rapidly over the letters presented to her in her sleep. At the same time, she invariably ascribed the sensations she experienced to the natural senses. Flowers, for instance, laid down unseen by her, so as to barely touch her fingers, caused her to draw in the air through the nostrils and to exclaim, "How sweet that is!" And if objects were placed against the sole of her foot, she would often exclaim, "What is that? I cannot see it distinctly." Somnambulists can, hence, carry on domestic work in the dark with the same success as in broad daylight, and a patient whose case has been most carefully investigated could hem the finest linen handkerchiefs by holding the needle to her brow high above her eyes. Thus persons have seen by means of almost every part of the body, a fact which has led more than one distinguished physiologist to assume that, under special circumstances, all the papillae of nerves in the epidermis may become capable of conveying the sensual perceptions ordinarily assigned only to certain organs, as the eye or the ear. Even this supposition, however, would not suffice to explain the ability possessed by some magnetized persons to see and hear by means of their fingers, even without touching the objects, or when separated from the latter by an intervening wall. The highest magic phenomena connected with magnetic sleep consists in the perception of hidden things and in the influence exercised over persons at a distance. Only a few of these can be explained by natural laws and by the increased power of the senses frequently granted to peculiarly constituted or diseased persons. The senses, on the contrary, cease to operate, and man, for a time, becomes endowed with a higher power, which is probably part and portion of his spiritual being, as made after the image of the Most High, but obscured and rendered inoperative by the subjugation of the soul to the earthen body. Nor is this power always under his control. As if to mark its supernatural character, the patient very often perceives what is perfectly indifferent to himself, and is forced, almost against his own will, to witness or foresee events, the bearing of which he cannot discern. Generally, therefore, the importance of these revelations is of less interest than the manner in which they are made, which is invariably of the kind we call magic. This is still further attested by the difficulty, which is almost always felt, of translating them, as it were, into ordinary language, and hence the many allegoric and symbolic forms under which they are made known. Future events are often not seen, but read in a newspaper or heard as recited by strangers. In other cases, they are apparently imparted by the spirits of deceased persons. A very frequent form is the impression that the soul leaves the body and, pursuing the track of a person to whom the magnetizer points, with all the fidelity and marvelous accuracy of a well-trained dog, finally reaches him and sees him and his surroundings. Nor is the distance a matter of indifference. Like the ordinary senses, this new sense also seems to have its laws and its limits, and if the task is too heavy and the distance too great, the perception remains vague and indefinite. Most important of all is the fact that, unlike spiritual visions, magnetism never enables the sleeper to go beyond the limits of our earthly home. On the other hand, time is no more an obstacle than space, and genuine somnambulists have seen past and future events, as well as distant scenes. Mistakes, however, occur here, as with all our other senses. As healthy persons see amiss or hear amiss, so magnetic sleepers are also not infrequently mistaken, errors to which they are all the more liable, as the impressions received by magic powers seem to have to be translated into the language adapted to ordinary senses. Among somnambulists of this class, Alexis is one of the best known, and has left us an account of many experiments in his Explication du sommeil magnétique. Alexis was once put into magnetic sleep by a friend of Dr. Mayo, and then ordered to go to Boppard on the Rhine and look for him. Alexis, after some hesitation, stated that he had found him and described, although he had never seen him before, his appearance and dress, not only, but also the state of mind in which he was at that moment, all of which proved afterward to be perfectly correct. Alexis declared that his perceptions varied very much in clearness, and that his power to see friends at a distance depended largely on the affection he felt for them. In all instances, his magic powers were far inferior to those of his natural senses, although they never misled him, as the latter had done occasionally. In the Bibliothèque du Magnétisme Animal, a remarkable case is reported as attested by undoubted authority. The English consul, Baldwin, was, in 1795, visited by an Italian improvisatore, who happened to have a small medicine chest with him. In the consul's kitchen was a little Arab, a scullion, who suffered of a harassing cough, and whom his master magnetized in order to cure him. While in his sleep, the boy saw the medicine chest, of which he had known nothing before, and selected among the vials one with sugar of agramonium, which relieved him of his troubles. The Italian thereupon asked also to be magnetized, fell promptly asleep, and wrote, in this condition, with closed eyes, a poem praising the art of magnetism. Haddock's famous subject, Emma, actually accomplished once the crucial test of all magnetic phenomena. She proved the value of magnetism in a question of money. In the year 1849, 3 notes, amounting to £650, had been deposited in a bank and disappeared in the most unaccountable manner. One of the clerks confessed that although he had received them, wrapped them up in paper, and placed them with a parcel of other notes, he had forgotten to enter them regularly in the books. No trace could be discovered. At last the magnetized subject was consulted, and after some little time declared that the notes were lying in a certain room, inserted in a certain panel, which she described so accurately that upon search being instituted, the missing notes were found, and the clerk's character was cleared. Dr. Barth magnetized, in 1846, a lady who was filled with anxiety about her husband in America, from whom she had not heard for a long time. After having been put into magnetic sleep several times, she once exclaimed, "God be thanked, my poor husband is better. I am looking over his shoulder and see him write a letter addressed to me, which will be here in 6 or 7 weeks. He tells me that he has been ill for 3 months. 2 months afterwards, she actually received such a letter, in which her husband informed her of his 3 months' illness and regretted the pain he had probably caused her by his protracted silence. A young lady, magnetized by Robert Napier in his house in Edinburgh, not only described her parents' house as it appeared at the moment, but also the home of a Miss B. in New South Wales, where she had never been. In the garden of the house, she saw a gentleman accompanied by a lady in black, and a dog of light color with dark spots. Upon inquiry, it appeared that Colonel B., the father of the young lady, had at that time actually been in the garden with his wife and his dog, although some of the minor details proved to have been incorrect. She also gave a minute and accurate account of the upper stories of Napier's house, where she had never been, but recognizing everything only gradually, and correcting the mistakes which she had at first committed. Thus she spoke of Napier's old aunt as dressed in dark colors. After a while she exclaimed, "Oh, now I see she is dressed in white." It appeared afterward that the old lady had been sitting in a deep armchair, overshadowed by the back of the chair, the gaslight being behind her. Just at that moment, however, Napier's wife had come up, the aunt had leaned forward to speak to her, and thus being brought into the light, had revealed her white nightdress. This case is particularly interesting as proving that the perceptions of somnambulists are dependent upon conditions similar to those which govern the ordinary senses. According to such high authorities as Hofland and others, magnetic sleep enables persons to see the interior of the bodies of others. He himself heard one of his female patients, a woman without any knowledge of anatomy, describe quite accurately the inner structure of the ear and of certain other parts of the body. It seems to have been well ascertained that she had never had an opportunity of reading such a description, even if her memory had been retentive enough to enable her to recall and recite what she had thus chanced to read. The clairvoyant Alexis once saw through the clothing of a visitor a scar, and, after gazing at it, in his sleep, for a long time, he came to the conclusion that it was the effect of a dog's bite, and finally stated all the facts attending the accident of which the scar was the sole remaining evidence. Even historical predictions made in magnetic sleep are not wanting. The death of a king of Württemberg was thus foretold by two somnambulists who were under medical treatment and who warned their physicians, well-known and trustworthy practitioners of good standing, of the approaching event. The king's death took place without being preceded by any serious illness, and in the manner minutely predicted by one of the patients. A confirmation which was all the more striking, as the prediction had been made in the presence of a number of distinguished men, among whom were a minister of the kingdom and several divines. Another case is that of the Swedish king, Gustavus Vasa, who was assassinated in 1792 by Ankerström. Accompanied by his physician, he once called, as Count Haga, upon a patient treated by Aubrey, a pupil of Mesmer. She recognized him immediately, although plunged in magnetic sleep, told him that he suffered of oppressions of the chest, the effect of a broken arm, and foretold him that his life was in danger and that he would be murdered. The king was deeply impressed, and as his physician expressed doubt and contempt in his face, he desired that the latter should be put in rapport with the patient. No sooner was this done than the physician's eyes fell, he sank into magnetic sleep, and when, after some time, he was aroused, he left the room in great agitation. An occasional phenomenon of magnetic sleep is the improvement of the language of patients. This appears not only in the case of well-educated persons, whose diction assumes often a high poetical form, but far more strikingly in unlettered and ignorant patients, who suddenly manifest an unexpected familiarity with the more refined form of their native tongue, and not infrequently, even with idioms of which they have previously had no knowledge whatsoever. All these different symptoms have been authenticated by numerous and trustworthy witnesses. Humble peasant women have used the most elegant forms of their native language. Travelers have unexpectedly recovered the use of idioms once known to them, but long since forgotten. And finally, a real gift of languages has unmistakably enabled patients to use idioms with which they had previously never come in contact. This phenomenon develops itself occasionally into poetical improvisations of considerable merit. And the beautiful music which many hear in magnetic sleep, or just before dying, as if coming from another world, is, in like manner, nothing but a product of their own mental exaltation. Thus, persons who spoke merely a local dialect and were acquainted with no other form of their mother tongue, when placed in magnetic sleep, would speak the best English or German, as if their mind, freed from all fetters, resumed once more the original task of forming the language in accordance with their heightened capacities. Little children, whose education had scarcely begun, have been known to recite verses or to compose speeches, of which they would have been utterly incapable in a healthy state, and of which they had afterwards no recollection. Macnish mentions a young girl who, when magnetized, always fell back into Welsh, which she had spoken as a child, but long since forgotten. And Lausanne mentions one of his patients, a Creole, who had come at the age of 5 to France, and late in life, when magnetized, spoke no longer French, but the miserable patois of her early years. A young tanner in England also, though utterly uneducated, like the peasant boy of Puysegur, was able, in magnetic sleep, to speak German. Whenever another person, at such a time, spoke to him in English, his lips began at once to move, and he translated what he heard into fair German verses. It must not be overlooked that the gift of singing and of using poetical language, often of great beauty, is not unfrequently developed in fever patients also, and in insane persons. Insensibility to impressions from without is another phenomenon which magnetic sleep has in common with many other conditions. It is produced by anesthetics like chloroform and ether, by utter exhaustion in consequence of long suffering, as was the case with martyrs and prisoners subjected to torture, and by excessive loss of blood. But in magnetic sleep, it reaches a higher degree than under other circumstances. Cataleptic patients, and even clairvoyants in moments of greatest excitement, seem to be in a state in which the nerves cease to act as conveyors of impressions to the brain. This has often led to unwarrantable abuse. Physicians, under the pretext of scientific investigation, inflicting severe injuries upon their patients, utterly unmindful of the fact that, however great the momentary insensibility may be, the sense of pain returns at the instant of reawakening. On the other hand, physicians have taken advantage of this state of unconsciousness of pain in order to perform serious operations. The first instance of a surgical operation being attempted while the patient was in mesmeric sleep was that of Madame Platon, a lady of 64 years, who suffered of cancer in the breast. A Mr. Chapelain prepared her by throwing her for several days into a trance by means of the usual mesmeric passes. She then manifested the ordinary symptoms of somnambulism and conversed about the impending danger with perfect calmness, while she contemplated it, when conscious, with the utmost horror and apprehension. On the 12th of April, 1824, she was again thrown into a trance, and the painful and dangerous operation accomplished in less than a quarter of an hour, while she conversed with the surgeon, the famous Dr. Ploquet, and showed in her voice, her breathing, and her pulse not the slightest sign of excitement or pain. When the wound was bound up, she awoke, but upon hearing what had taken place, she became so violently excited that the magnetizer had to cause her once more to fall asleep under his passes. And yet, in spite of this brilliant success, when Dr. Warren of Boston asked the great surgeon why he had never repeated the experiment, the latter was forced to acknowledge that he had not dared do it, quote, because the prejudice against mesmerism was so strong in Paris that a repetition would have imperiled his position and his reputation, end quote. Since that time, mesmerism has been repeatedly, and almost always successfully, employed as an anesthetic. Dr. James Esdell, chief surgeon of the Presidency of Calcutta, having reduced the application to a regular method. Dr. Forbes reports 2 cases of amputation of the thigh in magnetic sleep, which were successful. And similar experiments have been made in England and in India with the same happy result. It is probably a feature connected with this insensibility that persons in magnetic sleep can, with impunity, take unusually large doses of medicine, which they prescribe for themselves. For magnetic sleep seems to develop, as we have stated, among other magic phenomena, a peculiar insight also into diseases and their remedies. Although diseases may assume a variety of deceptive forms, the predictions made by magnetic patients, many months in advance, seldom fail to be verified. This is a mere matter of instinct, for ignorant persons and young children possess the gift in equal degree with the best informed and most experienced patients. The remedies are almost exclusively so-called simples, a hint of some value to physicians, but always prescribed with much judgment and in a manner evincing rare medical tact. The dose, however, is generally 2 or 3 times as much as is ordinarily given. Magnetic patients prescribed as successfully for others, with whom they are placed in rapport, as for themselves, since a state of perfect clairvoyance enables them to judge of other persons also with perfect accuracy. One of the most remarkable cases is mentioned in Schopenhauer. A consumptive patient in Russia directed, in her magnetic sleep, the attending physician to put her for 9 days into a state of syncope. He did so reluctantly, but during this time her system seemed to enjoy perfect rest, and by this means she recovered. Haddock also cured several persons at a distance by following the directions given to him by a patient of his in her magnetic sleep. He handed her a lock of hair or a few written lines, which sufficed to put her in rapport with the absent sufferers. Among the magic phenomena observed in magnetic sleep, we must lastly mention ecstatic elevation in the air, the giving out of peculiar sounds, and the power to produce extraordinary effects at a distance. Even common somnambulists, it is well known, seem not to be, in the same degree, subject to the laws of gravity as persons in a state of wakefulness. Hence, their amazing exploits in walking on roofs, gliding along narrow cornices, or even running up perpendicular walls. Persons in magnetic sleep have been known to float on fresh water, as well as in the sea, although they were unable to swim, and sank if they went into the water when awake. Dupotel saw one of his patients running along the side of his room on a small strip of wood which was merely tacked onto the wall, and could not have supported a small weight. This peculiar power is all the more fully authenticated as persons have fallen from great heights, while in magnetic sleep, without suffering any injury. But if they are aroused, and then fall, they invariably become subject again to the natural laws, and are often killed. This temporary suspension of the law of gravity has been compared with similar phenomena in science. Thus, it is well known that a galvanic stream passing through the coils of copper wire will hold an iron needle suspended within the coils, and an iron ball dropped into a glass tube between two powerful magnets will in the same manner remain hanging free in the air. The advocates of this theory reason that if magnetism can suspend the law of gravity in metals, it is at least possible that it may have a similar power in the human body. It has, besides, been observed that certain affections, such as violent nervous fevers, increase the weight of sufferers considerably, while a state of trance diminishes it even more strikingly. With regard to the magic phenomena of increased intelligence, Abercrombie mentions the case of a girl who as a child heard a relative play the violin with a certain degree of mastery. Later in life, she became his patient, and in her magnetic sleep repeated unconsciously some of the pieces in tones very pleasing and closely resembling the notes of a violin. Each paroxysm, however, was succeeded by certain symptoms of her disease. Some years afterwards, she imitated in like manner the sounds of a piano and the tones of several members of the family who were fond of singing, in such a manner that each voice could be readily and distinctly recognized. Another year passed, and she conversed with a younger companion, whom she fancied she was instructing on topics of political and religious interest, with surprising ability and a frequent display of wit. Henceforth, she led 2 different kinds of life. When awake, she was stupid, awkward in her movements, and unable to appreciate music. In her sleep, she became clever and showed amazing information and great musical talents. At a critical point in her life, when she was 21 years old, a complete change took place in the poor girl. Her conversation in her magnetic sleep lost all its attractions. She mixed it with improper remarks, and a few months later she had to be sent to an insane asylum. It is only within the present generation that the power possessed by some men to magnetize animals has been revived, although it was no doubt fully known to the ancients, and may in part explain the taming of venomous serpents in the East. The most remarkable case is probably that of Mr. Jan, director of the Zoological Gardens at Milan, who charms serpents and lizards. In the year 1858, he was requested by a learned visitor, Professor Eversman, to allow him to witness some experiments. He at once seized a lizard behind the head and looked at it fixedly for a few moments. The animal lay quiet, then became rigid, and remained in any position which he chose to make it assume. Upon making a few passes with his forefinger, it closed its eyes at his command. Mr. Jan discovered his gift accidentally one day when a whole bag full of lizards had escaped from him, and he forced them by his will and his eye to return to his keeping. A Frenchman, Tresseau, exercised the same power over birds, which he exhibited in 1860 in Paris. He magnetized them with his hand and his breath, but as 9/10 of the poor creatures died before they became inured to such treatment, no advantage could be derived from his talent. A countryman of his, Jacques Pelissier, is reported by the same authority to have been able to magnetize not only birds, which allowed themselves to be taken from the trees, but even hares, so that they remained sitting in their forms and were seized with the hand. End of section 19. Recording by Owlivia.
Section 20 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Heather Eney. Modern Magic by Maximilian Schele De Vere. Magnetism Somnambulism. It is well known that somnambulism, in the ordinary sense of the word, designates the state of persons who suffer from an affection which disturbs their sleep and causes them to perform strange or ordinary actions, as it might happen, in a state in which they are apparently half awake and half asleep. This disease is already mentioned in the most ancient authors, and its symptoms are correctly reported in Aristotle. He states that the sufferers rise in their sleep, walk about and converse, that they distinguish objects as if they were awake, ascend trees, pursue enemies, perform tasks, and then quietly return to bed. The state of somnambulism seems to be intermediate between ordinary dreaming and magnetic clairvoyance, and is probably the effect of a serious disturbance in our physical life, which causes the brain to act in an unusual and abnormal manner. It has always been observed at night only, and most frequently at full moon, since the moon seems to affect somnambulists not merely by her light, but in each of the different phases in a peculiar manner. The immediate causes of night walking are often most trivial, as Muratori, for instance, tells us of a priest who became a somnambulist whenever he neglected for more than 2 months to have his hair cut. Richard mentions an analogous case of an old woman whom he knew to be subject to the same penalty. While nightmares oppress us and make apparently all motion impossible, somnambulism, on the contrary, produces a peculiar facility of locomotion and an irresistible impulse to mount eminences, favored either by an actual diminution of specific gravity or by an increase of power. This tendency lies again halfway between the sensation of flying, which is quite common in dreams, and the actual elevation from the ground and suspension in the air, which occur in extreme cases of ecstasy. The senses remain during night walking in a state of semi-activity. The somnambulist may appear as if fast asleep, seeing and hearing nothing, so that the loudest noises and even violent shaking do not rouse him. Or he may, like a dreamer, be partly under the influence of outward impressions. One will rise at night, go to the stable, saddle his horse, and ride into the woods, while another mounts the window ledge and performs all the motion of a man on horseback. Many move with unfailing certainty on perilous paths, and find their way in deepest darkness. Others make blunders and fall, as Professor J. Feller did, who mistook an open window for a door. By what means they perceive the nature of their surroundings is still unexplained. It may be the action of the ordinary senses, although these seem to be closed, or they may possess those exceptional faculties which constitute the magic phenomena connected with somnambulism. Thus, Forbes ascribes their power to an increased sensitiveness of the retina, and mentions the case of Dr. Curry, who suffered from this symptom to such a degree that he distinguished every object in a completely darkened room with perfect ease. In somnambulists, however, the eyes are generally closed or violently turned up, and in the rare cases in which they are open, they evidently see nothing. It is, besides, well established that people thus affected have continued to read, to play on instruments, and even to write after they had fallen sound asleep, and without ever opening their eyes. The sensitiveness of the retina could here not avail much. A case is mentioned of a father who rose at night, took his child from the cradle, and with wide open eyes carried it up and down the room, seeing nothing, and in such a state of utter unconsciousness that his wife, walking by his side, could safely draw all his secrets from him without his becoming aware of the process or remembering it the next morning. At the age of 45, he ceased to walk in his sleep, but instead had prophetic dreams which revealed to him the occurrences of the following day and later future events. Gassendi mentions a man living in Provence who rose in his sleep, dressed, drew wine in the cellar, wrote up the accounts, and in the darkest night never touched objects that were in his way. If he returned quietly to his bed, he slept well and, strangely enough, recalled everything he had done in the night. But if he was suddenly aroused in the cellar or in the street, he was seized with violent trembling and palpitations of the heart. At times he saw but imperfectly. Then he fancied he had risen before daybreak and lit a lamp. The Encyclopédie Méthodique reports the case of a young priest who wrote his sermons at night, and with closed eyes, and then read each page aloud, correcting and improving what he had written. A sheet of paper held between his eyes and his manuscript did not disturb him, nor did he become aware of it if the latter was removed and blank paper was substituted. In this case, he wrote the corrections precisely where they would have been inserted in the text. Macnish mentions the curious case of an innkeeper in Germany, a huge mass of flesh, who fell asleep at all times and in all places, but who, when this happened while he was playing cards, nevertheless continued to follow suit, as if he could see what was led. In 1832, when he was barely 50 years old, he literally fell asleep, paralysis killing him instantly during one of these attacks of sleep. The same author mentions somnambulists who in their sleep walked to the seashore and swam for some distance without being waked, and the case of a Norwegian who during his paroxysms took a boat and rowed himself about for some time. He was cured of his affection by a tub full of water, which was so placed that he had to step into it when leaving his bed. In Scotland, a peasant discovered from below the nest of a sea mew, which hung at an inaccessible height upon a steep rock. Some weeks afterwards, he rose in his sleep, and to the horror of his friends, who watched him from below, climbed to the place, took the birds, and safely returned to his cabin. In former ages, somnambulists were reported to have even committed murder in their sleep. A Parisian thus rose, dressed himself, swam across the Seine, killed his enemy, and returned the same way without ever awakening, and an Englishman also is reported to have murdered a boy in a state of unconsciousness while laboring under this affection. Modern science, however, knows nothing of such extreme cases, and the plea has not yet been used by astute lawyers. Simple somnambulism is not unfrequently connected with magnetic somnambulism, and may occasionally be seen even in trances during daytime. In such cases, persons who walk in their sleep may be questioned by bystanders, and in their answers prove themselves not unfrequently able to foretell future events, or to state what is occurring at a distance. Or they perform tasks in their sleep which they would not be able to accomplish when awake. They compose music, write poetry, and read works in foreign languages without possessing the requisite knowledge and training. A poor basket weaver in Germany once heard a sermon which moved him deeply. Several weeks later, he rose at night and repeated the whole sermon from beginning to end. His wife tried in vain to rouse him, and the next morning he knew nothing of what had happened. Cases of scholars who, sorely puzzled by difficult problems, gave them up before retiring, and then in the night rose in a state of somnambulism and solved them easily, are by no means uncommon. End of section 20.